Commissioners, if you could come to the dais. Commissioners, we do need bodies and seats in order for us to call the meeting to order. We now call to order the September 22nd, 2025 Commission meeting. Deputy, if you could please ask everyone to stand.
All rise. Hear ye, hear ye. This honorable commission meeting of Shelby County, Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this commission, draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. Please remain standing.
We'll now have the invocation by Deacon James Cohen, St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church.
Good afternoon. May we bow in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come today to say thank you. Thank you for your grace and thank you for your mercy. Thank you for this meeting of commissioners on this day, and may it be done for your purpose. We ask, oh Father God, that you come in and be a presence here. We ask, oh Father God, that you guide the discussions and the decisions that are made. We ask, oh Father God, to grant them wisdom and grant them the knowledge that's needed and understanding. And Father God, it's all over and done. May they work together in the spirit of unity and love. This we ask in your darling Son, Jesus the Christ's name. Amen.
Commissioner Whaley, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? You may be seated. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Whalen,
Present.
Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills,
Present.
Ford,
Commissioner Ford is present.
Wright,
Present.
Thornton,
Present.
Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, Chairwoman Avent.
Present.
We have 8 present.
We have a quorum. Can we now get approval of the minutes? The September 8th, 2025, can I get a motion? Oh, okay. Can we do that without objection? So approved. It's possible to join the meeting 2 ways, via the designated email, boc.email@shelbycountytn.gov, via phone at 901-222-1234. Parliamentarian, can you please read the roll?
Members of the public who desire to address the county commission shall request permission by completing an appearance card, which will be given to the chair by a deputy. Members of the public shall be permitted to address the county commission unless ruled out of order by the chair or denied the opportunity to speak by majority vote of the commissioners present and voting. Please note that as it pertains to public comment, our rules of order set a limit of no longer than 3 minutes when recognized by the chair. The chair may set a limit for discussion by the public of less than 3 minutes for each individual if circumstances require. Finally, to the members of the public, if you would like to express your pleasure or displeasure on a matter before the county commission, please do so by raising your thumb up or pointing it down, as opposed to applause or other expressions of approval or disapproval. Disruptive members of the public are subject to removal from the commission chambers by the deputy sheriff. Thank you for your attention and in advance for your cooperation today.
All right, we will now move to resolutions and memorials and commendations. If we could have Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, would you like to make a presentation to? So we'll go in this order. We'll go with a parliamentarian. If you could read item number 4, and Commissioner Thornton, then you can combine both the presentation he can comments as well as a resolution.
Item 4 is a resolution to honor and recognize St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
I was just admiring how nice this plaque is. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Chairwoman, for this opportunity. So we just appreciate you for coming to be our chaplain for the day. St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church is definitely recognized today in many ways, and we are going to give you this beautiful plaque as well as a resolution that I'll read here in a second. So I will present this to you. Yeah, nice. And then after I read it. So colleagues, this is yet another District 10 church that I have the honor of presenting to Shelby County and hopefully many others that are familiar with St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church. Pastor Ronald Brown Sr., native of Shelby County, Tennessee, has devoted his life to service of God, his community, and the spiritual enrichment of others. Pastor Brown received his early education in the Memphis public school system, graduating from Hamilton High School, another District 10 school, in 1971. He continued his academic journey at the esteemed Christian Brothers College, earning his degree in 1976 and laying a strong foundation for his ministry through rigorous study in religious studies. Pastor Brown has faithfully shepherded his congregation, tending to their spiritual, educational, and physical well-being, training disciples in the army of the Lord, and equipping them to stand firm against the wiles of the devil, where he has consistently demonstrated Christ-like care for widows, orphans, the sick and shut-in, and extended his ministry to the broader community. Pastor Brown has also served as a dedicated member of the Memphis Baptist Ministerial Association for over 21 years, further exemplifying his commitment to collective ministry and fellowship, all to the glory of the Almighty God. So, with that being said, we do now therefore resolve that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners honors and celebrates Pastor Warnell H. Brown Sr. and St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church for their compassionate leadership, unwavering dedication, and tireless service to the kingdom of God and the people of Memphis and Shelby County. So in his absence, we do have one of the deacons of the church here to receive this recognition, and I just appreciate you colleagues for allowing this opportunity to recognize such a great leader in District 10.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton, for allowing this to take place. On behalf of our pastor, Pastor Ron Henry Brown, and the St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church, we accept the resolution. Pastor unfortunately cannot be here. He's doing what he's always been doing, is serving the people. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 2.
Item 2 is a special resolution honoring Benjamin L. Hooks Institute for Social Change Executive Director Daphne R. McFaren, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you, Chairwoman and colleagues. This is a special resolution honoring Benjamin L. Hooks Institute for Social Change Executive Director Daphne McFaren. Whereas the Shelby County Board of Commissioners recognizes individuals making extraordinary contributions to Shelby County, and Daphne R. McFaren as Executive Director of the Benjamin L. Hooks Institute for Social Change at the University of Memphis for over 17 years, is more than deserving of this honor and recognition. Whereas Director McFaren is a proud daughter of civil rights leaders John and Viola McFaren. She is a graduate of Fayetteville High School in Somerville, Tennessee in 1980. After she graduated from Yale College in 1984, she earned her Juris Doctorate from Harvard Law School in 1989, and later started her career in our nation's capital. Whereas she was in private practice before joining the federal government in the Office of General Counsel at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission as senior counsel. She later served as counsel to the U.S. Attorney General Janet Reno before becoming assistant attorney for the District of Maryland, where she prosecuted cases of involuntary servitude and forced labor that involved foreign victims. Whereas in 2008, Director McFaren became the executive director of the Benjamin L. Hooks Institute for Social Change. She oversees the Hooks Institute's program implementation and development, staff management, strategic initiatives, financial management, and much more. And whereas she is the founder and co-editor of the Hooks Institute policy papers, cataloged in the Library of Congress. These papers primarily address health, social, and economic inequality that affects Memphis and the country. In addition, Director McFaren is behind the development of the core collection of primary source materials chronicling the 1959 Fayette County, Tennessee Civil Rights Movement. This collection is not only a part of the University of Memphis libraries. The Tennessee Department of Education added the movement as part of the social studies standards for 5th and 11th graders. Whereas in the year 2016 alone, she was named the Memphis Business Journal's Superwoman in Business, was among the 100 women to watch in the U.S. by Biz Women, and received the Congressional Black Caucus Veterans Brain Trust recognition. Whereas in 2023, Tennessee Senate's Resolution 0033 passed, which recognized efforts by the Hooks Institute to memorialize the Fayette County Civil Rights Movement through documentaries, exhibits, and digital archives.
This recognition is special and personal to Director McFaren, as both her parents, John and Viola McFaren, were seminal leaders of the very movement. A movement that in 1969, the New York Times called the longest sustained civil rights protest in the nation. Now, therefore, be resolved that Daphne R. McFaren be recognized and honored by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. I got such honor. Oh my God. Daughter of the movement.
Can we have a picture?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to move quickly. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, for this recognition and for the resolution by this body. The Hooks Institute mission, basically stated, is to uplift Memphis communities through scholarship and action. We work with communities to make sure that everyone, and especially those at the margins of society, and in Memphis, specifically African American community, because we're the ones who are the majority in the city and the county, that we have an opportunity to excel in this country without obstacles due to race or socioeconomic condition. I am a daughter of civil rights activists, and I have to say I am very proud that I met Russell Sugarman, who is Commissioner Sugarman's dad. And when speaking with him, I was surprised to learn that he, at the time he applied to law school, was turned down to go to law school in Tennessee because he was Black. The state of Tennessee, the state with tax dollars, paid for Russell Sugarman to go to Harvard Law School in order to prevent him from going to a Tennessee law school. It shows how rampant and irrational racism is. And we, at this moment in history, are facing similar obstacles. Unfortunately, these are not stories of the past. But in the words of Benjamin Hooks, we know that we are ready for this challenge. And however small or large the Hooks Institute work is, we believe that we are working toward bending the moral arc of the universe toward justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for all of your, thank you again for all of your hard work. We appreciate it. Parliamentarian, please read item 3.
Item 3 is a special resolution honoring Arturo Ascarate, the owner of Curry and Jerk, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry.
So, commissioners, I just want to state that we'll see about deferring this item. Unfortunately, oh, you're doing on his behalf. Oh, good. Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I appreciate in doing this in honor of Mr. Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, in hopes that I get a free meal one day for Curry and Jerk. Now, again, thanking this young brother who's doing some amazing work in our community. His last name is pronounced Ascarate, right? All right, Ascarate. Whereas this, again, on behalf of this county commission, I know Mikhail Lowry, again, apologize for his absence, some family issues there, but we know he wanted to honor you for the great work that you do throughout our community and our city. And I'm just going to read a few things that was pointed out that I got out of this resolution being presented to you. Whereas Arturo has been the proud owner of Curry and Jerk since 2018, founding the restaurant in honor of his late mother, Chef Sharon Rosebino, following a distinguished career as an engineer. And whereas he has enriched the community not only through the favorable and heartfelt cuisine served as Curry and Jerk, but also through his generosity and spirit of giving back. And whereas he has volunteered his time with Junior Achievement, inspiring students to dream big and pursue entrepreneurship and life opportunities beyond the classroom. Whereas he has greatest joy lies not only in serving food, but in creating a space where customers eat, laugh, share stories, and build connections, making Curry and Jerk a true home for passion, love, and community. Now be it therefore resolved that the Shelby County Board of Commission do hereby recognize Arturo
Ascarate for his outstanding contribution as the owner of Curry and Jerk and his unwavering dedication to uplifting the city of Memphis and our community. Thank you for all that you do, sir. All right.
I just want to say I accept this resolution, but none of this would be possible without my staff, my wife, my daughter, and them supporting what I'm trying to do. I'm just thankful for this community to accept us in this community, understanding that the culture that we bring is very important because it's all about love, passion, food, and togetherness. And that's one place that we don't have to worry about what we look like, what side we're on, left or right. It's just people going out and enjoying time with each other and enjoying food. And that's what I'm more thankful. That's what keeps me going every day. I'm thankful for this opportunity once again. But like I said, none of this would be possible without my staff and my team that stands behind what I believe in. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ascarate, for the wonderful cuisine that you bring to our community, and happy to be able to support local businesses. Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution to honor Mr. Epe Abioto and Genius Unlimited. Epe Abioto and Genius Unlimited for your cultural enrichment. Sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
I had to ask him why I didn't see the drums, but oh, boo. Okay, thank you, Chairwoman and County Commissioners, for this opportunity. I'm sure that if you live in Shelby County for just a little bit of time, you've come across Mr. Epe and his brilliant performances that just really just awaken any space. So without further ado, just a little bit of the man behind the drums. So Mr. Epe Abioto, an acclaimed Memphis musician who has performed around the globe, is a cultural enrichment specialist and dedicated community advocate. He has long used the power of music and storytelling to uplift and educate youth across Memphis. He's launched a transformative youth gun safety initiative called I Am a Genius, Don't Touch a Gun, presented by Genius Unlimited. They combine African culture traditions, interactive performance, and creative expression to teach children life-saving lessons about self-worth, safety, and resilience. Mr. Abioto's campaign includes a children's book and an original song, first written by Mr. Abioto in the 1990s and newly adapted for today's youth. It serves as a powerful tool to reduce gun violence and promote peace in Memphis communities. Since the beginning of the 2025-26 school year, Mr. Abioto has reached thousands of students through dynamic school assemblies that use music, drums, rap, and call and response to engage students in culturally rich, unforgettable experiences that promote nonviolence and personal empowerment. Mr. Abioto and Genius Unlimited will further advance their mission by co-hosting the second annual Glenview Community Roots Festival in spring 2026, which also features a youth violence prevention symposium, live performances, cultural shows, and family activities. So if you've never seen him perform or seen his impact and just love amongst community stakeholders, you're invited to this festival that's coming up in spring of 2026. And so now, therefore, be it resolved that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners does hereby honor and commend Mr. Epe Abioto for his visionary leadership, artistic excellence, and unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of Memphis youth. So I hope that you can give us a little soundbite, and we just appreciate you here in Shelby County. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton, for that presentation. As you can see, I have a host of folks here. I never travel alone, even though if I'm by myself, right? So I'm thankful for all those people, thankful to my ancestors to passing these gifts on to me. Let me say that first of all. They gave me these gifts. Thankful for my family. My last name is Abioto, but they allowed me to change my name in terms of reaching my roots. My family last name is Lee. And so we upset a president years ago. Back in 1960, black people couldn't go to certain libraries. So my oldest sister, she got arrested for going to the Cosset Library to check out a book. and some of my other family members here. My sister Elaine, she was arrested back in the 60s or whatever. Anyway, a lot of my folks got arrested for helping to make Memphis a better place. So they allowed me to do what I do. And so once again, these are members of some of these musicians I've been playing with since high school. And that's been like since the 1970s, right? We traveled around the world playing music together. So I just want to let you all know that it's very important. The cultural arts are very, very important. Very, very important. So last night you saw, how many of y'all saw the Earth, Wind & Fire concert on television last night? And for those who do not know, the man who started Earth, Wind & Fire is from Memphis, Maurice White. So I want you to understand the reach of the culture of Memphis musicians all around the world. So as I go to my seat, y'all can clap. So thank you once again, Commissioner Thornton. We're going to continue to do the work that we do to make Memphis a better place for our children. Maurice White said in the song, "That's the way of the world. Plant your flower and grow a pearl. A child is born with a heart of gold. The way of the world makes his heart grow cold." So we want our children to keep their heart of gold. So that's why we do what we do. Thank you very much.
Epe, before you leave, and we do have a few commissioners who are in queue before Epe moves from the podium. Go ahead and take your picture first, and then we have a few statements. Epe, before you leave, we have a few commissioners who'd like to make a few comments. Commissioner Ford?
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you, and Brother Epe, you said you were going to be here this week, but I did not know about the resolution to honor you, but it was good seeing you last week, and I know what you do, so I don't even have to go through everything, and I know the community, especially the black community, knows what you do, what you have done, and what you're going to do in the future. So very quickly, I've known you for a minute. I won't say how long, but I will say that anytime that there's any type of black history that needs to be preserved, protected, and acknowledged, I've seen you there. So I'll simply say for the black history that we do have and that we will continue to have, may you continue to shine and enlighten us with music and the history that goes along with it. I do know about some of the things. I don't know if you want everybody to know about what you're working on.
Go for it.
You're working on a big book to talk about the history, and I can't wait to see that. So for those that are living, may your history shine, and for those that are ancestors, I'll just simply say in one word, Ashe.
Ashe.
And good to always see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I just want to say real quickly that your family and my family were very close,
Yes.
and we're children of the movement.
Yes.
And you would think in this day and time that we would be able to sit down, but no, we have to get up and continue on. And so having said that, I just want to just put in your ear that we need to reach back and, to the millennials, to the Gen Zs, Gen X, et cetera, and expound to them what we went through and give them some guidance. I know it's tiring, but keep up the fight, keep up the work. We love you.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank
Commissioner
you very much.
Caswell?
Thank you, Brother Epe, again, for your leadership. We know that you are a foresight visionary. Even before the state started making it mandatory about gun, you've been out there. I got your books. You showed it to me years ago. And so I just hope that the districts really adopt what you have already been putting out there and allow this to go throughout our school district. I do want to follow with you around some of our schools in the district to actually get that in there and really work with those kids to understand as they trying to train them about what not to do with a gun. And your book really lays that out before that curriculum came out from the state. So thank you for your leadership there.
Thank you, thank you. Can I just comment on what you said? Literacy is very, very important. Literacy, which we know the stats of what's happening in the city and the county. So I just want to just comment on that. That's why I wrote the book. Literacy as well. Yes, thank you.
Thank Commissioner Brooks.
I just wanted to jump in and say, let those listening and those in the audience know that Epe has been advocating against guns, the proliferation of guns, particularly in the hands of youth, since I met him when I was in the legislature. Right. And I recall inviting him to the legislature to give a presentation, and it was, "Don't touch that gun."
Yeah.
And that was it in the 90s?
That was in the 90s, it was.
So at that time, Epe was advocating to keep the community, keep children away from guns, and trying to get public policy directed toward keeping guns out of the hands of children. So I'm just wondering now, Epe, what did they take from that? Because some of the people that were there then are there now. So I'm just wondering, did they use that as a strategy to do what they're doing now? Because we were advocating just the opposite.
That's a good question.
Don't put guns in the hands of children.
That's right.
Because then the violence and the death rate will go up. That's what we were advocating against.
That's right.
And then they turned around and passed laws to do just that.
Yes,
But thank you for your advocacy, and I hope you continue.
yes.
I appreciate you.
Well, that's why the book is here. That's what the book is about, for those who know.
We need to
touch a
get it
gun.
in our schools.
We just have to keep doing what we do.
Yeah,
That's right. The fight is not over until we win. That's
that's
it.
true.
That's it.
Thank
Epe-
you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Epe, thank you so much.
You're
And thank you for actually sharing music today in the chamber as a way to bring people together. We know how well you do that in this community, and thank you. It's wonderful for you to be acknowledged for all you have given to this Memphis and Shelby County.
Thank you very much. You all keep up the great work too. Thank you.
Yes. Parliamentarian, we will now allow 3 minutes for commissioners to review the consent agenda. And if there are any items that would need to be pulled, if you could start the timer. While commissioners are reviewing the agenda, if we could, they've let us know that Ms. Hardaway, your silver Dodge Ram, license plate BDN N109, that it is being parked illegally and could be towed, so please go and move your silver Dodge Ram, license plate BDN 9109. We have one Commissioner Q, Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you. I would like to pull number 10 and number 13, please.
10 and 13. Okay. Parliamentarian, seeing no other, we are now to read the consent agenda minus item number 10 and 10 and 13.
Items 6 through 9 come from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Ford as acting chair. Item 6 is a resolution receiving
To those in the chamber, it's important for us to be able to hear those items, and there are also folks who are listening in online, so there has to be silence within the chamber, please.
Item 6 is a resolution receiving and filing the June 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry. Item 7 is a resolution receiving and filing the July 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry. Item 8 is a resolution approving the purchase of property insurance for Shelby County Government with Dana Sloyan, DBA McLean Insurance, Inc. through Travelers Indemnity Company for 1 year beginning October 7, 2025, at a cost of $2,072,649. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $2,072,649, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 9 is a resolution approving a piggyback contract with Intracon Security Systems, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $60,609.06 for the term from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026 for the purpose of providing security services at the Shelby Cares on 3rd Health Hub, with the option to renew for one additional 1-year period beginning July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 county general operating funds in an amount not to exceed $60,609.06, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr. Item 11 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 11 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Shelby County Grant Fund operating budget in the amount of $56,513 for a total contract amount of $809,750 for the Shelby County Health Department pursuant to the School-Based Dental Program Grant to provide dental services for the period beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. This item requires the FY 2026 appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $56,513 for a total contract amount of $809,750, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 12 comes from the General Government Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 12 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and/or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 14 comes from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 14 is a resolution approving the sale of 30 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $142,325 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute with claim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Can I get a motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Bradford. Madam Clerk, could you prepare the screen for a vote? Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. We do have a few comment cards that were related to some of the consent agenda items. I'll first call Michael Joyner. number 6, related to audit number 6.
Good afternoon, Michael Burnett Joyner for the Shelby County Circuit Court Clerk's Office. I am the Chief Administrative Officer for that office under the leadership of the Honorable Jamita Swearingen. On item 6, that is the quarterly report. When I had an opportunity to hear that on Wednesday, on the last page of that report, page 17, what would be the 5th bullet point, it says fines and fees are down. And they mention a number of courts, including Circuit Court Clerk's Office. It says the following offices reported revenue below budget. I wanted to come here and note that that is incorrect. It does make use of the circuit court fees, which is one of 3 items under revenue. The circuit court clerk's office is actually above revenue that was budgeted, almost by actually over $100,000. Also, I know that it will come up a lot of times with revenue. What about expenditures? There are a number of items under expenditures as well. I would like to report that the Shelby County Circuit Court Clerk's Office came in under budget under each item under expenditures as well. So I wanted to correct the idea that the Circuit Court Clerk's Office is below revenue. Actually, the Shelby County Circuit Court Clerk's Office has bought in funds for the county in the positive. So I thought it was of note that we wanted to come and make sure that I put that on the record. In addition to that, it had been noted because we came before this body last year where we were approved by this body for 4 FTEs, and it was signed by the mayor. To date, we have not received those individuals, those 4 officers. Office for the clerk's office, and one of the reasons often has been said is that we were not making money for the county, which is incorrect. Last year, Clerk Swearingen had over $600,000 collected in fees, and this year she is also in the black. We will certainly come back before this body about that, but I wanted to put it on the record that that statement is somewhat misleading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. I now have Matt Brown. If you could state your name and address for the record, please. Next comment card is Matt Brown. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Matt Brown, 396 Alexander Street, 38111. I'm here to speak on the moving of the funds to the West Tennessee AFL-CIO. We're running a pre-apprentice program now in which we're trying to recruit folks into our building trades. So we have a 4-week, 8-hour a day program that takes veterans, people of color, women, folks who are historically been left out of our building trades, and we take them through a 4-week crash course in which we travel through the 7 different training facilities here in Shelby County. They can learn a little about electricians, plumbing, carpentry, millwrights. Who am I leaving out, brother? I'm leaving out. There's 7 different training: the painters, plumbers, the welders, iron workers. So each student gets a little of this. All the while, we're teaching them math. Construction math, we give them an OSHA 10 certification, CPR, Red Cross, and we pay these students to come to class. The only requirement is they remain drug-free and they have an active, valid driver's license. So that's what we're here to support, and we really appreciate the opportunity for y'all to come and support this program. And we're here, of course, to answer any questions. Hopefully the one-pager is floating around. So.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll now move to Brenda Veazey. Is Brenda Veazey in the audience? Ms. Veazey, if you could say your name and address for the record.
I pass. I get someone that time.
Next, we have Rowana Brawl.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is me again.
Ms. Brawl, if you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is Rowena Brawl, and I'm a community activist and founder of We Fed Up. It's time to hold those accountable for our votes. With that being said, as founder of We Fed Up, I'm personally going to hold each and every one of you accountable for not doing what you were voted in to do. Revitalize our communities, which include our contributions and a seat at your table. However, transparency and accountability is the topic for today. And as a constituent who represents many, it's my Black business to make sure and ensure that my community and those that you represent, all of you represent, are not unjustly or unfairly or unlawfully taken care of, advantage of. Here at We Fed Up, we fight economic disparities of unjust and unfair, unlawful policies and procedures while amplifying the voices of the oppressed. Hashtag, I have a hashtag that says time of the essence, which means team involvement means everyone in this room, everywhere. In the words of the great Dr. Martin King Jr. famous speech, I have a dream. 1963 is not an end, but a beginning. Those who hope that the Negro needed to blow off steam and will now be content will have a rude awakening if the nation returns to business as usual. This won't be the last time seeing my face. Until real reform is established, there will be no relief. I am that one your mama warned you about. Thank you.
Thank you. Parliamentarian, please read item number 10.
Item 10 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Ford as acting chair. Item 10 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Glamour Grooming and Boarding to Memphis West Tennessee AFL-CIO Labor Council. This item requires a reallocation of $100,000 from the FY 26 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, Madam Clerk, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
This item received a favorable recommendation in committee as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Madam Clerk, could you please report the vote?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Morrison has abstained. I have 11 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 13.
Item 13 comes from the General Government Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 13 is a resolution acknowledging a vacancy in the Office of Judicial Commissioner and setting the following dates to fill one vacancy. 1 Friday, October 3rd, 2025 as the application deadline. 2, Wednesday, October 15th, 2025 as the date for interviewing candidates. And 3, Monday, October 20th, 2025 as the date for appointment. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bradford, a second by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Sugarman, can I receive a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's favorable.
Commissioner Morrison, you're acknowledged.
Thank you. I was just going to ask why this is not on the regular committee and commission day, or is it now? Did the schedule change?
It should be on a regular commission day, so I don't know if this, thank you for pointing that out. It should be, we probably need to make an amendment to this resolution that it's on October 22nd as the interview date, and then Monday, October 27th as the appointment date. Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman. I'm sorry, a motion by Commissioner Morrison. Are you making this motion?
Sure.
Yes, and Commissioner Sugarman second. Can we do that without objection? Thank you. Madam Screen, could you prepare the screen for a vote? Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 12 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, if you could read item 15.
Item 15 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 15 is an ordinance first reading, ordinance to amend Chapter 42 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to establish advance notice requirements for lead hazard reduction in plumbing work and to amend Chapter 6 to provide a cross-reference to such requirements. Sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Madam Clerk, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
Okay, that moves on to the second reading. Parliamentarian, if you could read item 16.
Item 16 comes from the General Government Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 16 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance amending the Shelby County Charter to amend 1, Article 5, Section 5.24, recall of elected county officers, and 2, Article 6, Section 6.02, County Board of Education. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was an add-on in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Okay, Commissioner Sugarman, can I receive a committee report?
Yes, it was favorable.
Commissioner Sugarman? favorable, thank you. All right, Commissioner Ford?
Thank you, and I'm asking this on first reading, so maybe we can get some answers before we entertain this on third reading. To the attorney through the chair, and maybe the sponsor through the chair. I've gotten conflicting information about the recall. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because I did talk to one person in the audience that stated that this body could entertain, but I've also been getting information where the state would have to do it. And I think that there are some people that are on this body, if they knew that we could have entertained this earlier, then we probably would have entertained it when we were talking about an item that's going to be coming up later. So I have no idea where we're at, but those are the two conflicting things that I've been told. So through the attorney to the chair, what say you?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Presently, there is no state law or charter authority for the county commission to recall school board members. If this referendum were to be enacted, it would basically sit there until authorized by state law amendment. So presently, no authority. If the referendum is passed without state law action, it will not have any effect.
So I got one other question to the sponsor through the chair. Would this be sort of similar to what the council wanted to do when they had a referendum item that I think it dealt with gun laws? Would this be something similar, or would this be something to where, well, first of all, when would you want this to be on the ballot?
To Commissioner Ford through the chair. And so my conversation with state legislators, they will be taking this item up. And so if, again, to your point, you're correct that they will be taking it up this next assembly. And this will go on the ballot in August of 2026. If they I understand there's going to be movement at the state level to push for a recall, then we could wait till later on, but that's going to also take time because, again, you have a new body, et cetera, so it may not be on a referendum at all. So my intent is to go ahead and set it up for General Assembly when they get together. They do, from my conversations to the ones I've talked to, they plan to move on this at the state level.
I have one last question, so let me do that.
Commissioner Ford?
All right, so my last question, just for clarity, I think I know what you're trying to do. So you want to set it up now, then we have our conversations when they reassemble in January, and your goal is for legislation to be passed in Nashville to make this item one that can actually be executed locally. Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote. Oh, we have an abstention from Commissioner Brooks.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained, having 11 ayes and 1 abstain.
That moves on to a second reading. Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 17.
Item 17 comes from the Education Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as acting chair. Item 17 is a resolution to accept the Youth Voice Summit 2025 recommendations presented by the Shelby County Youth Council AFL-CIO and to consider their implementation. Sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. This item was deferred in September 8th, 2025 Commission meeting.
And Madam Parliamentarian, my apologies, Commissioners. There was a comment card on number 16, so I would like to give that person an opportunity to speak. Tequila Rucker. Tequila Rucker. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Tequila Rucker, 1000 Cooper, 38104. There's a lot going on in our city and across this country. And while I hear the things that you're saying about the recall and it having to go before the state before it can become law here, I do ask that you all consider going ahead to push that forward, that that's what you are deciding to do, so that we can focus on the more intimate threat that's about to impact our city, which is the invasion of the National Guards. And so with the current culture and climate in our city, we cannot afford to be divided, and we cannot continue to operate doing politics as we've been doing them. We have to pay attention to what's really happening right now. As it relates to this school board, if you start moving people and aligning things based off of decisions that were made within the authority, you are setting a precedence for how we do things locally. And we need to be trying to maintain as much local control as we can right now, because if we start opening these doors, the next door that's going to be open is people coming for your seats. This is not something that I'm speculating. This is something that I know. So I'm asking you all, as we move forward to try to prepare our communities to be safe, that we can do the recall. We got term limits. We don't need the election cycle disrupted. We need it to remain as it is while we figure things out, what we gonna do to prepare and protect our community. Let that school board remain as it is in place so that we can focus on the more imminent threat, because it's coming and it's coming fast, and we need all hands on deck to prepare the people. And we're gonna be coming to you for guidance and to help on making sure that your communities are safe. So we are asking you to hear me. I'm asking you to hear us around this item. We don't need to realign the election cycles. That, like, let the recall go. We do support that, but let's figure out like what we're gonna do about what's pressing right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford.
It's not on this, it's on 17 when it's in front of us.
I'm sorry.
It's on item 17, not the comment card.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford is speaking on item number 17.
All right, thank you. Item 17. We actually have our youth here, and I'm glad that this item was put as a regular agenda item in order for our youth to be here. So for those youth that are part of the Youth Voice Summit and the Shelby County Youth Council, and you had the opportunity to speak in front of us a few months ago, could you stand, please? Don't be afraid, it's just us. All right. All right, so our youth, well, now y'all know we got to do thumbs up and thumbs down going forward, y'all, but yeah. So our youth, a couple of months ago, they came to committee, and they had a few people that came in front of us stating their wants and their needs from this body and from Shelby County government as a whole. I'm not going to go over all of the items, but the exhibit that we have in our computer states that our youth are looking to us for investment in youth employment and career readiness, expansion of youth mental health services, youth homelessness prevention and housing assistance, community safety and violence prevention, and accessible and affordable health care for youth. The resolution accepts these initiatives, and it also states that we, within this fiscal year, will do what we can in order to look at ways that we can provide fiscal notes for some of these initiatives. My colleague, when he brought something regarding CEP stating that he wanted to do something specific, I stated on record that even a small amount times 13 would probably not do what it could do with these key recommendations. But I think that us acknowledging our youth, because they could be the future commissioners, council members, mayors, and whatnot, it would be important for us to state that we will actually be proactive and active in looking for ways in order to fund some of these recommendations. And with that being said, I'm glad that they're here. I don't know if any of the youth or if Reggie filled out a card, but I'm glad that they're here. Upstairs, you have been acknowledged, and I did state that I would bring something for the purposes of making sure that we start working on some things. And this commissioner is already working on a couple of things, so we'll just see what transpires. And thank you all for being here, and I hope you had a good day at school, and may you continue to have great days in school as well. Thank you. I yield. Thumbs up and down, y'all.
We do have comment cards from a few folks on this item. Rusty Eskridge.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Reggie Eskridge, 437 North 5th Street. I'm the Youth Engagement Coordinator for the Shelby County Youth Council, and I would just like to thank you on behalf of the Youth Council for bringing forth this resolution. We will have a couple of our Youth Council members come forth to speak a little bit more specifically to the resolution, but we want to thank you again for this opportunity, and we look forward to strengthening our relationship and working with you all this year.
Thank you, Mr. Eskridge. Mark Williams. Mark Williams? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Got to give you time to get down from the top of the chamber.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Williams, 477 North 5th Street, Bridges, USA, 38105. My name is Mark Williams again. I am the Shelby County District 10 Youth Representative, so I represent Brittany Thorne's district. I just want to thank you for this opportunity and for your continued support of Youth Voice, especially in a time when we face challenges like funding cuts and state-level stereotyping. For many years, the Shelby County Youth Council, or SCYC, has been a beacon for youth people, for young people in our district and our overall county. We believe that this resolution before you today can mark a new era of cooperation between SCYC and the County Commission. Passing it will send a powerful message to every single youth in this county. You are seen, you are heard, and you are valued. Our strategic plan this year focuses on one of the most pressing issues we face, youth mental health. For the 26-27 budget, we want to influence both how Shelby County Schools and the County Commission allocates funds for youth mental health initiatives. We also plan to create a dedicated youth mental health platform for the 2026 elections, ensuring that this critical issue is a priority for all candidates. To further this goal, we're holding the Youth Voice Summit on February 21st, 2026. We invite each of you to attend. It is a chance to meet with young people, engage in direct conversations, and truly understand the impact of mental health on this generation. The summit will be held at Bridges, and our youth coordinator will be in contact with you and your staff to follow up and send a formal invitation to the summit. This brings me to my call to action. We need you to act now and show that young people that you care about them as not just as future voters, but as constituents today. Youth mental health and violence prevention are deeply interconnected issues. We urge you to amend your budget to allocate funds to these critical areas. This resolution has the power to spark a much-needed discussion across the county and in our schools. It is a key first step to making a real impact on youth mental health, violence prevention, and overall youth empowerment. I respectfully urge you to pass this resolution without objection. The passage of the resolution sends a clear message to every single young person in this county that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners promises to invest for a better future for its youth. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Just as a reminder, there are folks who are listening online, and they are not really able to hear if there's noise in the chamber. So just your approval is a thumbs up. Disapproval is a thumbs down. Caden Page, our next speaker.
Caden Page, address 477 North 5th Street. Hello, my name is Caden Page. I'm with the Youth Justice Action Coalition, other known as YJAC. We are a group of justice-impacted and connected youth individuals who believe in a new reformed system of justice for youth. We envision a Memphis where there are no youth in prison, and a system where youth are given resources they need to solve the root causes of youth crime and are diverted from justice system to programs that are rehabilitative and not punitive. And as this resolution that you just passed will also impact community safety, our main campaign goals for this year are to, number one, invest in the Youth and Family Resource Center in order to expand the summons program and strengthen it as a community-based alternative model to detention. And two, to create an alternative phone number to call to de-escalate situations for the youth and for youth dealing with mental health crisis. We hope that this can be done by investing in the YFRC and pre-existing local groups to dispatch civilian professionals to call for youth that do not require police intervention. This is also in line and in cooperation with SCYC in their current resolution to invest more money in youth mental health, as we know the effects of the detention center on young people's mental health is actually very dire. Thank you for your cooperation. We cannot wait to work for you.
Thank you, Mr. Page. We have a couple of commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Reggie and the council. It's exciting to see you represent yourselves today, so thank you all for being here. I look forward to the summit in February, Mahal, and I just want to say to the group, if we can just be intentional to look for schools that have not historically had representatives to represent them on the council, that's something that I'm really passionate about, and I know in District 10 that's been a focal point because we have our neighborhood schools that have a challenge to engage with the council. So if we can just be intentional, at least to increase participation during the summit, Mark, I trust that we can work on this together to ensure that Hamilton and Melrose and Oak Haven, that they too are part of this particular opportunity. And then I would love to just invite the council to just really get involved in some of the other issues that are a part of your agenda. So when I think about accessibility, I think about transit and how on the city council side of things, like it would be great for you to be vocal advocates to support when we know that there are great resources in Shelby County, but they're inaccessible with the transit system that we have presently, and a number of people just need transit support. And so if we're talking about getting people to great resources, we have to figure out how they're going to get there. I just think that this is a great start, and I just look forward to seeing what District 10 can do to support your agenda and the youth in your network. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, to the young people, thank you all for coming out. It was great to be with you all last year as y'all worked on these agenda items and came up with what you came up with. One of the things I just say is that, again, as Commissioner Thornton just shared, I think last year you all had the city of Memphis also partnership with you all on that summit. It was like looking at how do we create some type of joint ordinance between the city and the county around some of these issues. The other, I would say, make sure that you all reach out when you just talked about action item now that we can focus on around youth mental health. It's the Youth and Family Resource Center. Some of the money, $500,000, well, $1 million now, around youth mental health has been invested with the Braden Foundation through the Youth and Family Resource Center, through the Office of Shelby County Office of Community Service. So really, how do we tap into them to make sure that those resources are being expanded throughout the county and making sure young people like you are helping to get the word out that we have free mental health services through that through the Braden Foundation, through the Youth and Family Resource Center. So making sure we tap the resources that are on the table right now and make sure we maximize that. So next year, as we come to budget, we can say, hey, we used those dollars and we made sure that the word got out. So it justifies this body putting more investments towards that. So thank you, Chair, and thank you to our young people. Keep doing the great work. And I also want to be added as a sponsor on this item.
I have a motion to be added as a sponsor. Commissioner Caswell, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Commissioner Ford, you recognize.
Very quickly, and if Director Bromley is listening, and I appreciate you bringing that up, there's been a lot of work that has been done with the aforementioned foundation. If Director Bromley could give us some information, all 13 commissioners, regarding the work that has been done with the allocation, at least we'll know what foundation we have for the purposes of adding to that foundation. So that's my request on record, and if Director Bromley has that request, make sure you send it to all 13 commissioners, and I'll make sure I send it to Reggie so that the Youth Council can start looking at that and come up with some more recommendations. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Mark, check your text messages, and I would like to be added as a sponsor.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me again. I see Commissioner Mark Beasley here, also a representative with Bennesley, forgive me, sir, Bennesley, and his leadership with the Alliance Healthcare, and the fact that they're building a youth crisis center. So I know he's down front here. If we can also connect with them, I know you all would love to have youth voices around that new development that you're about to do. That's something that, again, this body helped put some dollars towards. So thank you for your leadership there. But this is another great resource when we talk about having youth voices at the table for that youth crisis center that's about to be developed on summer. Thank you, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you could prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 11 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 18.
Item 18 comes from the Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Enforcement Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chair Bradford. Item 18 is a resolution approving the appeal of Elizabeth Carroza seeking to overturn the action of the Memphis and Shelby County Land Use Control Board approving a 97-lot major subdivision at the subject property municipally known as 0 Billy Meyer Road at the west of Billy Meyer Road, approximately 1,000 feet north of the intersection of Rensselaer Drive and Billy Meyer Road, known as case number S 2025-030. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell, Jr. This item was sent down without recommendation in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Vice Chair Bradford, could I have a committee report?
Yes, this item comes down without recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Caswell, you recognize.
Yes, Vice Chair, well, you're going to speak to the deferred, that was, if you could speak to that, because, yeah.
Vice Chair Bradford.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to defer this, I believe, to the, I guess whenever our next meeting is. My understanding is the developer is working with the appellant, and they think they're getting close to a resolution, and so I'd just like to give them a little bit more time. I think they're both here. I don't know that either one of them needs or wants to speak on it.
Well, if we're going to defer, I would rather we wait and allow them to speak at that time, just because it then puts the hearing.
I did not mean a
motion.
discussion. I just, if they had any further comment. Thank you.
All right, and so I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Caswell, and that would be, Vice Chair Bradford, if we were defer this to the October 6th meeting. Can we do that without objection? Okay. All right. So moved. All right. parliamentarian, if you could read item number 19.
Item 19 comes from the Education Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as acting chair. Item 19 is a resolution aligning the elections of the Shelby County Board of Education with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated section 49-2-201F, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was deferred in September 8th, 2025 commission meeting.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Sugarman, could you give a committee report?
It was favorable.
Okay. We now, we have several comment cards on this item, and so I'll call those folks up. If you could, when you come up, say your name and address for the record, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. The first speaker is Andrea Bell.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andrea Bell, Bridge Meadow Lane, 38125, District 12. Vote no to the substitute resolution. We fought for education equality in 1954. We consolidated school systems in 2013. We got a city to save. Now we must align our school board elections legally to 2026. Bill HB 1383 will legally align our elections. We got a city to save. Unlawful. Well, the elections must be aligned. The governor signed. Legal services vetted, and even your attorney Smith verified. The only thing unlawful are the commissioners who are making the mistake of colluding and plotting to disregard the voice of the people. Respectfully. Yes, some good folks will be affected or abridged, but if they've done their job right, they will be re-elected. We got a city to save. I need all my commissioners, vote no to this substitute resolution. Thank you.
Again, just for the record, it's a thumbs up or thumbs down to show either your approval or disapproval.
Point of information.
Yes,
I think there's some
Commissioner Sugarman?
confusion because it's not the resolution we're voting on, it's the bifurcation of the resolution. And it's getting really convoluted. The resolution has already passed except with the exception of the bifurcation.
Yes.
Can somebody explain that on the record for the audience?
Attorney Smith?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. To be clear, when this first appeared before you, there were 2 items for consideration. One was alignment and one was term limits. When this item was first before you, or last before you, prior to bifurcation, you guys decided in that moment you would take up term limits. Term limits have been voted on and approved. That's not before you. Today, the only item that's before you is alignment as to the election of school board members and whether or not to put that on the same schedule as your own elections. That's all that's before you now in a bifurcated item.
Commissioner Sugarman, what
Point
we're
of
voting now
information.
on, what we're voting on now is the alignment to the county elections. We've already, the item has been bifurcated.
I understand, that's the point I'm trying to make, because it's not only that, it's the 2020, the resolution took out the 2030. And so that's not clear, because if this votes down, then that means that it goes to 2030. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page, understands that.
So I'm going to ask the county attorney just to kind of explain what a voting, what is stated in the resolution, what the alignment means, so that we are clear for the commissioners on the dais.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Presently, the item that is before you from bifurcation would place full alignment in 2030. That was what was bifurcated out. There are additional terms as to districts, but presently, as it sits before you, you're looking at alignment, full alignment in 2030.
Is that clear for the commissioners that this is alignment for 2030? The current resolution before us. All right, now well, Commissioner Sugarman, I'm going to recognize you now, and then we're going to go back to comment cards. So, do you have an additional question?
Through Commissioner Thornton, through the chair, Commissioner Thornton, because your bifurcation, I thought, would take it to 2026, not 2030. And I just want to make sure it's clear, because I don't want after the fact that we voted one way, it's another way, just to be clear for not only the commissioners, but the listening audience and the audience that are here.
If I may, Chairwoman, be recognized.
You are.
Thank you. To Commissioner Sugarman, it is my understanding that a substitute or motion on the floor needs to be presented in order to take it to 2026. That what is before us now is just for 2030.
Commissioner Thornton was recognized. Commissioner Sugarman, do you have any additional questions? Commissioner Thornton, would you like to be recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
On this item?
Thank you, Chair. So there is a substitute that has been prepared for this particular item. It will amend the 2030 date to 2026. It is unclear to me if that is currently in our chambers right now. And so I would like to request the will of the chair if we could hear this item later, or just to make a motion on the floor to be able to amend the date. Before I show deference to the chair, to legal, is it as simple as amending the 2030 to 2026, or would there be additional items that would need to be amended and we would need to wait for the substitute?
Commissioner, are you saying that the document in written form is not before us?
Yes, ma'am. It is currently being printed off.
Okay, while we give time for that, we're going to go to the public comments. So that will give time for us, hopefully, to have those documents printed out so that it can be in written form for the commissioners. I'm going to call the next speaker, Latasha Griggs.
Good evening, Latasha Griggs, 1095 Bamble. I just really want to say that we need the board on the 2026 ballot. I feel that if it's someone sitting up there think that they should be on the 2030, then that make me question them and what are their motives. I feel like the board already don't listen to us as the parents. How can they tell us what's best for our kids if they're not listening to us? If we coming down here to you all and we expressing to you all, well, hey, this is what we want done, or can you all assist us with this or that? Then that's what I feel like that's what we need. I don't think that I really want to be rude today, but I'm not. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be real nice. I really feel like that if we can't be heard, then who can? If no one is listening to us as parents, because these are our children. And it's people that say they know what's best for our children, but I feel like they lining their pockets off of our children. They just need to be on the ballot with you all. Y'all have to go to 2026. They should go to 2026, not 2030, but 2026. That's all we ask. We ain't coming down here asking y'all to give us CPR or nothing. We just want them where they need to be. They already don't have no rules. They think they can do what they want to do with us and our children. No, everybody needs to be aligned where they should be aligned, and we will be okay. That's it, that's all. Have a nice one.
Thank you, Ms. Griggs. Next speaker is Bishop Charles Lampkin.
Charles Lampkin, 3711 Austin P. Highway. Thank you for your patience. I was moving a little slow because I don't want to roll. It'd be in trouble. Clearly today, it looks like we have managed to confuse the public. Yet again, we have to make some things perfectly clear. And if people don't understand it at whatever level that is, then we need to lower it and land the plane in the middle. At the end of the day, we have legislation from the governor's office that's sitting there. It's real clear what your instructions are, or it gives you a guide as to what you should do with regard to aligning this election. The vote today, based on my understanding of the way this is written, should be no to this amendment resolution so that we get back to the facts and we align the election up on for 2026. Give the people the opportunity and their power back. It's clear we have a disconnect on many levels. We voted no confidence, we've done this, we've done that, we've done the other, and we've come up here and had somewhat of a shouting match. Let's land the plane. Let us, Amos 3:3 says, how can two walk together except they be in agreement? Let's come together in agreement. There's power there. Show the community that you actually care, that you hear them. You listen twice as much as you speak. And when you make the decision based on what's best for the children that you represent. Their parents elected you into these offices. Many of you up there I really trust dearly, but there's a disconnect at MSCS with the board, with the parents. There's now becoming a major disconnect with the community and the county commission because now we're losing faith. I would please take a moment, breathe, look at where we are and where we need to get to. And if you can't see the writing on the wall now, something's really wrong. We need you to come together and let's be on the same team, the same sheet of music, the same verse. Let's do what's necessary. If they are going to be duly elected in 2026, if they've done their job, guess what? They're going to be reelected and everybody will get their slice of the pie. Please do what is right for integrity and for our children. Let them see real leaders up here that are making tough decisions.
Thank you, Bishop Lampkin.
Please do that.
Thank you.
Have a blessed day.
Our next speaker is LaShanta Rudd.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. LaShanta Rudd, 1200 Davis Street. And let me say this, y'all. Mick Wright, you urged the board members to hold a town hall meeting back in January, right? Amber Mills, you did a resolution that was sponsored by you to do the no confidence vote. Erica Sugarman, you wanted the forensic audit. You sponsored that, if I'm not mistaken. And then guess what? Y'all all voted for the term limits in August, okay? Stop playing games with the people. Because I'm going to keep showing up every meeting. Stop playing games and vote. Chairwoman, chair, settle the issue. This has been going on for 9 months. I don't care who is your friend on that school board. It doesn't matter. Make that tough decision and just move on. It's time for us to move on. And I'm being as nice as I can today because I don't want to run my blood pressure up. Chair, settle the issue. You can do this. It's time for us to move on. This is foolishness. And what y'all are showing the people is we can't make tough decisions. This has been traumatizing to our community. I've had to go to therapy behind this, as a matter of fact. It's time to move on. When I was a little girl, I'll make this real quickly. When I was a little girl, y'all, I watched my mother march every year in January in those Martin Luther King parades. Every January, singing the same old song year after year. We shall overcome. Well, we've already overcome. I'm already empowered. And enough is enough. Make the right vote and let's move on, people. It's time. Be real with the people. We the ones put y'all in the seats. And some of y'all are just out of touch with the people. You just working on getting to the next seat. You play musical chairs. I'm going to call it out. Settle the issue, chair. It's on you now. You want that seat? You got that seat? Settle the issue. I'm going to keep saying it. Settle the issue, and let's settle it today. Put your big girl bloomers on and settle the issue. Talk to your colleagues. Y'all need to tweet, text, whatever y'all need to do while y'all sitting up there. This has gone on too long. Settle the issue. I'm going to say it again. Settle the issue, y'all. You got to move on. We got the jail. You got the Regional 1 hospital. We got all these issues that's going on in our community. And yet, we are stuck on this one issue. Why? It's a reason for it. It's a reason why we are stuck on this issue. Thank you.
Ms. Rudd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going in peace.
Anthony Ware. Next speaker is Anthony Ware. My apologies, Mr. Ward.
I'm not even gonna say good evening to you, cause y'all really done a number. My name is Anthony Ward, W-A-R-R. W-A-R-R. I'm like a pit bull. When I lock in, I lock in. I've been telling you all since I've been coming down here. So y'all gonna make this decision. I heard what Emmett Ford Sr. said, like I think a couple of weeks ago. I got some on you. So that let me know, guess what? Y'all are very corrupt. Very corrupt. There's a lot of stealing going on. And then y'all wonder why the children are doing what they doing. Y'all think about it. Where is all the money going? Follow the money. Just follow the money. Let me pat y'all pockets and we just follow the money. Just follow the money. Just follow the money. All of you. I'm sick of you. I guarantee y'all been playing music chair after music chair. It won't happen this time. We're gonna make sure of that. So you might as well go ahead and get your job back at Fred Smith, UPS, the post office, whatever you were doing. It won't happen. Because we sick of y'all. We sick of the school board. We are sick of y'all. And when I say sick of y'all, we sick of y'all. Just do your job. This shit shouldn't last this long. Constantly putting it off. Y'all, and then y'all think y'all just playing on us? That's what it looked like. Y'all think, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to put it off again. Do your job. We sick of y'all. I want y'all to know we are sick and tired of y'all. Very sick of y'all. Then y'all get up there and sit in your chair like everything is okay. It's not okay. It's not. It's not. We don't care about who friend you. I do not care. I don't care get them out of the office. I don't care what they do. Because they didn't care about what they did to Fagan. So you think I care about that? I don't care. Let them all go to the post office or somewhere and work. They say they ain't making but $25,000 no way. But they thought this here was just going to end right there. In Crooked Lee Harris. My name is Anthony Ward. I said it. So let him know. I said it. I know y'all heard what Joe Brown said. We already knew y'all was corrupt. We knew it.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Stealing from the people.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
That's what y'all doing, stealing from the people.
Our next speaker is Christopher Robinson.
If it would please the chair, I'm here for Christopher Robinson, who is a student of MSCS, and he had some after-school activities, but he is on the phone to address the commission. Christopher, you can go.
Good morning.
State your name and address for the record.
My name is Christopher Robertson. I reside at 1529 Dunmore Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114. I'm a 15-year-old student and an entrepreneur, but most importantly, I'm here today as the voice for the children of Memphis, Tennessee. Our futures depend on how this community cares for us. And I'm going to start by saying this. It's not looking good right now. Memphis, Tennessee serves about 100,000 students, and half of them aren't even living in poverty. We're only serving 53,700 free lunches. Let's talk about the past 9 months and how everything has went downhill. And we won't fix any problems. We're sitting here with a board that's not doing anything, with a board that is not fixing problems. Only thing they care about is being able to be seen on social media and say what they have to say. We're still sitting here trying to figure out how we have board members that are up, sitting in the seats, still being respected by their higher-ups, and they're being disrespectful to students or ex-students. We're trying to figure out how we just blew past the video of our now interim superintendent telling people not to play with him. What you guys are doing today, what you guys are doing now, are spelling what the kids are doing. You guys are failing our future. Our future is based off of what goes on. Our children can't do what's right in their future if you guys don't give them the resources that they need now. I'm going to say this and I'm going to be done. Because of the fact that you're failing our students today, the seat that you're sitting in right now and the choices you are making will determine whether they fail our next generation because you guys are failing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, you have a comment card. I'm going to go ahead and let you speak at this time.
All right. Damon Curry Morris, 1529 Dunmore Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114. I didn't want to come down here and speak because it seems to be a problem everywhere I go. But these children had wanted me to amplify their voices today. So I'm going to read a letter that was written by my grandson after the last county commission meeting. which him and several of his colleagues from school sat up and watched the entire meeting. So they wanted me to amplify their voices as to what they saw and witnessed. Because he's at an NFL combine right now, so he couldn't be here either. He wanted to be, but he couldn't. I am Deshaun Oliver. I am sorry I cannot be there tonight. I'm 11 years old, and I'm a student at Memphis Merit Academy Charter School. My grandfather taught me to stand on the side of right. The school board is not right. When I was taught this is the same thing that our family had to go through 2 years ago. This time I had to see my grandfather go to jail, and I lost my sports scholarship. I supported the new school board as the face of the third grade retention law. I am very disappointed in everybody in the district. No one has asked the children how we feel or if we care, other than Dr. Fagans. Are we doing what's best for our children? Because this board has never done the best for my family. I told my granddad that karma will hit anyone that's on the side of wrong. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Notoria Carpenter.
Good afternoon, Notoria Carpenter, 2100 Curry, Memphis, Tennessee, 38108. I am coming in peace today. We have been here for the last several months. The alignments, I feel that the alignments for 2026, because when we do stagger elections, we have low voter turnout, of course, and then you have people that feel like already that they vote don't count. So do you think they're going to come out on a staggered election where there's no mayor on the ballot, no president on the ballot? So and then not only that, it will save the taxpayers money. Put it out, just align it. It's not hard to do, and it's not a personal attack, and it's not a get back at the school board. It's just do what's right. It came from the governor, and it also came from our Representative Tory Harris, the one sponsored the bill, and a lot of our Democrats signed on the bill. So if it was illegal or it was non-constitutional, I don't think the governor or their office would have passed it through. And another thing, no one know what better Memphis need and our children need, but people that's at 901 and not 662.
Our next speaker is Judith Brown.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. I'm standing here because
Ms. Brown, if you could say your name and address for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Judy Brown, 5672 Tulip Hill Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38135, District 3. I'm here again in support of the realignment of the election putting of the school board with the current upcoming election. At the last meeting, 2 of the commissioners said that the city was broke. So I'm asking, why wouldn't the county commissioners want to save money, save the city money by having a ballot that realigns the election of the Shelby County Board of Education with the commissioners, where more people can vote? Here's a question. How many of you have an elderly mother or a grandparent or aunt or an uncle? Well, I do. My 83-year-old mom asked me, Judy, why don't they want to have one election rather than 2? So I'm asking you, why won't you have one election rather than 2 so that I can go back and tell my mom, Mama, they said this. And why does there seem to be protection toward the school board members where they can continue to do and say whatever they would like to say. There's no ethics board for them. There's no recall available. All we have is the realignment. If the school board members are doing their job, and if they are confident like they say they are, and if they are doing this for the kids like they say that they are, what is the problem with the school board going along and in favor of a realignment? Because if they're doing the right thing, we will vote them back in. Because we're looking for people who has our kids' best interests at heart. I was an educator for 31 years. One of our school board members has been on the board at least 10, 12 years. She was there when I came on, and when I came to that school in my district, and she was there when I retired. And she's still there. And so I'm asking, I'm in District 3. So I'm asking, if they're doing what they say they are doing, we're going to put them back in. We're going to go out there, pound the streets, and advocate for them. So why are they against it? So we're just asking for the realignment, for the elderly, for the disabled who already have trouble getting to the elections, who they want to vote, but they don't want to keep going back and forth. So we're asking that you vote, support the realignment, and save the city money, since a couple of you already said that we're broke. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tammy Sawyer. Clerk Sawyer, if you could just state name and position.
Thank you. Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. Really quickly, I just wanted to add to this because I reached out earlier this year about alignment. I would just like to share that when I ran for General Sessions Clerk in March during the primary, 8% of the electorate came out to vote. In August, when it was my general and it was the school board primary, 13% came out to vote. And then in the presidential election in November, 55% of people came out to vote. And we spend about $350,000 for those two primaries each, and upwards of $1 million in the presidential year. So the General Sessions Clerk's office is the only office that's off cycle remaining in Shelby County. And I believe that if we are going to align based on the fact that it makes good sense, one, economically, we should not be having so many elections. And secondly, for turnout, that you also consider the fact that we do operate a solo election every 4 years. I would say that this alignment should also include the office of the General Sessions Court Clerk's office if you are going to move forward with that, to align all of the Shelby County offices on one ballot due to the cost and due to the impact of turnout. That will show a couple of things. One, as we know, we really cannot afford to hold 3 elections in 1 year for positions that are not all on the same ballot. But secondly, y'all good? Okay. Secondly, it will also show that we are considering the cost to the county. And third, that we are thinking about the voters. So this would put me up against a strange place if the alignment takes place in 2026. But it would also, my recommendation, so that you all know this is not about me personally, because I think that this vote should be about aligning the positions, not about how we feel about people. And so what I will say is that if the alignment does happen, and it includes the General Sessions Court Clerk's office, that the election for General Sessions Court Clerks should still happen as, if it's a 2030 alignment, that the next election should be for 2 years and then 2 years again. I'm not asking First of all, I'm not the 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Clerk Sawyer, we're not going to have interaction with it, so if you could just finish your comments.
Second of all, what I am saying is that I am not asking for an extension. I am asking for the position to be put on alignment. That happens one or two ways. I would either have to run again next year with the school board, or I or whoever else decides to run would have to run in 2028 and then again in 2030. So I'm saying either do 4 and 2, or if you do move everyone, since this should not be about people, that you move the general sessions court clerk's election as well.
Thank you.
Whether that's 2026 or 2030. And I've never disrespected anybody behind me's right to speak, and I've been supportive of both sides of this. I am just asking that if you do align the sole election that costs us almost $1 million to run, and that's the General Sessions Court Clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is School Board Member Sable Ote.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sable Ote, School Board Commissioner for District 5. So shortening school board terms is unconstitutional and undermines the will of the people. It weakens voter power, disrupts the democratic process, and sets a dangerous precedent of cutting terms short when certain groups disagree. This erodes trust and stability in our schools, and if this is allowed to happen to us, who's to say you all won't be next? I have 3 boys, if we're making this about children. 2 of them go to school because one is 3. And they go to school within the district. So if we're talking about academics and our children, what our children need right now is hope. We have larger issues at stake. Let's not talk about the national literacy rate right now. More than 50% of individuals nationwide are reading at a 6th grade level or below. This is just not a Tennessee or a Memphis issue. This is a national issue. I don't know if people in the room know this. How do we address educational issues as a unit? How do we come together as leaders? How do we put those arms across the table as county commissioners, city council, philanthropic groups, mayor, state reps? How are we doing that? What are we doing to really get to the root cause of the issues that we have with education, which is eradicate crime? What are we doing to address that? What are we doing to address homelessness? This all plays a role in student and academic achievement. What are we doing to address poverty and employment? We need more resources. What are we doing for mental health support? We need better jails. My sister was in and out of jail, and she had mental health issues. She in turn passed away in March of substance abuse. So I deal with the same issues that many of our children that attend school today deal with. What are we doing to get down to the root cause of what's really affecting our community and our children today? What are we doing? Let's start by focusing on economic development. How do we learn to work together to build strong local economies to create stable communities? In Memphis, we need that. Everyone can see that we're a powerhouse here. Why do you think that we have XAI here? Why do you think that Google is building what they're building here? Why do you think we have Valero and FedEx? Everyone can see that we have a gold mine, but us. So we need economic development. We need family and stability resources. We need stronger schools. We do. We need investment in schools. We need access to opportunities. The people in the room could tell you they're not getting paid a livable wage. How can you focus on school or learning if the kids are coming to school hungry? If their parents aren't making enough money? If the older siblings are watching the younger siblings? That was me. Because sport and my mentors helped me get to where I got to. I was able to do a sport, a bobsled, something different than other kids were able, and I was exposed to different things. So my trajectory is different because I had exposure and I had resources. We need community investments, and we need to work together as a unit. Last thing I want to say, good, bad, or indifferent, I do thank everybody for coming in with their opinions and their feelings, because everybody was respectful today, so kudos to everybody for that. But just take that into consideration, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, School Board Member. School Board Member Natalie McKinney.
Good afternoon. Natalie McKinney, 160 Glen Rogers. Commissioners, I come here today to talk about the potential over 20,000 voters that will be disenfranchised, who made a decision a year ago. 20,000 voters. Any resolution that abridges the terms of duly elected officials represents an unprecedented erosion of democracy. Our political system, while not perfect, is grounded on the principle of one person, one vote. Voters elected board members for 4-year terms. To cut those terms short, in effect, is a backdoor recall. The constitutionality of the statute itself is questionable. Article 11, Section 9 of the Tennessee Constitution prohibits shortening the terms of elected officials, period. Some argue that the legislature would never pass an unconstitutional law. That is simply not true. Tennessee has passed laws later struck down, including most recently the residency requirement for congressional candidates in 2022 and the 2023 law restricting drag performances. Passage doesn't equal constitutionality. Eliminating staggered elections would destabilize governance. Staggered terms safeguard institutional knowledge and continuity, both of which are essential to serve the best interests of our students. Last year, 5 members were duly elected to 4-year terms. If the community wants to align elections, the proper democratic path is referendum, as has always been the case with term limits and is the case with the recall resolution you just passed today. Even the election commission has cautioned against this. Commissioner Benny Smith said, "We do not overturn elections. We are the consent of the governed, not the consent of the governed body." Finally, please do not allow yourselves to be used as instruments of a destructive political strategy. Serving the interests of those intent on destabilization by any means necessary and advancing the ambitions of a few at the expense of our community's stability and democratic integrity. What we are seeing nationally and now locally is an erosion of elected bodies and officials' autonomy. You have the power to stop that here. I respectfully urge you, do not support any resolution that allows this body to unilaterally abridge duly elected official terms, uphold constitutional integrity, protect democratic stability, and honor the will of the over 26,000 voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Benny Smith.
Benny Smith, 273 Culver Street West, State Election Commissioner. Just came to address the body. It looks like the proper path. The last time I made comments on the caution between overturning election results. Anytime a body, an elected body, that's a governing body, can change how long a elected official serves in office, that is tantamount to a recall. And so there has been an ordinance put forward, and I think this is what I made in my remarks the last time. The proper course is some form of a recall that allows the citizens to function and control the government. That's the consent of the government. So if the consent of the governed is that 2 of the 9 members be recalled, that is different than overturning the terms of all of the individuals who were elected. And so that has now been put before you. And so I don't see a need for, even though it's just my opinion, I don't see the need for trying to vacate the terms of duly elected officials, because you now have the ability to recall it. This is something that should happen in the legislature, and quite frankly, it's sad that the election commission is having to do a legislative function at the local level. However, that is the proper course. That's where it belongs. It's in the Tennessee legislature for every other seat except for the school board. So if the General Assembly would take this up in the General Assembly, then you wouldn't have to do it. But it is good now that the function of the county government is providing the same way that the Tennessee statutes would do so. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple of commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I have a question for you. Are you here speaking in your capacity for the State Board of Elections?
It's clever. No, I'm not representing the state of Tennessee, but as an independent commissioner, when there are election-related issues, I can use my expertise as an election commissioner to speak on elections.
Okay. You'd spoken twice before, and I never asked if you were, so
Yes.
I thought it third time I should ask if you
Correct.
are. So you're speaking as election commissioner, state election commissioner Benny Smith.
I'm speaking as Benny Smith, the citizen who is a state election commissioner
Okay.
with the expertise in elections.
Okay.
But I am an independent commissioner, and so this is not a matter before we're a 7-member body, and there is none of this is before us as a member body. So I wouldn't speak for the state of the state election commission because it's not my place to do so. There's nothing for us to vote on. However, as a state official who knows election law and knows how elections are performed, and it is my responsibility to manage the way elections are performed, because that's what we do function as a body, I can see that this is something that with my expertise that I, as a citizen, because I care about my county, that I can speak about.
Okay. Well, I'm doing my job as a county commissioner
right.
to ask you that question.
That's right.
Thank
That's
you.
right. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say again, woe to be us if we let this go further. These individuals were elected just last year, and according to the resolution before us, it allows them to serve out their 4 years so that in 2028 they can run again. However, also, I put before the commission to vote on a recall process. I've heard you all speak, and last time we were here, you stated you wanted a recall. And so I diligently heard you, and I did then I crafted a recall resolution so that voters can vote on it, to a recall for the school board members, as you all can recall Shelby County Commissioners. That is the process. And if we start overturning elections, where would it end? Again, we don't want to be heavy-handed. We get enough from this Trump. And I will not be in a position to be a Trumpster in the county commission, period. I'm going to follow protocol, procedures, and I'm not going to overturn any election because that is not our place. This is democracy. And if we don't care for the way people vote, or we don't care for the way people are acting, if we don't care about anything else, let's please care about the democratic process. It is very important. I know my parents fought very hard to get the ability to vote, and we got to take it very seriously. And so I'm very concerned, and having said that, yes, we hear you. I hear you. Yes, I do. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't have put together a recall resolution. So
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sugarman, just a moment. So bailiff, this will be my first warning of the evening. It's important that if you have comments to make, it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. We will not have chatter or back and forth in the chamber. Commissioner Sugarman, your time is restored.
Thank you. And so I just want to, for you all to go through the process correctly. If you have concerns, please vote and register people to vote. I'm in high school, 12th graders. We had the Shelby County Election Commission to come in and register students. They also had a booth. So again, in our capacities, whatever they are, let's do the right thing.
And as a commissioner, doing the right thing for the past 3 years, I do listen to my constituents, I listen to my students, and also I see what's going on and coming down the pipeline as well. So I'm just saying, I'm going to support the resolution that's before us, 2030. Let these school board members finish out their term. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford.
Okay, I need to know what I'm voting on or against. So we had this conversation to the attorney through the chair. I asked you for a timeline, and you articulated it a couple weeks ago on where we were and how it's turned from, and I said this over and over, you let it sit for a while, it's gonna turn into whatever. What is in front of us now, 2030, and can you define what alignment is? Does alignment mean that everybody starts at the same way, or is it what's in my computer that is staggered? So my question is 2030 and staggered what we're voting on?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Yes, you're going to have a staggered application with the current version. Currently, full alignment occurs in 2030. You will have a group of school board members whose term ends in 26. They would run again, and they would not be up for re-election until 2030. You have a group of school board members whose current term doesn't end until 28. Those individuals under the current form would run again in 28 and serve 2 years before all school board members would run in 2030 on the same election cycle as the Board of Commissioners. That is what you have before you right now.
Okay. And I just got passed out a substitute, and I see the sponsor here, but I still need to use my time real quick. So my question, and I don't know if Commissioner Whaley's substitute resolution that's in front of me, but not on the floor yet. This commissioner's goal is to get to 2026 and all that staggered stuff, no. So I will ask, unless Commissioner Whaley articulates it with this substitute, but the goal for this commissioner is to have 2026 and no staggered. So if that's what this resolution that might come in front of us does, I would want the sponsor of the resolution substitute to explain it thoroughly to the people that are listening and to the people that are here. So I'll just go ahead and yield while I read this. I think it does do that, but you know, you can strike one thing and add one letter and one word, and the whole thing is the complete opposite. So I'll wait and hear from the next person that's in the queue. Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I move this substitute, just want to reiterate my position on this item as one of the original sponsors of bringing this back in the summer, which is, I think, a little bit different than most of the commentary we've heard. And that's that I look at this as a long-term structural change. I think it's a mistake to rely on this as a means to air a grievance with any individual board member or board as a whole. The reason being that if this is implemented, whether it's next year or in 2030, it'll be in place every 4 years in perpetuity. So if you look down the road 20 or 30 or 40 years from now, and you have a situation where citizens are displeased with the performance of any board, whether it's school board, county commission, city council, this particular mechanism does nothing to remedy that. What actually remedies that is a recall, if it's between terms, or it's voting for a different candidate in the next election. So I just want to be very clear, and I understand it's difficult to legislate in a vacuum because there are clearly a lot of emotion and passion around this issue. But this is why in the past I've said that I've supported either way you do it, whether you do it in 2026, 2030, 2034, 2038, because I believe in the long term, fewer, higher quality elections, we drive higher turnout, is better for democracy. If we're encouraging people to vote, we already have too many. I actually really appreciate the comments by Clerk Sawyer earlier, because we have so many elections, more than most communities, that often you see voter fatigue. And we ought to be encouraging more people to vote and making it easier to vote. So the fewer, better elections we have, I think the better. So I would also support, the state would have to, I think, authorize this to be able to move the General Sessions Court position. I believe that's correct. We would need state authorization to do that, but I would support that as well. So all that said, in the weeks that this has transpired, I've realized that there still is opposition to the fundamental question of election alignment. Whether it's done now, in 4 years, in 8 years, that there's still opposition to it, and thus it's likely to be challenged at some level. And so it's with that belief that I move a substitute that essentially brings us back to the very basic original intent, which is to simply authorize the state law. There's no commentary, there's no names, no naming districts, not naming years, simply saying that upon passage, it takes effect. Okay, we are simply authorizing the law. And thus, if it is challenged, it is a state law that is challenged and not our interpretation of that law. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to move the substitute.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley. I have a second by Commissioner Thornton. Objection by Commissioner Sugarman. So we will now speak on the amendment. If there are folks who want to get in the queue, if you could clear the cache, and we'll, if you want to speak on the substitute amendment. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Whaley for presenting this, and I would urge my colleagues to support this particular substitute. If we're talking about making decisions in the future or making them now, I just think that we should make timely decisions and be able to position us to let our bosses, the citizens of Shelby County, do what they do, which is put people in office. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I just want to go on record that I do not support overturning any elections, period. People vote people into office for reasons. So in 2026, you have individuals running for office, and let's say these individuals win again, then what? We do have a recall so that you all can, well, we can vote on the recall. I think there should be a recall in place. And then doing with staggered elections, I do have an issue with that as well. Because as a person newly elected for 3 years, I've been leaning on the veterans who have been here for a while for support, advice, et cetera. Because there's certain things called institutional knowledge that people have from running from office. And so we have individuals, for example, who've been at the state legislature, who've been in the city council, et cetera. This is my 3rd year as an elected official. And I've learned a lot, and it's a lot because of sitting here and being very vocal, and also observing, watching, and being observant of my colleagues who do have that experience. And if you get rid of staggered elections, that is a huge issue, because you're going to lose that institutional knowledge. And I think some of the people that support this said that on record the last go around. That's a huge concern. The second thing I'm going to say is that I do not support this. I will not support this. As people vote, remember this, and I'll be recording this, because if we can simply say, okay, I don't agree with you, I don't like you, then I'm going to, pass something to get you out of office. That is not what we're about. This is a democracy. We cannot disenfranchise people that voted. Now, having said that, we can vote them out of office in 2028. And again, we do have some school board members who are rolling off in 2026. That is another opportunity to vote people in. So I'm just saying there's passions running high. And again, if we're going to let the state run the local government, then what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Remember, the state's the ones that bring in National Guards. They're allowing it. And so people complain about there's no money. Do you really think there's going to be money around? No, there's not. There's going to be less money because we're having to pay these bills, not the state, not the federal government. So again, think about what you're asking for. Think about it, because I will be a no on this. And I will go down on record, say, I do not support overturning anybody's election. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
All right, very quickly, and it's interesting that we're at this particular point. Hopefully, we can dispose of something today, but we'll just see. And I got a lot of District 9 people that are here for another item, but they've always heard me say at a community meeting, the day that they don't want me, they can vote for that other person. I will shake his or her hand, and I will head to EH4 Mortuary Services where the people don't talk back. And I'll be just fine. But back to the substitute resolution. I see that we've already taken care of the term limit piece, so we don't have to go back to that, so that's a check. I see that in the substitute resolution, anything regarding staggered is taken out. So I'm assuming I can only speak for myself, that is a check. But I have one question to the sponsor of this substitute resolution. I see one thing that has been scratched out, and I'm looking at the now therefore be it resolved. And I know that your main goal is to enact the authority vested in it by the new state law adopted by the Tennessee General Assembly. So my one question is, even though I'm reading this word for word, so it's for the people listening and the people out, it says, hereby enacts the authority vested in it by this new state law and declares that the election for all districts of the Shelby County Board of Education shall be held at the same time and on the same election cycle as elections for members of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. So if I stop right there, it sounds decent, but I see one thing that's scratched out, and that is the beginning with the 2030 election. So there is no starting point. So if the sponsor through the chair could help me out, I just want to make sure that if there's an elimination of this, does it default to 2026, or is it so generalized it could be 26, 30, 34, 38, 42? To the sponsor through the chair, that's my only one thing that I got a question about.
Commissioner Whaley?
Okay, thank you. So this is to make it as simple as possible and simply authorizing the existing state law. So it would become effect upon the standard procedure for resolutions passed by this body. So if there happened to be an election that included us later this year, it would be in effect. If it's early next year, it'd be in effect. Mid next year, it'd be in effect. What I'm attempting to do with this substitute is to avoid, I think, when we got into calling out specific districts, names, timeframes, and just looking at the plain language of the law.
And to the parliamentarian, if we vote in favor of this, we're basically going to have it officially in front of us so we can ask more questions. Is that correct? Parliamentarian through the chair.
Yes.
Because all we're doing is voting on putting it on the floor, correct?
That is correct.
All right,
The
thank you.
debate is whether or not to accept the substitution.
All right, so I can ask more questions later. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the sponsor, if I could, would you please just let us know the difference between this substitute and the one that you sponsored originally?
May I? Yes. Yeah, the only difference is we removed the component around term limits. The rest of it's the same language. So the original also did not have a date in it. Okay, the original that we brought was simply authorizing, again, no extra commentary, not opining on the state of affairs. It's simply technically approving an authorization we were given by state law.
I still have time left. Actually, if you look at that state law, you were given, I think there were 3 options. What you've done, you've gone to the last option, I believe it's F, I need to find it, but we were given 3 options in that section.
Yeah,
You
so
chose
again,
one.
we already addressed the issue of term limits, which was
Okay.
one of those, so that's why it's not in this.
Okay.
This simply deals with the issue that has been outstanding, which hopefully we can bring some resolution to, which is the concept of elections being aligned with the Board of Commissioners elections.
Okay, but it also addressed, we're not addressing staggered terms. But I guess I'm trying to understand here, and I heard what you said about not opining, i.e. Editorializing, but I guess it's implicit in what you brought, because what you're saying is that it doesn't matter that you have individuals who have been elected, democratically elected by the people, if the state of Tennessee, in this case, wants to cut short or invalidate that election, it's okay. That's what this is saying. That's okay. Let's go ahead and go with this particular section of the law, because you didn't have to go with this now. If you want to just kind of comply with the law, you could have gone to another section of the new law that was passed. So I'm just trying to understand, exactly what you're doing and what your motivation may be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Commissioner Bibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based upon this, I just want to see or ask the question on record around if we do this and it abridges someone's term, does this get us out of a lawsuit based upon how this is written?
So through...
So to the sponsor, through the chair. Is that the intent of this?
Commissioner Whaley, if you'd like to answer, if you'd like us to move to the attorney?
Well, I can't really answer that. I mean, I would defer to the county attorney's office. I believe fundamentally that the alignment makes sense. So to me, again, where I think I'm a little different is that I am indifferent around when it takes effect. But what we've seen is that there's a fundamental disagreement, and disagreement is good, around whether staggered aligning elections is good. And so regardless of whether it's implemented now, next year, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, there's still likely to be a challenge of some kind. And so rather than wait for that, wait 4 years for someone to challenge it, let's right now figure out if this is really something that is allowable, and this is what will allow us to do it. So I can't speak to whether it'll hold up, and that's more to, I think Attorney Smith can opine on that. But the intent is to go ahead and try to authorize the law as it's written, at least this component that we've yet to take it up.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Attorney Smith?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. This item does institute alignment as authorized in state law. It would institute that alignment legally in 2026. As to whether or not you will or will not get sued, we cannot predict that, and we certainly can't predict the defense at this time, but that's simply put.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am for term limits. That's something I voted on. I am for the opportunity to be able to recall. I just want to be able to ask the legal question, since we still have not had an opinion back from the AG around preparing for a lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other commissioners on...
Order.
Yes, Commissioner...
Now, point of information to the attorney. Attorney Smith, I'm sorry, have you had any information from the state AG regarding our request for an opinion?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I have not. I also wouldn't expect it. I would expect the AG to communicate through his clients, and I haven't received any information and don't expect any at this point.
All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. A vote yea, aye accepts this amendment. A vote no does not accept this amendment. We are only voting on whether or not to accept the amendment or not. Please prepare the screens for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, and Bradford. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Brooks, and Chairwoman Aban have voted no. We have 7 ayes and 5 noes.
And that motion passes. The amendment is accepted. We'll now go to the main motion. If there are any commissioners that would like to speak on the main motion, Commissioner, the main motion as substituted. Thank you, parliamentarian. Commissioner Ford.
All right, just for clarity, and this is the attorney again, I need to borrow her for a second. Thank you very much, appreciate it. I heard you say something, but I need you to hear it again, and I need to ask it again. Because this looks as if we're back to the original that we had from the very beginning with maybe just one small little alteration with a little language. The original did not have a date at all, a year. This also does not have a year. Did you state in your legal opinion on the substitute that's in front of us as amended that even though it does not have a date, due to state law, it would basically be a defaulted 2026 without needing to put 2026 in the language? Is that close enough to correct?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that is correct. Obviously, 2026 being referenced would be very precise and make it clear. However, alignment, the very next election is 2026. So if you authorize alignment today, effective in accordance with the charter, then yes, it would be alignment in 2026.
All right, so y'all heard that in the audience, and who's listening, hold on, you don't know what's about to happen next. Let's just hold off. I just want to make sure that was on the record, so even though there's not a year, you heard what was stated by the attorney. And this item takes away the staggered and puts everybody at the same place, and we've already exhausted and disposed of the term limit piece. So if all of that is 100% true, then I can support the item that's in front of us. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to be added as a sponsor.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection? So moved.
I also just want to thank everyone that's chimed in, those people for this particular item and against it. It's just been helpful just to have the feedback. I have taken the stance to support the item, and I would employ my colleagues to vote yes on this particular item. And I would be remiss not to tell the public, if this passes today, then we need candidates, or else everything that you fought for is for naught. So to those people who will step up, we have a 7-month window here to be able to get high quality candidates to compete, and I look forward to seeing who's on the ballot. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So for clarification for the listening audience, so with this resolution, this means that the individuals who ran in 2025 will have to run again in 2026, is that correct?
To the attorney.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, all school, if this is adopted as written, all school board members will run in 2026.
So I just want the record to know that I did not support this. I do not support overturning elections, period. You know, I will never align myself with Trump. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a part two. So I just want to explicitly say to the public, this does not shorten the terms. This is pushing those newly electeds, they will be the most directly impacted, back to be voted on. But upon those persons getting voted, they still are entitled to their 8 years. I don't know what she said, but I do know that they will still be eligible for their 2 terms. So at the end of the day, that was the one piece of this that I had some concerns about, but that's been worked out with our previous resolution. So I still support this item. The only other thing I would just say is just when it comes to these commission and school board races, to the public, please pay attention to these PACs. Unbeknownst to you, you're up against a lot of money that flows in these particular elections. And I do think that as I've seen more everyday Memphians and Shelby Countyans involved in the process, y'all also need to follow the money that is in these elections, because these races are clearly being bought, and you should really just pay attention to that. So I do think it's time for more neighborhood-centered PACs to be a part of the conversation. So there are many other things that will have to come after this particular item. And again, I encourage my colleagues to support this item. Thank you.
At this point, this is the second warning. I'm asking the sheriff to also be cognizant that I've asked folks not to have comment from the chamber. Commissioner Brooks?
I have a question for Attorney Smith. If she could help me understand, I believe my colleague responded after the sponsor's comments that this particular resolution would not shorten any terms. So I read it, and I know we just got it. I need the attorney to let me know whether or not the resolution that we're about to vote on, the substitute, will shorten any terms.
County Attorney?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. This resolution, if passed, would have the legal effect of restructuring terms, and every school board member would run in 2026.
So, okay, to be clear, there are some people who are listening and may not be clear. So, does that mean some members' terms will be shortened?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, those individuals who ran in 2024 would serve just 2 years, and then they would run again in 26.
Is that a shortened period of time? Is that what the voters voted for? When they were elected, is that the length of the term when they were elected, when the voters went to vote for them, those members, is that the term limit or length expectation of voters?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that's correct. In 2024, the terms authorized were 4 years. That law was
4 years.
That in 2024, that was the state of the law. In this last General Assembly legislative session, the law was amended to allow for restructure of those terms for alignment with your
And I
elections.
understand that, but what I was just trying to make sure, because, being a teacher, it's incumbent upon me to make sure that I dispense correct information, and when I'm in a space where incorrect information is being dispensed, that we need to correct it. So, again, that's why I wanted, to get some information from legal. So we heard from legal that this will shorten the terms. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I call the question.
I'm sorry.
Said I call the question.
Okay. All right, the question has been called. There are no other commissioners in queue. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, and Bradford. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Brooks, and Chairwoman Aban have voted no. We have 7 ayes and 5 noes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please, item number 20.
Item 20 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Bradford, or Vice Chair Bradford, as acting chair. Item 20 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, hereby suspending Shelby County grants in fiscal year 2026 to nonprofit, charitable, and nonprofit civic organizations, as well as all unbudgeted expenditures, with exception of County Commission Community Enhancement Grants until January 1, 2026, consistent with the needs of Shelby County government's fiscal responsibilities. Sponsored by Vice Chairman David Bradford. This item was amended and sent down without recommendation in September 17th, 2025 committee meeting.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Vice Chair Bradford, could I have a committee report?
Yes, ma'am. The committee met, and this comes down. This was sent down without recommendation.
Okay. There are a few comment cards on this before. Chief Tipton, before we begin, I'm going to allow the comment cards to speak, and then if there are any commissioners that want to get in queue. The first is Jerry Easter.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Jerry Easter. I'm the Director of Shelby County Veterans Court. I have with me today our Operations Manager there, Yasma Boga. I'm here today asking the Commission to cut me from the herd. Resolution 20 seems to cover primarily nonprofits and charitable organizations. I'm neither of those. Our program is a program of the county government, and I have attached to all of you a list of items that the Veterans Court performs. And they perform a whole myriad of evidence-based programs to help the veterans reintegrate into society. Our peer recovery specialist, which I'm asking for funding for today in the amount of $62,963. I have listed also the items that he does on his own. He has been grant funded, and that grant has run out. The county doesn't pay for any of the treatment or programs that Shelby County Veterans Court does. The only thing I've ever asked this commission to do is give me the ammunition and the weapons, and we'll fight the war. Give me the employees, and we'll do it. All of these programs, we've managed to beg, borrow, or steal money, strike steal, to get these funded. I'm only asking. I'm asking you to fund this one position. Now, I may be back next year. I may ask for another position then. And if they keep cutting grants, I'm afraid I'll be back asking for something different. But that's for another day. Today, I'm asking you to fund my request for a peer recovery specialist to become a full-time county employee, because he certainly works full-time for the county's veterans through the Veterans Court. You'll see that he has spent some of his own money on program development. But we, as a team, fight hard for our veterans, and he is an integral, needed, and deserving member of that team. If we can find, and I saw the list of things that were proposed to be cut, there's 100,000 here, $1 million there, 500,000. Lord, I'm only asking for $62,300 and some odd dollars. I'll be happy to field any questions, but it's important, it's the right thing to do, and I ask you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Easter. Next comment card is trustee Regina Newman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Regina Newman, County Trustee. I want to reiterate my thank you to Commissioner Ford from last Wednesday for responding to my request for the resolution and exhibits in order for me to supply those to the electeds. Despite Chairman Avant's advisement we should be looped in and copied, we were not. So first item on this item is freezing any unbudgeted expense. What is the resolution's definition of that? What if there is a new grant or alternative funding source other than fund balance for any requested expense? Are they still frozen? Are we turning down grants? Does it mean not in our overall budget at all, or not in the proper section or line item, which we would normally be able to reallocate as needed? Please define and clarify this resolution, or we will have confusions and overstepping. Second, the item says trustee tax relief. This is the county's tax relief matching program. It is approved by ordinance as the will of this body. These funds are not a grant. They're not going to a nonprofit. They were approved by the commission in the budget to reimburse poverty-stricken seniors and disabled homeowners and disabled veterans. They are individuals. They are taxpayers. They are not a nonprofit. There are deadlines for tax refunds such as this under Tennessee statute and trustee's office policy, which states 20 working days. We cannot ignore these citizens for 3+ months. It puts us in the potential situation of violating state statute. Some taxpayers pay their taxes as soon as they appear on our website, which was July 30th. Then they call us to assure their relief payment will come before the holidays. We cannot ignore them. They did not amend the budget using fund balance. They did not decide that the county shouldn't just get a short-term loan, as it has many times in the past, to get through October and November. Note that my office's analysis of the revenue and expenditure flow and finances ledger fund do not indicate a deficit through December. I would recommend you obtain finance's actual analysis, which supposedly indicates a $17.2 million cash flow issue, before you act on this resolution. I encourage you not to pass this freeze. If after seeing an analysis there is actually an issue, please seek a short-term loan, which is your decision to make, not finances, and it has been done many times in the past.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Epe Abioto.
Good afternoon again. My name is Epe Abioto, 1663 Netherwood Avenue, 3106. So I would like to say that, grants are very important. I do a lot of work with nonprofit organizations, and grants are very important. So many arts organizations in Memphis, there's a lot of them. You got Young Actors Guild, and, I don't know, I'm pretty sure some of you all know some of these different organizations. And you've been to many different productions or whatever that they put on. But that's very important for our youth in the city. Grants are very important for our youth. We need things for our young people to do, so that is very important. And so to suspend those grants, I would say we would create a lot more havoc in the city. We would create a lot more havoc. So we want to make sure that these organizations that are doing things for people in the city, as I said, especially a lot of work that I do with the youth, they need those funds. It's crucial. And, when I travel other places around the country, I went to the Atlanta Arts Festival, what was it called? The Jazz Festival. And it's a free festival that they have. I mean, they have class acts there. And so people need free events to go to through many of these nonprofit organizations. That's important because some people, we know Memphis has a poverty issue. So some people just don't have money to go to events. So when you have nonprofit organizations that are depending on those funds to bring cultural arts and different activities to people in Memphis, it's very good. It's a good thing to do. So, as I said, suspending those funds would not be a good thing. We would see some things that we do not want to see. So, I would suggest, I got 57 more seconds. So, I'll just keep saying it over and over again that we do need to fund. We have festivals that are going on that Memphis is a great city in terms of the cultural arts. And so funds are needed for that, to be able to develop youth and just people in general. We have homeless and we want to have something for people to do that's positive in Memphis. So let's just keep moving forward and help to, keep that funding rolling, keep it growing. So time is just about up. I'll stop a little early. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alicia Lindsay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The item that the Sheriff's Office is concerned about is the unbudgeted expenditures, especially as it relates to the recent announcement that the National Guard and others offices will be deployed to Memphis soon. If it looks anything like what's happening in Washington, D.C., then there will be additional arrests, and the jail is currently understaffed, which equates to additional overtime dollars, more food cost, more linens and beds, more food trays, and so on. So we would simply ask that public safety be excluded from this item. Additionally, we were recently informed that there will be a hiring freeze effective November 1st. Basically, that means that new employees have to be onboarded by October 16th. So while that hiring freeze excludes public safety, it does not, it applies to everything else. And we're in the process of trying to fill other vacant positions within the Sheriff's Office. And so the timing of all of this is just a little bit unsettling, especially since the budget year just started. So thank you for your consideration of excluding public safety from this resolution item number 20. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Indengaro.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Indengaro. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the District Attorney's Office. The District Attorney's Office would join the Sheriff in asking for an exception for public safety offices. I will just note that the amount that is listed at the bottom of that exhibit is a total of $217,875. That covers both the District Attorney's Office and the Public Defender's Office. I'll just remind the Commission that this is an item that did not make it into the Mayor's proposed budget, and it passed at the last minute almost on the 23rd. So our share in the District Attorney's Office of that amount of money is $124,500. This is mostly for mandatory expenses that we have, and this was a great relief to me for sure, but our office as well, in order to get this money. The only thing that was a new category for us was travel. And unfortunately, the reason that we needed this money is because of a conference that is coming up next month. And we intended to use part of this money to reimburse our employees, our county employees, to go to the annual conference hosted by the DA conference every year. We have had to scrimp every year until this year, when we intended to be able to send a significant portion of our county prosecutors. So I'm really asking for $25,000 that we can use between now and January 1st, and that would be in the travel and training line. And we hope that someone can propose to exclude that. just because it really is such an important expense. And we do want to make sure that they can receive their annual CLE credits, as well as the important training from other very experienced prosecutors as we go into what could be a very significant time of change here in our courts. Happy to answer any questions. I'll also just note, since I'm still here, that these other items that were approved as part of that $124,500, we don't anticipate that the amount needed for those increases will be needed until after the 1st. And so that is why I'm not asking for more. I'm just asking for the small portion that we expected to be able to spend prior to January 1st. I'll also just note that this has not yet appeared in the correct line on our budget yet. We're working with finance to make sure that happens. But what that means is that we have effectively been prevented from using money approved by this commission for the entire first 2 quarters of the year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Tipton, I think we may need you for the discussion on this item. I just wanted to, I think we ought to take a step back here for a second and understand that this is not a new challenge, that in Q2 specifically, because of the way property tax revenues are structured, we always have this issue if you look at any graph of any fiscal year. And we're really, I think, in need of a strong cash flow policy, but I think we need to be careful around getting into the details of what payments we're holding, cutting, not sending, because really our role on the commission is to pass the budget, and within the budget, we then expect certain contracts to be drafted and then approved if needed. So we have to be careful, in my opinion, to get too much into the fiscal management, which is ultimately, I think, in the domain of finance. And so what I would suggest is that rather than pick and choose things that someone will come in and request, well, we hold theirs, and that's really not where I think we should be. That one opportunity here is to look at a comprehensive policy that we can put in place that really directs how we address payments in Q2. For example, this is just one idea. Where we have nonprofit external grants, let's say total over $1 million, we can write within the contracts that they receive quarterly payments. Those quarterly payments would coincide with when they would expect to disperse those funds. It's similar with the other component units like the schools. Schools funds come in increments throughout the year. That's one way, I think, to address it, and that could be done by policy. But that we make sure that doesn't impact any organizations that have immediate one-time needs, that we look at it over the course of the year. So rather than, I think, get into reopening the budget and deciding what we're going to hold till next year and what we're not, I think really we look at a comprehensive cash flow policy that would give you some parameters around how to manage those disbursements in a way that is equitable, prioritizes internal county government functions, but looks at some of these. We have several over $1 million for external partners who I think would be more than happy to work with us on a quarterly payment plan so that they can count on that full amount by the end of the fiscal year. So just my 2 cents on this. I know, Vice Chair Bradford, this is your resolution, but my opinion is that we look at a cash flow policy rather than picking individual items out of the budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. I just wanted to state for Mr. Thomas with a 2017 Lexus, Tennessee license plate BTW 3534, that car is being towed. They're about to tow the car at this point, so if you're in the chambers, I would suggest you go and move the car immediately. That is a 2017 Lexus, Tennessee license plate BTW 3534. Okay, we'll now move to the next commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Ford.
I didn't know if CFO wanted to state something first. She was trying to say something before you said somebody was about to get towed. So you want to wait until okay, all right, thank you. I'll be real quick. Thank you, Chairman Emeritus, for saying what you said. I believe we need to go that way too instead of picking and choosing, especially when I don't think particular things are coincidental. And I'll try to, within my 2.5 minutes, First of all, let's take it back. On the 23rd of June, cuts were made, and these additions that they want to state imbalance the budget did not imbalance the budget. When you have more cuts and you got things that you put back in and the cuts outweigh what you put back in, that is not an imbalance. You will have people say now we have a cash flow challenge, but the empirical account showing the figures being thrown out there, that was not addressed in June. In fact, you had the deputy CFO and the county mayor that stated that we were in a good position with our finances. I've stated many times I understand the CFO's position to cover herself. Definitely cover yourself, CFO. However, this cash flow reason, one could say, is another talking point because the desire to undo the work from the 23rd of June and the amendments goes way back. For example, I'll try to be real quick with this timeline because I went back and listened to that entire June 23rd meeting. And for those that want to go back and listen, I'm giving you the hours and the minutes when particular things transpired. First thing, you had Commissioner Wright, you and I established a base with cuts. And that passed without objection. Our current chair wanted to make a motion that anything not voted in committee to be removed or voted on separately. There was still $1.5 million left over for any type of new amendments without imbalancing the budget. Commissioner Thornton at the 5-hour and 2-minute mark referenced to keep a tally, and I decided to keep that tally. And you had two people that sat here, and there was no question about the numbers as we went through. At the 5-hour and 12-minute mark, you had commissioners that wanted new additions to be voted on separately, such as the veterans and the cameras and other things. At the 5-hour and 14-minute mark, Commissioner Thornton, you were questioned 3 times on record whether you went through a particular process for District 10. You were Exhibit X, and all of us had a copy, but you had one person that still wanted to question whether it was valid through the clerk. At the 5-hour, 16-minute mark, it was bifurcated. And the following people, and I'll say this and then I'll get back in the queue. The bifurcate the votes were Bibbs, Brooks, Lowry, and Avant, and not to bifurcate were Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, myself, Wright, Thornton, and Morrison. I'll give y'all part 2 when I get back in the queue.
Commissioner Bradford, Vice Chair Bradford.
Thank you. Commissioner Whaley, I appreciate your comments. I think I'm going to leave this on the table today, but I don't think that prevents us from doing what you said. I think we certainly can come back whether this passes or not. My concern, again, was just focusing on those 20-plus items on that Exhibit A and holding that. I heard several people say cuts. This is not cuts. This is holding it until there's cash in the bank to spend it on these items. So appreciate what you said. Happy to work with you on that, but I think I'm going to leave on the floor what we have in front of us today.
Commissioner Ford.
Back to the timeline. At the 5-hour and 19-minute mark, then Chair Whaley said motions can be made at any time, and there were at least 2 commissioners that complained that we took 8 hours to do a committee. Well, that's what y'all hired us to do, constituents, to take care of the business. You had one commissioner that wanted to remove particular items that did not exist on the agenda. Then you had at the 6-hour, 17-minute mark, somebody wanted to bring up the word investments. As a matter of fact, our chair stated that we're funding investments. We need to fund investments that make sense. I think veterans make sense. I think public safety makes sense. I think those through the tax relief program, whether they're veterans or are disabled or are elderly, I think they make sense. And it was stated by that same person that we can't come together as adults and ask for goodwill. It was unfortunate that at that particular time, you had a strong invective of individuals that basically stated, I'd rather start over everything than look at the 1.5 million left over for new amendments or coming up with any type of plans. I refuse for us to go back with the work that was done to undo all of that work, and that budget was balanced regardless. It may not have been what the administration wants, but remember, they have a maintenance of effort, so they still get what they want at a threshold. Trustee, you mentioned that this body, and I actually asked the comptroller's office to look at the CFO's letter. It said the governing body could, if it's necessary, take out a TAN or whatever the case may be for the purposes of this so-called cash flow issue. But the point I'm trying to make is this. We've talked about this 4 times, and I have not seen yet any figures from finance to illustrate these so-called up and downs over the next 3 months, whether they believe they're going to be this $17.2 million short. It is not a coincidence that it just happened to be the same number that were amendments in a balanced budget. Otherwise, a reasonable person can say, hey, this is another attempt to remove those items that were added to the budget as amended and funded with cuts. This commissioner has been asked, can your people wait? I've seen what happens when you wait, you don't get. Things happen, adverse things, such as an administration saying they're going to pause hiring and all purchasing activities. Commissioners, did you know that? That memo was given 5 days ago. Our chairwoman got that memo. I got that memo today. So basically, if they're going to pause hiring, let's say that we vote this down, they get a second bite of the apple simply saying, well, you know, due to Oracle implementation, now we're going to pause hiring and all purchasing activities until January 15, 2026. Doesn't really shut down government on, you know, when I log into my bank account, they may say have a couple hours outage. I need the trustee to answer this question for me real quick. When you transitioned over, how long was your outage compared to the 2.5 months that the memo that we just received that our chairperson had and did not share with us stated? When you transferred over, how long did it take?
Regina Newman County trustee, we transitioned to our new tax accounting system last Monday. We were down 2 hours in the middle of the night over the weekend.
But the memo that we didn't get said 2.5 months. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was very interested in what Commissioner Whaley had to say. However, I guess what the sticking piece for me, and I heard what the sponsor had to say, that he's sticking with the original. And for me, I think where the sticking thing is we all know that our revenues don't come in on a quarterly basis. They come in sort of a bell curve, so to speak. And so I know we're not currently on the policy that you're envisioning, but I wonder if he would be open to us amending that policy or that idea to where it would be where we match what's going out as a percentage of what's come in, if that makes sense. So instead of breaking something into 25% throughout the year, you would adjust it depending on the level of revenues. And that's just, again, so we don't bottom out like you're talking about in November. So I don't know if that would necessarily be a lot better, because I've heard what speakers have said. I'm very sensitive in particular to what our internal folks are saying, that the trustee can't really give tax relief to some and then not others. But perhaps, I don't know, perhaps your schedule too could be in line with this, but you know, I see easier where we could do that with something like the zoo, they weren't really counting on that revenue in the first place, for it to come in gradually as we have funds coming in. That's kind of where I'm kind of torn on it, because I do see where we have a serious problem in November, and anything up until that point, we just don't have a lot of flexibility. I have 2 items on this list, and they're both public safety related, but I understand if we don't have the funds, then those things need to be halted. So that's just kind of where I'm at. Open to other ideas, but I like where you were starting to go with that thought of whenever we can can we delay some of these expenses? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I take a look at the list here, and again, as we heard from our trustee who said we have a option that we can look at as well, in light of all that we know that we're dealing with, and I know that's a couple items that's coming up with the National Guard conversation about whether they coming or not coming. We know that these issues that we address, one of the things we've been hearing, even the mayor, he spoke about it the other day about the homeless situation. We got Hospitality Hub, for example, that dealing with homelessness is on this list. When we know that we cannot afford not to address the homeless problem that we see right outside our door, we can't kick that can down the road. We have to find a way to address that. But most importantly, too, as I know my colleague is in the queue from District 10, but when I think about even some of the youth where I live in 38128, where it's noted that we are murder 8 because of the high violent crime and murders that's happening in our district, to say that there's no Girls and Boys Club, there is no youth program stuff, but we have things in here that are doing that. That's with our young people to midnight at Friday Night Light. There's after school programs and things that we're gonna tell them basically we got to push that off. We push those things off with National Guard, ATF, or FBI, anyone else in our community. These leave these young people vulnerable to be touched by somebody else because we're not touching them. And we can't continue to ask people to do something for nothing when we know that they don't have the capacity to do that. So that's my only concern, that we look at other options. I hear Commissioner Whaley, and maybe that's somewhat of an option when you talk about some payments on some of the programmatic stuff that we're doing. I don't know what that looked like for everybody across the board, because again, they don't pay all at once. It's over the period of the year they running these opportunities for these youth. It's just something that I just feel like we need to really take a look at. If there's other ways to getting to this, address this. The other thing, when I say this, just to the point of leaning on institutional knowledge, I hear from my colleague months before, Commissioner Ford, who was saying that we were going to be short $9 million. I hear Commissioner Wade today talk about how this continually shortage come. That for me, it's just concerning, like with the administration, when y'all brought 273, then went down to 269, like, are we talking about, if this is over and over, we're budgeting short, then we're going to continue to come up short. Like, when do we look long-term, have investment focus long-term that don't put us in a situation like this, that we have to then go and tell the community, especially in times like this, that we can't do nothing to support them. So, thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Caswell, I've been following a lot of commentary about the National Guard, and I think it's interesting that we can welcome the National Guard in to address homelessness while we freeze funding to support it. And so I just think that this particular item, it really becomes hypocrisy in lieu of us talking about create opportunity instead of occupation, when literally the opportunity that we hope to create here in Shelby County, we're freezing the funds to be able to do the work. And so for this particular item, one thing that came up in committee that just stands out to me is that immediately the 17 million is not going to be expended. We are going to continue to have probably the bulk of the 17 million that sits in the bank over the next couple of months. So it becomes a moot point, and I try to assume the best up here, but there have been so many indicators that the money gets funny when the work really is ready to get rolling. And so I just think that we need to vote this item down. I hope that we have the 7 votes to do so. And I think that to the public that may or may not be tapped in, I know I've talked to a number of constituents, they're tired of coming down trying to figure out how to arrange the parking, how to coordinate getting down to the commission, how to learn how to pull a public comment card. It becomes a huge back and forth, particularly for District 10, as we have fought for years now to be able to get the earmark fund. So we are a part of the $17 million. The $1.8 million that is on this list has a lot of excitement around it. And so I hope that the constituents that I have in Orange Mound, in Oak Haven, in South Memphis, part of Memphis around Hamilton High School, that you really just tune in to see who supports you when you are ready to do good work. Having these funds potentially avail themselves in January is going to be very disruptive. Right now is the time for us to be canvassing. Today is the first day of fall, and I cannot tell you how disruptive it is for us to be a part of this particular resolution that is just going to delay us. For this particular district, we did not get our funds from last fiscal year because they sat on the mayor's desk, and he allowed those to just run the course and completely potentially go back to the general fund. So I would like to say thank you to my Republican colleagues, because you got up and got that item across the finish line when 5 Democrats walked out on that particular item. And so when we look at the record, there's some very questionable things that happen when poor Black communities get ready to get in position to make action and be the change that they wish to see before the National Guard gets here. So it's very contentious for me what this particular resolution is doing and tries to do. And I just hope to see my colleagues support not only just District 10, but the constituents in District 6 which have $1 million in the wings, and all the elders to be, impacted by the work of the trustee. There are a lot of subpopulations in this item that really need to be able to be put in a position to advance, not to have their monies frozen. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I'm curious, first of all, has the mayor cut anything? Outside of this, he's cutting in addition to this, or this is just it?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. This doesn't have anything to do with the mayor. This is the general fund budget, and we are looking at our trend of cash. I don't have a dog in this fight as far as political standing. I'm a CFO. I'm in charge of looking at your cash, our cash, and looking at the trend on how the cash is going. And right now it's going down. So this was an attempt to try and avoid additional fees and expenses going out for short-term credit for a couple of months. It's been proven over the last 5 years. I've brought the quarterly report. I know this is your time. I'm sorry. No, the mayor, this is all of us. This is not just the mayor. This is everybody.
But these are just the commission initiatives in the budget. So it's not everybody, it's just the commissioners. And mine were for veterans and public safety. And it's, and they were positions, they weren't grants to nonprofits. So it's not, those wouldn't be the whole time. Like Mr. Easter came up, his would be $5,000 a month, roughly. So it's not a lot to hold a very important position. That's what I was just curious, because it does look, these are straight up the commission initiatives that, hey, we got to pause that, as opposed to everything else that's not required to be funded by law, by county government. They continue. It's just this bodies who worked. It's basically taking Commissioner Wright and Commissioners Ford work and just throwing it in their face and saying, yeah, thanks for putting in the work, but you just wasted your time. My time. So how much, what is the interest on a short-term loan? Just curious.
We would have to go out, Arthur Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. If we were to go out for short-term credit or a line of credit, we would go out for that just like we go out for debt. Okay. We would have to first get permission from the state, and then we would have to engage our bond attorneys to go through the process of getting it. As I mentioned, just to double back on what you just said, the grants are the only thing that we basically can control. Everything else is operating expenses every month. We are continuing to look for other ways to try to do this. This was trying to get ahead of it before we got to this point.
Yeah. And I realize you're doing your job. I realize that. Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to revisit the point earlier I was making around sort of quarterly payments or written into the contracts, if that's something that is feasible with some of these non-governmental entities.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The expenditures are operating expenses, like our monthly operating expenses. The ones that you're talking about to pay quarterly, contractually, we have to pay them. We do pay some of our bills quarterly, but in this case, these are the ones that come in month after month after month. We've gotten to this point because we have chipped away at our fund balance. Every month, every quarter, I've shown that trend, how we continue to chip at it. Now we're at a point where the cash was not increased. So making all the increases throughout the year and spending money, it takes a toll on the cash balance. We will get the money back in November when we start, or December when we start collecting property taxes. This is not eliminating anything. It's just holding off on the payment. If the cash is not in the bank, I cannot pay it.
Okay, and I understand that, but I still believe that we do need a very clear cash flow policy to address this reoccurring issue, because bringing something like this every year doesn't, I don't understand that. And then we get into this sort of who wins and who loses and who gets it now, who doesn't, that it really needs to be, we budget based on the full year revenues. We know by now when they come in. And so we should be able to have the mechanisms by which to manage that. And it doesn't have to be partial payments. I mean, it can be deferred payments. It can be any host of things that I think are all quite reasonable when we look at all of the things that we spend money on. And I understand that most of it is payroll or things that you can do that to. But there are also lots of things that we, other contracts that we have that are quite significant that I think could be structured in a way that acknowledges the sort of ebb and flow of receipts as they come in. And that ought to be a policy that we look at more broadly and then charge finance with administering, sort of give you the latitude to be able to do that. I just can't understand how this is model cash flow policy. Like I can't get there with it. And so I won't support it. I'm happy to make a motion to refer it, or we can vote today. But I would rather us see a more comprehensive cash flow policy that finance can administer to ensure that we can, to the best of our ability, stay above the bottom. So I'll make a motion to refer.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley to refer to the next committee, which will be on October 1st. Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Can we do that without objection?
One thing,
Is there an objection?
no, but I need to state, like, I'm basically asking, so when it goes back to committee, what are we asking to have for the purposes of? I always ask that question. It's
So
not an objection, but I'm asking, what are we bringing back to committee for the purposes of making sure that we can dispose of this item accordingly?
Do you have a point of information?
All right, so my point of information is this. Since I will not be there on the 1st, what information can I, as well as anybody else, make sure that's brought to the table for the purposes of disposing of this item?
Commissioner Whaley, is there a specific request? from the
Well,
administration?
I mean, like I said, my intent is to try to bring something for consideration that aligns with what I'm talking about today, which is some sort of broader policy that addresses this, this not a surprise issue, and avoids us having to sort of pick and choose things within our budget and when to pay them and when not to pay them. Like that just doesn't seem like it's where we should be. So that's the rationale for me for deferring, is to bring some sort of alternative to consider. And we could decide that we don't like it, we'd rather do this, and that's fine, but at least we have a choice, something to look at.
Okay, so again, there's a motion, second. Are there, can we do that without objection?
My 2 minutes got taken away. I was going to add something to that body of knowledge with what was brought by Commissioner Whaley. I only need 10 seconds. Can we also get what our options could be that the trustee brought forward and the comptroller acknowledged, stating that we're the governing body and we could have some other options? Could you send that to us as options? Thank you. That's all I got.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We're continuing to look for other options.
All right. All right, the motion is to refer this to the October 1st committee, second by Commissioner Bibbs. Can we do that without objection? So moved. All right. This item is referred to the October 1st committee meeting. Parliamentarian, please read item number 21.
Item 21 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Ford as acting chair. Item 21 is a resolution to provide for education incentive payments to county officials and full-time employees of Shelby County government who have attained the Certified Public Administrator designation under the University of Tennessee County Technical Assistance Services County Officials Certificate Training Program. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 general fund dollars in an amount not to exceed $15,000, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. and Commissioner McWright. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules and was sent down without recommendation in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford, can I have a committee report?
All right, this came down without a recommendation, and I move to suspend the rule for the purposes of having this item officially in front of us.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? All right, so moved. The item before us. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Very quickly, new information on this item has come up that should remedy some of the questions that were in committee. Number one, the first part of the item, it was brought to my attention that the Sheriff's Division will fund that $15,000. And the second part, which deals with a $600 stipend for commissioners, would take effect next year. And that would be something that we could put in the FY27 budget in order to fund that. So those two particular items now would either have a funding source, or that funding source would take effect in the FY27. I know that there was conversation about, and I know that's why Mr. HR is here, but I will state that when we talked about this in committee, we were talking about a $3,000 item. I asked the HR person, I said, look, I don't, no, we don't be good? Okay, all right, I hope we're good. No, we're not good? Oh, well, that means I need to get in the queue then. Well, I'm in the queue with my minute and 40 seconds left. This is a way for us to incentivize individuals in county government who have particular designations. This body has worked on several things in order to incentivize, whether it's raises or bonuses and things of that nature. I know that there has been a question about compensation policy, which I don't mind revisiting, but I will state on the record that there are individuals that are appointed that are outside of their salary range, in the tens and 20,000 range. So for us to state that there is a unfair capacity regarding other employees when some of the individuals are making 20, possibly 30,000 more than their salary grade, I can't hear the person say it's unfair, but then I go back and look at what they make and I'm like, okay, really, that might not be fair. So again, we have a funding source. The Sheriff's Division will pay for the first part of the item, and the second part of the item, we will put that as an amendment for FY27 to incentivize incoming commissioners for their work. And I do have a co-sponsor, so I will yield back. If he would like to say anything, I yield.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Chairman Emeritus Whaley. So I didn't get a chance to speak on this in committee. I had to leave before this came up. But just wanted to say that I think these two separate incentives were conjoined because they're both dealing with CTAS and they're both connected to that agency. The part that I added was the second part that deals with incentive for commissioner training. I think Commissioner Ford said it well, that it would not apply to this body, and so there shouldn't be a problem with funding source because it would be made effective after we roll off. But I think it only needs to be passed once and for all, so just going forward, it doesn't need to be reauthorized or anything. As far as I understand, the body just needs to pass it once, and then future commissioners or future boards of commissioners will have that incentive available if they're meeting their CTAS training. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no one else on the screen, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. Oh, sorry, Director Thornton. Please.
Yes, I think this is CAO Lindsay's resolution, and this actually is written, I'm sorry, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. This document is actually written for one person, but two people currently in Shelby County government. And I hear what you all are saying, and respectfully, I totally disagree with just about everything you all have said. And the reason being is because this law, it's a law that we're not going by. It's not a resolution that's promulgated by this body. The Tennessee Code annotated 51310 sets out as to how you pay these individuals. So what I've heard thus far is from Commissioner Ford as well as Commissioner Wright, respectfully, that the sheriff's going to pay for it and the like. You just can't write a resolution that is controlled by state law. The sheriff does not have the authority to pay this. It says up to $3,000. Up to means from $1 to $3,000. Then it also says there's a set aside that has to be given out. $645 for the first year and so on. So I'm hearing you all, and again, I'm not trying to take Ms. Megan Smith's position, but what you all just said is not within the realms of what we have before here. Also, if you look at this document, it also says, and you know, we've had a lot of conversations about the compensation policy. In this document here, written by, I guess, Ms. Lindsay, it also says that it's going to alter and amend the county's compensation policy. You all know, as well as I know, that you cannot just say sua sponte, we're going to alter or amend the compensation policy. The entire policy has to be brought before you all. It can't be piecemeal. The entire document has to be brought to you. And I'll read to you all. It says, be it further resolved that the county's compensation policy is hereby amended to authorize the annual stipend for any elected official or county employee who has achieved and retained the certified public administrator designation. You just can't do that. That's right here in this document. It also, if you read the state law and the document that was presented by the Sheriff Department, or Ms. Lindsay, acting on her own, it clearly says that these are CPAs, not certified public accountants, but certified public administrators. If you're going to bifurcate this document, it's got to be clear in this document. It's got to say next year's county commission, $600. The intent of this document or this law, which I've studied, is for those elected officials who do not know anything about their departments. Yes, we get people who are elected in office that don't know anything about their department.
All right.
And it's
thank you, Director Thornton.
well, for my finish, give me 20 seconds, please.
Okay, quickly.
And it's to help those smaller counties throughout the state of Tennessee to understand their elected officials, their offices. That's what it's all about. But again, you cannot just come down here and bifurcate this document and then say next year or whatever. Now, if you want to redraft the document, fine. But as written, it does not meet any legal parameters.
All right. Chief Lindsay, you've got a comment card. I'm going to go to you and then go back to the screen. Hopefully, we can take some action on this item. Alicia Lindsay.
Thank you, Acting Chairman Whaley. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. During committee, we asked the question of Attorney Megan Smith if she could opine on the statutes. There were two statutes mentioned, because there's one that deals specifically with elected officials, And then there's another piece that deals with county employees. And if we could hear from her, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Smith.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. There are ultimately inside this resolution 3 separate statutory references to 3 categories of recipients. You have county officers as defined by one statute, legislative body defined by another, and employees defined in a third and separate statute. They all reference different degrees of pay or incentive. The director's comments on your compensation policy are well received, and I'm happy to work on redlining this resolution or the compensation policy to make it more clear.
All right, thank you. Then it looks like we might need a motion to refer this. Is that what we're doing, Commissioner Ford?
Well, I have a co-sponsor on this, so I'll make a statement and then we'll just see where it goes. You had at least 2 people on record that stated the compensation policy. Y'all know that this commissioner has already stated that there are more than 15 full-time employees that are outside of their range. $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 outside of their range. That does not go with the policy. But you know, if you address them, they'll say, I'm appointed, and oh, that's different. And that is happening. Y'all know I brought that here. So I just want people to think about this. We're talking about $3,000 that has a funding source. But if we add up the hundreds of thousands of dollars on out-of-range appointed individuals, are we going to say that that's okay? We want to keep very good employees here, and we want to incentivize them accordingly. They can't go through the same pathway as the 2 people that spoke on the record. All they got to do is particular things and have something signed off, and they're going to get their $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 extra. The people that we're talking about here, and I hope it's other people that can get this designation to where the money can be paid out of those respective accounts. So we're starting somewhere. But I just think it's somewhat disingenuous where you have individuals. And if this does get referred back, I will bring the list of those individuals. I will bring the existing compensation policy, show what the maximum salary is supposed to be and what they're making right now. But we're talking about $3,000. But this person's making $20,000 more. I wasn't going to bring it up today, but now they're giving me reason to bring it up. And they're probably going to say, oh, that's different, I'm appointed. All you got to do is get a signature from the 11th floor. You probably get another $10,000, $15,000. But we're talking about $3,000. And then my question is, when's the last time the hiring committee has met? And with this memo that we just received, it sounds like there's going to be some hiring freezes and everything else with the exception of public safety. So if my co-sponsor would like to punt this back, I will not fight it, but I will simply say that if we're going to talk about what's fair and what's not, let's put it all on the table and let's not be hypocritical. So if you'd like to make the motion to take it back up, I have no issue with that, but let's, we should do something. If we, last thing, if we don't agree on the first part, we should at least discuss in committee to at least pass the second part, and I yield.
Yes, Chief Thornton.
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. I appreciate Commissioner Ford pontificating on a very small part of this particular resolution. However, it says, payment shall be made from funds appropriated for the purpose for the applicable fiscal year upon submission of proof and attainment vacancy to the county mayor or designee. So what this resolution is actually asking for is that the mayor of Shelby County actually create this. And I think Mr. Lindsay made the statement on Wednesday that she thought this was actually created in this past year's budget. It was not put in the budget. Currently, Shelby County has a tuition reimbursement program, not a $3,000 or up to $3,000. You all have to set the amount. It says up to $3,000. Some county gives $1,000, some counties give $3,000. It says up to, so you have to establish that first and foremost. And so, when you read this document, I think the entire document, I'm not anti what is the intent, but you just cannot bifurcate and say, this is what the intent is for next year's elected officials, plus this year's appointed personnel. And I can get more into the law, but I'm not going to, because that's not my job. But it says, each county is encouraged, that's the law, and authorized. Encouraged. It doesn't say you're obligated. It says you are encouraged to create this program. Thanks to Commissioner Sugarman, we actually have a tuition reimbursement program because this is a CPA position, certified public administrator, and I'm not minimizing what it is, but it's a high-paid secretarial position. We've got doctors, we've got lawyers, we've got dentists, we have nurses. It seems like if we're going to encourage or incentivize someone to stay, we should not be losing people to St. Jude and La Bonner. There's what I think the focal point should be, is looking at those licensed professionals. This is not a license. This is just someone sit in CTAS for 50 hours and get a piece of paper, and then they want up to $3,000. Ms. Tipton, Mr. Thompson, these are CPAs. Encourage them to stay, not a certificate of participation. You get a little trophy because you participated. And that's not fair to all these licensed professionals that we have within Shelby County government.
All right, I'm going to move to Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what Director Thornton is saying here. Just wanted to correct him on one small point, which is for my sake, for my portion of the resolution, it was not written by Ms. Lindsay. It was written by CTAS. This comes directly from them as a sample resolution. So these two things have been entwined, which perhaps makes it, I apologize to Commissioner Ford, it perhaps makes it a little more complicated, but if he's willing, it sounds like he's willing to take this back. I would just say if Attorney Smith is willing to make those adjustments that would meet to your approval, Director Thornton, then if we could either get you, Ms. Smith, or someone in your on your team to help us with that, I would make the motion to send it back to committee.
So, Commissioner Wright, you're making a motion to refer to the October 1st committee meeting. Can I get a second? Second. A second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? Okay, so moved. Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 22.
Yes, ma'am. Item 22 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Ford as acting chair. Item 22 is a resolution amending the contract with Thomas Consultants, Inc. to allocate $500,000 from the operating budget for additional cameras in District 9 from fiscal year 2026. Sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr., this item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules and was sent down without recommendation in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford, you're recognized.
This item came down without a recommendation, and I'd like to move to suspend the rules for the purposes of having this item in front of us appropriately.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ford and a second by Commissioner Mills. Can we do that without objection? Okay, so moved. We have several comment cards on this item, so want to be mindful if there's anyone that is here that can speak on the item.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak first before we go to the queue. Before we go to the people. My representatives that elected me, I'd like to speak first.
Commissioner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you. Very quickly, and many of you got the timeline. So when you see that an item may not have the requirements of permanent rules, just for the record, and y'all have the timeline, I just want to articulate this timeline on the record. And this happened way before that resolution regarding the $17 million transpired. So this commissioner was already working on that prior. So June 23rd, when this amendment was passed by this body, This commissioner already spoke with several of the community leaders from the 20-plus neighborhood associations, many of them being here. This commissioner waited 30 days at minimum because the CFO stated that we should wait around August 31st before bringing anything. August 29th, first attempt regarding the cameras via email, 10:48 a.m. Friday, August 29th, 1:03, first attempt to finance. Wednesday, September 3rd, second attempt regarding cameras to purchasing, second attempt to the finance regarding cameras. September 4th, Commissioner Ford sends information to the administrator of purchasing. Staff then sends the next day letter to the administrator. I have all these documents. The letter was received 5 minutes later by the purchasing administrator. 10:44, it stated that the request had been approved and documentation was needed. Staff person September 8th sends the resolution to Attorney White. We receive at 3:34, document with memo, letter, customer, quote, and contract. September the 8th, Commissioner Ford asked the attorney on record during a commission meeting about the resolutions. September 9th, my staff receives the document from purchasing. September 9th, also third attempt to finance and to make the deadline. The attorney sends CPA resolution with her approval. The CFO, the deputy CFO, asked my staff person to rescind the camera resolution after 2 failed attempts. 2 minutes later, my staff person sends the deputy CFO back the resolution, and the attorney sends the camera resolution back in order to make the timeline. So basically what I'm saying is I took care of my business. All documented. These folks have been waiting patiently. They believe in public safety. We have been doing our job diligently, and I'd like to thank you all for coming down. And I will yield back to the chair so that we can hear from the wonderful people from District 9. Thank you.
All right, we have several comment cards. Those that are speaking will have 3 minutes each. If you could, state your name and your address for the record. First comment card, it's Patsy Avant, or Avant, depending on how Patsy Avant. Patsy Avant, Avant. There's 2 ways that our name can be pronounced, so depending on how you pronounce it. Could you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Patsy Avant from Valley Forge community.
You have 3 minutes to speak, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. I am here today to support Commissioner Ford for his resolution in trying to get other cameras in our neighborhood, and hopefully that will help the community as well as the safety.
All right. Our next comment card is Valor Bryant. Okay. The next card is Julianne Holly. Julius, I'm sorry, Mr. Holly. Mr. Holly, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Julius Holly, 1342 Bonnie Drive, 38116. I am here, and hopefully that you all will support Commissioner Ford on this resolution to add cameras to our neighborhood in 38116 and 38109. Now, we are in my neighborhood, 38116. We're a neighborhood watch. And we have petitioned for some grants. We were granted some. We also raised money to help to put a couple of cameras up. But as you know, these cameras cost money. And it's hard for us to go out and raise money to get enough cameras to support the whole neighborhood. So if we could get a little help from the commissioners, along with the city council, it would definitely help our neighborhoods out, make us feel a little bit more comfortable as we do business in our own neighborhoods. I come from a neighborhood where I'm retired. Most of my neighborhood memberships, they're retired or close to it. And we don't always feel safe. The neighborhood has changed. We know that technology is one of the things that help the resolution of some of these break-ins and things that are going on in our neighborhood. So the more cameras that we can get, especially with what is going on today with the troops coming in, that it might help deter some of the crime that is going on in our neighborhood. So that is why I'm here today, and hopefully you all will help support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Bryant. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Johnson. Ms. Johnson, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Michael Johnson. I live at 5315 Algiers Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116. My reason for being here today is I'm a member of the NWN Neighborhood Watch Association, and we are seeking funding for some cameras in our neighborhood. There was a camera that was located at the corner of White Plains and Villa Del Rey. It was taken down for some reason, and today we do not know the reason why it was taken down, and it has not been replaced. So we are asking that that camera be replaced. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our next speaker is Tanya Duncan. Okay, our next speaker is Aretha Anderson. She's gone. Okay, our next speaker, former Councilwoman Patrice Robinson.
Patrice Robinson, 4881 Whitworth Street, Memphis 38116. Good evening. We are starving out here. Help us in our communities. I am here to support the resolution for cameras in our community. Just last Friday, I was interviewed on Informed Sources. It'll be shared this weekend, so make sure you look. And it's about the safety in our community. I was so hurt when I was told that Whitehaven and Coral Lake had the highest rate of crime in the city of Memphis when I worked 8 straight years to make it the safest community. We need cameras. They wanted me to talk about the guardsmen that are coming to Memphis to guard our city. I share with them that whatever they do, it's just a Band-Aid. Cameras become a part of our community, and it becomes a process in which we are able to wean out some of the folks that are causing havoc in our community. I know that everyone in the city of Memphis wants to feel safe. They want to be able to catch some of these people who are doing injustice to our community. I want to say today that as a citizen of Memphis, each and every one of you should support the Whitehaven, Coral Lake area. I represent the Memphis Valleywood Homeowners Association. I represent the Rotary, Whitehaven, Memphis South, and I also represent GWORK. That's the Greater Whitehaven Economic Redevelopment Corporation. We need your support for the safety of our community, and we'll be back for more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Robinson. Our next speaker is Melanie Mosley. Ms. Melanie Mosley. Our next speaker is Councilman Edmund Ford Sr.
Councilman Edmund Ford Sr. I'm here for myself, but I'm going to represent the city council also. We're getting ready to go through a phase right now, very shortly, within the next 14 days. We all got to be on the same page, because if we're not, we're going to kind of learn a little bit, a few things a little different. We got to kind of be like Washington, D.C. If you really look at what Washington did, you had troops come in. There were about 12 of them got assaulted. They did not react. Okay? They did their job. They did not react. But the people that assaulted them, that's a federal offense. Okay? Things what you all have been talking about today. Housing, homelessness, all these disabilities. These are things that we've been talking with the ones that's getting ready to come here within the next 14 days. We're trying to hold them off as long as possible. A lot of people say the National Guards. They're the only ones that's not here. Everybody else is here. Everybody else is here. You'd be amazed who all's here. But like I said, these items that they're concerned with are the same items that you all have been talking about today. And one main one was cameras. So I asked y'all to vote for the cameras today. I'm trying to get my side of the street to do more. But that was a very important item that they talked about, okay? So think about it. We need as much help that we can get. We can clean up this city. We can clean up the county with their help. That's what we're trying to do right now. You know, they're coming in and we, like I said, we all, council, commissioners, everybody, we got to be on the same page. And I want to just say this, go home, tell your young children, put them guns down, get off of Facebook, quit trying to flash all of these different things. You know, they talked about going to your house. You're going to invite me to your house by doing these things. And these parents, we're taking this $500 that your child is coming to give you, and then you think it's all right for them to do all these different things. You know, for the last couple of weeks we've been talking, and I know my time is out, there's still been shootings and everything else. Elderly people call me every day. I can't sleep at night because all I hear is gunfire. So we need to get all of these people to kind of stop. And it's going to take all of us, council, commissioners, judge, everybody here in this city that has some kind of way to reach these young folks and everybody else. Let's make a difference. We are the models, y'all, for all these other places that they're getting ready to go to. We got to set the example. That's why they're coming here. We got to set the example for them. And hey, we can show them that this is Memphis, Shelby County. This is how we handle things. I'm through.
Our next speaker, Myrna Ford. Ms. Ford?
Good evening, 707. Myrna Ford, 917 Summershade Lane, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116. I come to you on behalf of
my neighborhood association. I am the president of the Bluebird Estates Parks Neighborhood Association. There's some other presidents here. They asked to stand because they didn't know they were supposed to pull a card. So those presidents of the association can stand up now. Is it the ladies here? And then we have, I know her as Mimi. I need her to stand. She's over the rain station precinct that's over all the neighborhood association. So everybody is aware of what's going on and who's going to vote for these cameras. And, you know, I usually come with a Bible, with something out the Bible. And I always wake up with the one that I always say about lean out to your understanding, but the one I'm going to put on you today. And then, Commissioner Caswell, it touches my heart when you talk about your wife, that she has to go somewhere else to walk. You should have cameras. So when you on this agenda, you call me. I'm going to come speak up for you also, okay? But I'm going to come to you all on the one that says, honor your mother and your father, that your days may be longer on this earth. If you look out in this orange, you got senior citizens. They are mothers, fathers, grandfathers, grandmothers, even great-great-grandparents. And on their behalf, I'm pleading to you all to vote for this item for their safety. And that's all I got to say. And Commissioner Chairwoman Avant, God bless you. I'd like to talk to you a little bit later on because God blessed me with a second chance in life like he did you. I saw the light. I asked God to let me stay here to do some things and to raise my children. And I feel good. I'm at peace because I do things that's pleasing to God, not to man, but pleasing to God. You got the power in your hands to do a lot of things. And the man that's got the power that came from heaven touched you and gave you a second chance. And I wish you the best. Sincerely, I told you when you were walking down this aisle that I was thankful that God gave you a second, and I'm sincerely taking you. And so glad I got a chance to do that because I wanted to do it last week. So God bless all of you all. I ask you to really, on behalf of our seniors, what y'all call them, the silky seniors, to give us our cameras, please. I think I'm the youngest one. I'm 68 years old, and it's a blessing to get their ages. My parents, my mother's 93, my dad's 94. That's a blessing, you all, to have this wisdom. And they out here in the dark, they hungry, and we got to walk them to their cars after you all bless them with these cameras. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. And I appreciate your very kind words. I don't take lightly the opportunity that God has afforded me, and I always, in my heart and in my vote, try to do things that are pleasing in his sight. The last speaker is Reverend Gregory Stokes.
Gregory Stokes, Greater Paradise Baptist Church, 3454 New Horn Lake Road at Mitchell. Certainly to our chairperson and to the entire commission. If I was at church, I'd say, turn to your neighbor and tell them we need cameras. And they know what to do. Certainly, along with our Pastor Watkins, we serve what I call the southwest part of the city. Barton Heights, Walker Homes, West Junction, Boxtown, Westwood, Mount Westwood, and a lot of these communities correlate. And the community looks up to us for leadership. And when it comes to the issue is at hand, I think somebody left the phone, issues at hand is crime. And the cameras are a major tool. These guys don't take it lightly when they see their picture on the news. Said, bam, they got us. And then phones start ringing, and before you know it, parents say, yeah, that's my son, that's right. And they turn them in. So that's a tool, that's an asset. Our community is a growing community. When you come off of 3rd Street, which is interstate, the Marathon truck stop will be opening in a few days. The next corner is People's Road. That service station just opened, and to the left is another. And these businesses draw crime. It draws criminals. And just like this past Sunday morning, I live in my community where I pastor and I serve, and we get a whole lot from those who live among us. So I'm coming out of the door, and a young man is going down the street. This is my neighborhood. He's a stranger, and I didn't know him. He walks down the block. He comes back up the block, and I'm watching him. I'm late from church now. He's walking back and forth with cameras on Brooks Road and in the other areas of our community. It helps us feel safe. So I just hope that you guys can find in your spirits to help support us in our effort. And we got some cameras, but we got a lot of areas that are not covered. We need cameras. We need cameras. We need cameras. We need cameras. We need you guys to help us. Somebody shout, we need cameras. We are Pastor Watkins is doing a great job in the Westwood. Westwood is counted on him. We got a great project at Southwest that's coming up. That's a great development. We're gonna do groundbreaking in November, and we need to be secure. We want our members, our family. My mother just turned 88 years old. They live across the street from me, so I couldn't leave Sunday morning with a stranger walking up and down the street and looking. So y'all help us out. Thanks, y'all. God bless.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the Whitehaven leaders that came out. That moment where y'all just stood up as presidents was a really cool observation. So just want you to know, from one district that is really working hard to get its leaders in position, seeing you guys here and represented and just civically engaged, it's really inspiring. And so just know that, let that be some encouragement for you to keep going to meetings, keep showing up, and just know the different parts of the county, we're looking to Whitehaven for inspiration. So thank you for that. I also would like to just add myself as a sponsor to this.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton and a second by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection? So moved.
And just to publicly thank Commissioner Ford, I've had the opportunity to attend some of his meetings in the past, and some people don't know this, but with redistricting, I actually picked up a precinct of Whitehaven around the Graceland Hotel area. And so one of the number one things that my constituents said at that meeting was that they wanted cameras. And so Commissioner Ford has been so gracious to serve all of Whitehaven, including the parts that are represented by District 10. So I just want to thank you for holding the gap. And I hope to see this item not only pass, but just so y'all know, because this is a contract, this is going to come before the mayor, so we need to make sure that it's signed off on. So y'all be aware that it's a dual process. Even after we pass it, the mayor will have to sign off on it. So go ahead and call, text, send letters, send emails, and just ensure that this particular item gets out the door. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 9 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes.
Point of personal
Parliamentarian,
privilege.
please.
Do I have it?
I'm sorry.
I was saying point of personal privilege. Do I have it?
Commissioner Ford, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. To my District 9 folks that came out, thank you very much for coming out. There will be a community meeting in October at Pastor Stokes Church. I will get in contact with you all regarding the dates. That should give us enough time, like what Commissioner Thornton stated. We're either going to have a meeting about it being signed, or a meeting about it not being signed but still go into law after 10 days, or we're going to have a meeting about why did the mayor veto this item. I hope y'all don't have to come back. So we'll see. Thank you.
Parliamentarian, could you read item number 23?
Thank you. Item 23 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 23 is a resolution authorizing the creation and issuance of a request for proposals RFP for the development of a master plan to rebuild or relocate the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center and to take appropriate actions to facilitate said rebuild or relocation. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant. This item was amended in September 17th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, second by Commissioner Thornton. I think there's a substitute for this item.
Madam Chair, do you want to report?
I'm sorry. Commissioner Wright, can I get a committee report?
This comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. Is there a substitute? Who's providing the substitute? Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I would like to move a substitute, and basically it's a minor change in the caption. As you know, I am the original.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is Zoom in here.
We're not able to actually hear with the commotion in the chambers. Could you restore Commissioner Brooks's 3 minutes, please? Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm moving a substitute, and the substitute amendment is confined to the caption. It's just a minor change, and as you know, I am the original sponsor. What we decided to do was just take another look at this caption and ensure that it remained true to our intent. And with that thought in mind, I decided that what we needed to do was just make a small adjustment. Because again, my intent is to ensure that this resolution, that with my name on it, simply requires an issuance of an RFP. Simple as that. For a master plan without doling out any Shelby County dollars. That's my sole intent. So I changed the caption so that it would capture that. The former language left a little loophole that will allow some callous individual to do something nefarious.
I apologize, but I don't know what's going on with our audio today.
I'm sorry, but it's just out here. It's just
But
noise.
I think I've been hearing that the people in the audience can't hear even when it's quiet. So if everybody would just try to talk louder into the microphone. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks, there's a motion by Commissioner Brooks to provide a substitute amendment to provide a substitute to this resolution. Is there a second?
Is there a second? Charlie?
Okay, in light of the time, I know that we're all
Excuse
a
me?
little tired. So in light of the time, Commissioner Brooks has made a motion.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then there is a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that? The substitute, wait, I'm sorry, yeah. In order for you to read it, I have to get the motion before them, right? Okay, so we're gonna read it into the record, which, this is the substitute amendment.
Madam Chair, just as a point of information, we have two items. Which
One is a red line, one is a clean version.
Okay. Thank you.
It should be numbered the same. It's numbered the same. One is a red line and one is the clean line. Yeah.
We're gonna read that into the record, parliamentarian.
Yes, ma'am. The substitute caption for item 23 is as follows. Resolution requesting, the word authorizing was crossed out. So resolution requesting the creation and issuance of a request for proposals RFP for the development of a master plan to rebuild or relocate the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center. The words in the caption, and to take appropriate actions to facilitate said rebuild or relocation, was also crossed out. So sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, well, Commissioner, so I think the person who reviewed this was Attorney Lisa Overall. I guess it's just trying to understand because it's more than just the caption that has been changed. There are other red line. So if you'd like to explain that, Commissioner Brooks? Or
Okay, but
the
let
county
me,
attorney.
am I recognized?
Yes.
Okay, my sole intent, if you will recall, was to ensure that this was a public process and that there was an RFP proposal and that we would not, Shelby County government would not write a $350,000 check to the developer. Now, I've done that, and then it was amended.
Okay, so because this is a substitute, as the parliamentarian has just indicated, because there are other red line changes.
And I'm getting to that. I was just waiting for you all to finish. Okay, so it was amended by numerous people on this committee. I didn't take offense to any of those amendments. And whatever has been done, I have read them. I do not find them offensive. But my sole intent was to make sure, and that's done. So I'm done with it. Even though my name is on it, that's fine, that's good. But the caption is the main part of this. So I guess the attorney can explain what changes she made. I didn't get those changes until 10 minutes to 1 today. So I don't feel them.
County attorney.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. When we were reviewing this item last Wednesday, or Tuesday actually, for its presentation on Wednesday, a lot of the changes that are in the document align with the authority of the body passing the resolution and with the executive branch that will probably produce the RFP or the master plan, leaving maybe the sheriff his authority, the mayor his authority, and the commission making its request where appropriate. That's the only reason for the changes. They seem to be thematic. The other amendment that was made was that the recommendations of the jail ad hoc committee, that amendment is in here, is also in red line, but was made on Wednesday by the body. I hope that helps.
All right, so now can we do that without objection? Accept the substitute? All right, so moved. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just appreciate that there be a further resolve to still in the substitute that requests that before we issue this RFP, that we're going to factor in the recommendations of the jail planning ad hoc, which is just personally important to me, and I would like to be added as a sponsor.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Okay, seeing none, so moved. All right, Madam Clerk, if you could prepare the screen for a vote if there's no other discussion of this item. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 24.
Item 24 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 24 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and Singer H&R for the emergency purchase and installation of a dishwasher at Jail East located at 601 Haley Road on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $51,762.01. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general funds in the amount not to exceed $51,762.01. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright, this item was sent down without recommendation in September 17th, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Wright can I have a committee report.
Yes, Madam Chair, this was sent down without recommendation.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare the screen for a vote? Madam Clerk, can you please report the vote? Thank you.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 11 aye votes.
That item passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 25.
Item 25 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 25 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting terms ensuring legal and strategic utilization of federal, state, and local resources in the event the President of the United States or Governor of the State of Tennessee deploys the Tennessee National Guard to Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee. Sponsored by Chairwoman Shante K. Avant, Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr. This item was an add-on amended and sent down without recommendation in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Wright can I have a committee report.
Yes, this comes down without recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Caswell, you recognize? All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to be added as a sponsor.
Have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? So moved. I think there is a substitute by you, Commissioner Caswell.
Chair, I would like to move a substitute.
Okay. There's a substitute that I think we've been handed. This is a substitute for item 25. It's a motion by Commissioner Thornton. Is there a second?
And no change to the caption.
A second by Commissioner Caswell. Okay, so is there, Commissioner Thornton or Caswell, did you want to describe what are changes in the substitute?
Yes, Chair. So it adds two whereas clauses in a subsequent be it further resolved clause that basically just says that a function of the National Guard, if they are to come, is to build a sustainable infrastructure. So there was a quote from the attorney of the president that said, we're going to go block, 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 street by street to arrest. And so this whereas clause seeks to put a different frame on that, to go block by block street by street to canvas, to be able to build back communities at the most foundational level, which is door-to-door knocking. So that's the initial whereas clause. The second one addresses what was brought up in a more intimate conversation amongst us as commissioners about the unintended fiscal impact of bringing in the National Guard, and encourages the leaders to actually come up with a plan and address the impact of the potential additional arrests that could come with increased policing presence. And so as we wait to see what the functions are, this attempts to be able to give more of a guiding document for the task force or whoever else is looking to figure out what's the opinion of local leaders. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner, can we accept the substitute without objection? Commissioner Brooks?
Object.
Objection by Commissioner Brooks. And so we're now able to debate on the substitution only.
Madam Chair, if I could be recognized on this.
If we could go ahead and start time
I'm
for
sorry.
Commissioner Brooks to speak on the substitute. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Yes. I don't object in total. It's just that it's a part of this that bothers me. When I visualize military people going with fatigues and long guns and all of the other artillery they carry, going door to door, I'm thinking about our children and the traumatic effect that they would have on them. Every day, what you're seeing in your community is traumatized. I mean, you're going to have a generation, several generations of traumatized children, because they're going to be seeing these individuals with fatigues, military fatigues on, heavy artillery, huge military vehicles parked beside their churches, their schools, and going up and down their little tiny streets with all the blight, knocking on their doors. And what kind of message does that send? I'm for investments in our community. I am not for militarized policing in our community, primarily because of our children. We're sending the wrong message. An investment and infusion of additional dollars where they're needed is most important. But we got to think about the next generation. And if they do come, and if they are parked on our streets, and if they are going door to door, carrying on like that, you're going to have generations and generations of traumatized children, children who believe that they have to be policed. And I don't think we want to do that. We don't want to do that. So I think we need to reconsider. I'm not trying to kill this. I'm just trying to get us to, take a longer view of what we're trying to do here. Let's take a longer view from the perspective of the impact on our children. Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Ford?
Got a question. So we're voting on allowing the substitute to be deliberated on, is that correct? Because of an objection?
That's correct.
Okay. On September the 12th, I already put a statement out. Most people have seen that statement, and I've already sent a letter to the president as well. And just as I said up on Wednesday, I want for the next two items to be show me present not voting, because both of the items would be contrary to what I've already put out on September the 12th. And I will do this. So if this item just needs to be put on the floor so that people can have the dialogue and the deliberation, I will not mind that. But after that, I'll be present and not voting on this item and the next item. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Caswell?
Thank
And the substitute.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. On the substitute, again, I'm with Commissioner Brooks, even though I seconded for opportunity to discuss this with Commissioner Brooks, because I was looking to bring in an amendment to this, just speaking that and my amendment would be that whereas the Shelby County Commission do not support the deployment of National Guard, that we don't want to look like we just support this, right? Because again, even though I support the ATF, the FBI, the TBI, the DEA, any other resources that's going to help us identify and track down the violent criminals in our community, that need to be done. I don't think that this way of doing it is the way that it's supposed to. Again, my idea of bringing this resolution in collaboration with you, Madam Chair, was that we do have a plan, because what we got out of the executive session, what we keep getting out of Nashville and other places is they coming. And then, but yet, how are we going to be able to mitigate that? I again listen to the mayor of the city as he talk about utilizing them in ways that put them in a place that at events where we can free up officers. Let me just say, just over the last week or two, I have seen, and talking with my colonel, increase of sheriff deputies coming into Fraser and Raleigh, which is good that now that Tennessee Highway Patrol is patrolling that unincorporated in some of those other areas, that's freeing up some of those sheriff deputies to come into our community. I believe that collaboration of the sheriff and the police and the THP working together, Tennessee Highway Patrol, can make that impact. And if any support was given by the National Guard, would be to free up them officers to work together in collaboration, because the sustainability is going to come on the efforts of those who are staying here in our community and continually to do the work once they are left out of this, left Memphis. So I just will add that, so that the message be sent, no matter the amount of the power that we have, even if the governor choose to still come this way, that it be known that this as a body appreciate the Tennessee Highway Patrol increase. We believe that is making an impact and going to continue to make an impact, having them here. But just to say to the governor in the state that we just don't support having tanks and militarizing our neighborhoods as the answer to bringing down crime. We got answers that are playing out, and that is the collaboration of those FBI and those who are on the ground. We need to continue those efforts, I believe, and increase those resources to free up our officers and the shortage of officers that we have in the Memphis Police Department. So I would like to make an amendment to put, whereas the Shelby County Commission do not support the deployment of the National Guard in Shelby County.
I think we've got a motion on the floor. I don't know that we can amend it until we.
Is it a friendly amendment? Friendly amendment. If it's because it's my resolution, I couldn't amend it. I mean, add that language too. I can't do.
Well, can we accept these changes and then take up yours?
Okay, because we got that one first. Okay.
Is that okay?
Let's do that, yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to speak on the motion.
All right. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue. Are you speaking on the item on the floor or the main item? All right, go ahead.
So, the impact on our children is my main concern. But from a policy perspective, the deployment of military forces in our local neighborhood raises serious civil liberties concerns. History has shown that the use of National Guard in domestic situations often escalate rather than reduce conflict. At a community level, the people of Memphis need partnership and investment, not policing and military presence. Residents, particularly in Black and low-income neighborhoods, and I know it very well, I have lived it, are already carrying the weight of systemic inequities in housing, education, healthcare, and economic opportunity. So I've sent a letter to Bill Lee, and I have asked him to reconsider deploying the National Guard because it will not heal Memphis. Instead, it will strain relationships between the residents and government at this time, a time when cooperation is needed. So I did request that he would stand with the people of Memphis in rejecting this harmful proposal and committing instead to policies that strengthen our communities and foster real safety and opportunity.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Chair Avent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to speak on the amendment and the substitution. I think some of the language that, for me, becomes concerning is saying that we're going to be utilizing the National Guard to canvass neighborhoods. So for that reason, with the language in as it presently stands, that I can't support this resolution or the substitution. I just think that Commissioner Brooks made a really good point about how that looks within community when we have the National Guard literally canvassing neighborhoods. That isn't the intent of why I co-sponsored this resolution. It really was to utilize the resources that will be brought when the National Guard comes in through the agencies and through the initiatives that are already going on through the commission. So I think for that reason, I can't support the substitute where it is specifically saying about canvassing neighborhoods as a form of direct community engagement. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Avent. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so I made my position very clear about this resolution. I am a child of the movement. I lived also these experiences. And I see it coming again in the trauma on children, young adults. It's life-changing. You don't get over it. You know, my mother and father, you know, who are civil rights activists, they taught us that you just stand, you take it, and you take it, and you take it, and you take it, and eventually things will change. For example, my brother, as well as my sister, were protesting, and they were on the corner, and they were pepper sprayed by officers in the face. And they were 7 and 5 years of age. And my mother said, "Don't you dare cry. Do not let one tear drop." And so the trauma is there. It's long lasting. It doesn't go away. And again, if you talk about THP officers coming to give people tickets, that money, that funds, they go to the state. They do not come back to the county. And you're talking about housing individuals. That's going to put a strain on a court system, on our facilities. And who's going to pay for that? We are taxpayers of Shelby County. We will not get reimbursed. So you're saying that, well, you saw us all night long saying we don't have those resources. We're broke. We didn't raise property taxes because we tried to do what's best for our communities. They didn't want us to raise property taxes, some of them, but we said, okay, we're gonna cut services. So just think, all these things that we want for our county, where's the money gonna come from when the troops come in and we're gonna have to pay to house and feed and find some place for them to stay? And the world is looking at us. New Orleans, Chicago, DC, because ACLU stated that they're coming for all the major black cities. And when we fall, if we fall, they're next, because they're going to duplicate what they've created here and was able to get away with here throughout the country. So don't think that black large cities that are disadvantaged, they're on the list. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. On one hand, I can get where some of the reservations are about seeing the National Guard's presence in the community, but when the White House says that we're going to go block by block to make arrests, I believe that that's exactly the power that they will yield. I'm keenly aware that the we that we talk about if we fail or if we fall, it just doesn't exist. It is such an illusion that there is this mass movement of impacted persons that are pushing against the National Guard. If you go into my district, if you go to the corner stores, if you go to the liquor stores, I am not met with an opinion that is in deep opposition to the National Guard coming. And that is very troubling to me. I've watched the people who have made comment, and literally so many elders within my district have communicated to me, I do not feel safe in our district. We need help. And that's beyond what local law enforcement has been able to provide. So I do have serious reservations about President Trump's agenda to bring 22 agencies in and what that can come into. But unfortunately, this movement that we're talking about, it just doesn't exist. And I think that we have to own that the disconnect between the people on the ground and the advocates and the elected leaders is because of something that preceded the National Guard. We have been in an unhealthy place for a very long time. We have disinvested these communities for a very long time. And in the moment where we need them to stand in solidarity with resistance, you literally don't have the masses behind you. So I think it's very problematic. This whole concept that the National Guard can't come into our neighborhoods, but they can target the homeless. Well, I'm sorry, at Parking Airways in the middle of Orange Mound, there are a lot of homeless bodies. So it's good enough for them to come and swoop up my unhoused residents, but they can't go door to door to be able to build up community associations, CDCs that don't exist. So in closing, I just want to say, if you know who the presidents of Elliston Heights, Oak Haven, the Getwell Corridor, Bunker Hill, Imogene Heights, even Orange Mound, where are the CDCs and neighborhood associations in any of those communities? They don't exist. So they are not represented when it comes time for us to be able to put resources in, because they literally do not have an infrastructure to be able to safeguard those communities. We need to canvass, and when people don't feel safe to go door to door in their neighborhoods because they are so disinvested and the dynamics on the ground are so volatile, I'm sensitive to that. So gladly will I walk my street with someone that is being funded by my tax-paying dollars to be able to ensure my safety as I go to rebuild my neighborhood. Without that, a lot of people are not canvassing because it's just not a safe thing. So I think that the substitute is solid, and it offers a counter to this narrative that we're gonna walk these streets and arrest. Let's walk these streets and canvass. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
I'm sorry, I put my name out. But let me just say, to my colleague's point, I hear her, Commissioner Thornton, loud and clear when you won't look for those resources. My only concern and my reservation is the idea of saying the National Guard, because when I look at the requested bodies that will be coming here, resources, is housing and community development, is other agencies that we need to be talking to around that at the same time. I think we do both and, but also when you talk about FBI, TBI, ATF, with the sheriff department, and being able to go into these communities to help clean up the violent criminals out of our community, which we know that sadly there's there when you look at the news and see a 14-year-old shot with a guy carrying a long gun in the gas station. We got issues, and we know a lot of these issues drew out from the state passing these gun laws and allowing this to be what it is, sadly, in our community. Now we got this monster. To that point, I just feel like in this language, in where I will be asking you, Commissioner, for a friendly amendment in the sense that the canvassing in those people, those parts come with all of the other partnerships and federal partnerships and resources that are identified to be on the ground, right, with us. I like the number 2, the second whereas you substitute, where it said, whereas in the event any unintended physical consequences should arise from implementation of this act, is the intent and expectation that the state and appropriate federal partners will collaborate with Shelby County to provide necessary financial backstops to protect Shelby County. We need them to put their money where they know that how can I put this, that they have not been investing for decades, long before we got here on this body. This is nothing that just happened. This has been decades of disinvestments and build-up of poverty. University of Memphis Poverty Report continually speaks to the root cause of most of this is poverty, and there it lies where these disinvestments have been happening for decades. I just say, just as a young child growing up in Dixon Home in North Memphis, the only government assistance many times we saw was government cheese, government peanut butter, the WIC. but not no real resources around. So when I saw the Hope 6 project where they came in and said that they was going to give vouchers or for train people, they just moved people out of the community and made Poverty and Fraser and other Raleigh and other communities. And now nurses and doctors live in Dixie Home, go right across the street to the hospital. So this is generational of federal investments and disinvestments that benefit one class of people and disinvest in others. So I hear you loud and clear. I think those things need to be addressed holistically, but I would just ask that we bifurcate out that if you, for a friend of mine, take that part out about the canvassing of National Guard in the community, but keep the second part in there. That's a motion I'm making.
So it's a motion, it's a friendly amendment, Commissioner Thornton, to your substitute. And the parliamentarian's not here, so I would need some help. And do we have to take this motion separately before the bifurcation?
So if it would help, Chair, I would like to just withdraw the whereas clause.
Okay.
That mentions the Tennessee National Guard. I'm aware that the news is here. I've made my point. We have to canvass to be able to repair these neighborhoods. So that's just an appeal to whoever the powers that be that will rise up to allocate resources. I'm not going to say I'm agnostic to whether or not it's included. I do think that it needs to be something that is supported with the agencies that are coming in. And I just don't agree that the 22 agencies are going to get down to what this gets at, which is we need to knock on doors. We need to go door to door, and it's not putting up a headquarters somewhere to expect people to come to you. No, we need to go to the people. So I'll withdraw or amend the substitute on the floor to remove the whereas clause.
So the substitute on the floor will be, we're removing the first red line whereas. And so now the motion before us is to accept the substitute as amended. Can we do that? Point of order, Commissioner Brooks.
To the attorney, I'd like to know if we have any details. I know we have an MOU, but that leaves still lacking. You know, we have a bunch of agencies, but what are they going to do? We need some subsets here, some details so that we can better inform our constituents. I know at least 6 emails in reference to what are they going to do. So I can't say, I made copies of the MOU, but it's not giving them enough on the ground information. And they need that. People need to know what to expect. What are the expectations here?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Unfortunately, the only thing that we have received in writing is in fact the President's memorandum outlining the Memphis Safe Task Force. So while I can appreciate the desire for more written explanation, until the Guard is formally activated and we know who exactly is activating them, whether specifically that is the President or it's the Governor himself, we are not going to be able to drill down on some of those specifics. Once we do receive an active order of some kind review, we can answer some of those questions. But the item that's before you now ultimately is if the Guard is activated, these are the requests that the body is making. So it
Well, I
assumes
understand
that
that.
it hasn't happened yet, but if it does, these are the things you'd like.
I understand that, but it's kind of hard to vote on this when, even if I vote in the affirmative, there's still that question mark, what am I voting for? Because the devil's in the details, excuse my, having to use that old line, but that's the truth. We never know, especially with what's in D.C. and Washington now. So we should push back because generally it's just wrong. We don't need to be controlled, not at all, but we need to be invested. But it's already happening. It's going to happen, and it's not about crime, so it's going to happen. So the next thing is, what details can we get and how soon can we get them so that we can try and help our constituents?
And I'm going to ask if we
Okay.
can come back, because this is actually on the amendment, and we can come back to the main motion, and definitely Commissioner Brooks, we can make sure that all of those things are reflected in Attorney Smith's statements, but just now, if we can just vote on this is just on the amendment, accepting of the amendment, the substitute as amended. Can we do that without objection? Okay, seeing none, the substitute is accepted without the substitute has been accepted. All right, so now we're back on the main motion, which is item number 25, and Attorney Smith, just as Commissioner Brooks, some of the things that she's outlined as part of the memorandum of understanding, if you could just go ahead and comment on that.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Again, we don't have any specifics. All that we do know is that the memorandum from the president outlines law enforcement efforts. It's unclear to us the details of those efforts, but the agencies we do have, in terms of specific operations once the guard is here, I do not have that. The best that I can offer the body is that I will follow back up with details I'm allowed to share.
All right, so there's a couple of commissioners who are in the queue about the main motion, and then we do have public comment cards that I do want to make sure to give folks an opportunity because they have been here for a while. So I'm going to go to the commissioners that are currently in the queue, and then we're going to public comments. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to share my personal perspective on this issue, which is informed by an event that took place when I was growing up. Where I'm from, there was a severe weather event that killed 50 people and destroyed 50,000 homes, and flooded 400,000 square miles. And in my little neighborhood, we were without drinking water, and it was in the middle of the summer. And it was hot, and we couldn't drink, and we couldn't do laundry, and all manner of things that you get used to having running water to do. Until the Army Corps of Engineers came to my neighborhood, and they were wearing fatigues, and they brought a giant container of water to serve the needs of our neighborhood. And that was my first and only encounter with anything like that, of encountering uniformed people in my neighborhood. I imagine the same or a similar thing would happen here if there were to be, we talk a lot about earthquake susceptibility, in particular Regional 1 Hospital that we talk about a lot being on stilts, and what would happen if there were a severe event in the Mid-South, and we would be devastated. And the people who would come to our aid would be the people like my brother who served 26 years in the Tennessee National Guard, who lives here, works here, has a family here, kids go to school here. He's not an occupying force. He's just someone who would want to help, and I think it's the same for everyone in that position. That's my perspective, and just wanted to share that. I won't speak again on these other issues, but I just simply do not understand the way that we've treated this whole topic without giving any kind of consideration to who those people might actually be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I just want to say, we don't have a storm here. In fact, the Crime Commission, who we've given a lot of money to, hundreds of thousands of dollars, did a report. And they showed that crime is going down, and it's at an all-time 25-year low, in spite of the fact that we have disadvantaged people and the number of individuals who are impacted is going up. You know, Trump has made a lot of cuts
to healthcare, to education, across the board, housing. And so if we think that things are going to get better, we are really, in a space where I don't want you want to go. And I am not delusional. I have lived through all kinds of horrors, with law enforcement. If you have not had a negative encounter, you're very blessed. But if you're black and brown and disadvantaged white, I'm sure you've had a negative consequence. If there is a storm, yes, we welcome them. If there is a Katrina, think about who was left behind and who was not helped. Okay? So again, you're talking about, if there's an issue, crime is going down. The issue is, to my colleague to the right, he stated that it's poverty. Poverty is what drives crime. Is it zero? No, it'll never be zero, especially we have loose gun laws like we do in Tennessee. So if if the president is sincere in helping Memphis and Shelby County, then the resources would be there. The resources, because we don't have Medicaid expansion, for example, in Tennessee, the rural areas had to close their hospitals. Then they come here to Shelby County, we have Regional 1, and put a strain on our resources, which we as taxpayers have to pay again and again and again. And so when these troops come in, whether it's the state level, federal level, whomever, we are footing the bill. They're not saying, yeah, we're going to come in and support and help, and if there's unintended consequences, we're going to reimburse you. They've never said that. They've never said when they're coming, how long they're going to stay. The people in D.C. are traumatized. They're passing crazy laws. Like if you're 14 years of age, you can be tried as an adult. They're harming people, not only physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically. Think COVID-19 was bad? Oh my gosh. I'm just saying no to this, and we need to ask or request that the governor not deploy the troops. Thank you.
All right, so we have several comment cards. I'm going to give those folks an opportunity. First is Glenda Hicks. You wrote down for item 25 and 26, so if you could just address at one time, because again, folks are only allowed to speak one time during the meetings per our permanent rules.
Good evening. Glenda Hicks, 608 Gillies, co-founder 21st Century Memphis or Bust. Deployment of individuals who do not look like the majority of the citizens of Memphis and certainly do not understand the historical trauma, the plight, and the disenfranchisement of the same majority can only bring further destruction, harm, and loss of life. The needs of the masses has to be the focus. Why is Memphis in the state that it is? Because our elected officials have not addressed the needs of the masses. Memphis will never improve until the needs of the masses are addressed. We can talk all day about other issues, and bottom line, we know that poverty is a crucial issue to the state that Memphis is in. So if we want to improve Memphis, let's address the needs of the masses. Bringing in National Guards to do what? Combat crime, and we know the neighborhoods that are gravely affected. So that is not going to handle the situation. It's only going to make it worse. So I employ you, those who sit in seats of authority, to represent the citizens, to think about what is in the best interest. I understand that we have elderlies who are afraid. I understand that. But let's address the issue in another way? Why should we have to foot the bill for someone that's forced upon us? That's asinine. That doesn't even make good sense. That Shelby County will have to pay for National Guards coming in. That's ludicrous. And then given the financial state that Shelby County is in, that's not even something that we should even embrace. So I implore you, dismiss this, vote against this. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brandy Price, if you could say your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Brandy Price. I came here today to put it on record that the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, is a pedophile, and the use of the National Guard is a cover-up for this fact. And anything y'all do, any concessions that y'all make, or any compromise that y'all make for the allowance of this huge distraction of militarized force is covering up from the fact that our president is a pedophile. Like, this is crazy that y'all would even consider making any form of concessions to this. As a matter of fact, a lot of our representatives are pedophiles, local, state, and federal level. And I know it, the audience knows it, and also the state of Israel knows it. And that's the reason why they got a lot of y'all on the hook. That's the truth. Because a lot of y'all have dirt on y'all that y'all makes y'all compromise and makes y'all easily amendable to any force that literally deems itself as superior or just another manifestation of white supremacy to allow the murder of people of color, Palestinians, and people black, brown, of any color alike. This National Guard coming into the city of Memphis is just another cover-up way to steal people off the streets, put more homeless people into camps, take away our black, brown, Latino brothers and sisters and put them into camps as well. So anything that y'all say or do that's contributing to that fact is literally ultimately you're covering up for pedophiles, people who have sex with children. That's what Mike Wright is trying to play his little sad little piano song, sad little violin over to cover up from that fact that people are being disappeared, people are being taken away for a pedophile. That's just crazy. And also for the state of Israel to bomb Palestinians. That's literally what's going on here. We talk about militarization of forces. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Each and every one of y'all are guilty to that fact. This is just a larger manifestation of what's been going on in the state level and local level as here today. We have, like, even one of the commissioners, the former commissioners, voted in an MRAP tank to come to Shelby County. Like, literally, y'all, like, y'all trying to play like it's politics, but the simple fact is y'all been slowly building up to a militarized force in the first place. Y'all building up to a militarized zone where people are heavily policed.
Brandy Price, if you could not wield the stick, because please, thank you.
Like I said, as above, so below. Y'all created this problem. Y'all allow this thing to happen, to constantly be militarized, constantly when people starting to ask questions about a surveillance state, or like, that's when all of a sudden, that's why we have these guards coming in to trample all over our rights as human beings and individuals. So yeah, main point, the president's a pedophile. If y'all allow this, y'all covering it up.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Pitts. I'm sorry if I can't, the last name I've been saying, Pita, I'm sorry, Sandra Pita. Okay. Adam Nelson, and I just want to state, if folks are picking up comment cards, per our permanent rules, you're allowed to speak on one time within the commission meeting. And I know that there was someone who just picked up another person who picked up a comment card, but if you've already spoken in the commission, there's only one comment per commission meeting. Mr. Nelson?
Adam Nelson, thank you. I didn't come here to speak against National Guard reservists. I think that they probably joined that thinking that they were going to do something like what Commissioner Wright's experience was. They thought they were going to help people who were recovering from some kind of disaster. And if they were choosing for themselves, that's what they would do with their time. But that's not who's sending them. The movement that is sending them here has a different agenda. The people who signed up to be in the National Guard didn't sign up to lock people up who are struggling just because they are too poor to find a place to be inside. They didn't come here to take away people's civil liberties. They didn't sign up to be part of a mass deportation project and xenophobia project. But the movement that is sending them here, that is what they want them to do, and that's who's submitting the orders. So that's what we have to prepare for. And in the past, we would have looked to our federal government to protect us from this kind of things. We can't count on that right now. Maybe there was a time when we would look to the state government to protect us from this kind of thing, and we can't count on them right now. It's you. You are the line of defense that is between us and this kind of fascism and domination. We need you to stand up for this community. That means that we need you to go further than to say, well, okay, make sure you, just give us our usual, respect our local authority as law enforcement. We need you to take serious, concrete steps about what kind of spaces will you allow the National Guard to enter, or the federal agencies, all of those federal agents, to use or not. And what is the extent of the complicity that you're going to offer to the federal agents who are coming in with this kind of agenda? We need you to go further than that. We need you to also to be considerate about not having this false equivalent or false separation between what the federal agents want to do and what the state agents would do. So if you're saying we don't want federal agents, but please send us the Tennessee Highway Patrol, that's not it. The Tennessee Highway Patrol represents the same kind of threat in terms of what are they actually going to do when they get here. They're going to be part of the same project of oppression and destroying the liberty and security and even the safety of the neighborhoods that we live in, because we know that what actually brings safety in these neighborhoods is poverty eradication programs, not programs of harassment and detainment and giving people who are poor fines for being poor and putting them in what is the equivalent of debtor's prison with horrible, horrible jail conditions where we leave them in there unnecessarily. And imagine how much worse that's going to be when we have a federal agency arresting 200 people a day. What are you going to do to actually limit their power to come in and oppress your city? Because you are the line of defense that we've got right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Madison Thomas.
Good evening, Madison Thomas, 477 North 5th Street. And I just wanted to come up here and talk because I've heard a lot about how many of your concerns are about youth, but I'm kind of finding that hard to be genuine, because when talking to youth about this, they are scared. In an era where you see police brutality on every single screen in America, where people have been lynched at Delta State University, not that far from here, you are bringing in a police presence that has no connection to these youth. They have no reason to truly care or support them, and are simply coming from a government that does not care for them as minorities and has shown that time and time again. And so when you sit up here and you talk about how the local police force cannot control crime, but crime is at an all-time low, whereas depression, anxiety, and other mental health disorders are at an all-time high of 25 years or more, it becomes a concern of where are our resources going versus where they should be going. We need to focus on more mental health in schools for kids. We need to focus on getting kids who are on the streets off of the streets and into education. When you bring in the National Guard, do you think about the effects that has on Latinx kids who could be concerned about being pulled and racially profiled from schools and not showing up to schools? You'll see a rise in truancy. There are so many effects to this that are not being considered right now, when we could be focusing on improving literacy rates. We could be focusing on the fact that kids are right now going to school hungry every day because they can't afford to eat. There are so many other problems that we should be focusing on right now, and bringing in the National Guard is not a solution to any of them. It is a Band-Aid. How long are they going to be here? We don't even know. It becomes an issue where we see a force or a presence that is just simply being oppressive rather than helping the people that they are meant to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Gevinson. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your last name, Gevinson, Sarah Gevinson. Okay. The next is Sahara Matthews.
Hi, my name is Zahara Matthews. My address is 477 North 5th Street. Today, as a youth, I am representing all youth, including those youth which this system has locked up. There is for no absolute positive outcome for the National Guard coming here. Every state that they have been to, a youth has ended up behind bars simply because of smoking or other existing charges. It has shown data that the National Guard has locked up more youth than adults when they have went to those states. And last time I checked, locking people in between four walls has never done any good for them, especially mentally. As the adults, we as youth are trusting you to say no for them to come here. If you cared about our youth, you would understand how dangerous it is for them to come down here. I thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to voice my concern.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Angela Mendez.
Hello, my name is Angela Mendez. I am here representing Tennessee Immigrants' Rights Refugee Coalition. I am here representing...
Angela, if you could just bring yes, so that we can hear you better. Thank you.
I'm here representing the Latino community, the youth community. For all those who are wondering where they are, I'm here representing them. I just want to say that the fact that the commissioners are not in the mentality of doing everything they can to make sure that the National Guard here is not enough for me. I need you guys to be in the mentality of realizing that you are our line of last defense. I need you to do everything in your power to make sure that they don't get here. There have been people being snatched up on the streets. Commissioner Wright, I understand that you had a good experience with the National Guard, but there's currently not a storm. Is the National Guard going to come here and give water to those who don't have power right now because they didn't pay their MLG bill due to their inability to pay the bill? Is that what they're going to come here to do? I don't think so. Do you have a Hulu subscription? Because if you do, I want you to go home and watch the documentary that they did on Katrina. There were many Black people left to survive on their own. I need you to go watch that. There are lots of people who are afraid to come out of their house just because of the situation that's going on with ICE. Now, think about it. Memphis has made a lot of money off tourism right now. Who's going to want to come to Memphis if the National Guard is here? Who's going to want to come and spend money in the restaurants and the businesses that probably are already suffering? The people who benefit off the National Guard being here, off ICE being deployed here, they're not the people who live here. There is money being made off the fact that people are being taken by ICE. Instead of using money to build more jails, we should just be using that in all the different ways that were mentioned today in the budget. I asked you guys to please do everything you can so that we don't waste these resources in stuff that we simply don't need. Memphis needs opportunity, not occupation. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules so that Clerk Sawyer can speak again a second time.
Thank you. I appreciate the motion. I will entertain the motion. I would ask that everyone in the commission chambers be respectful of the rules that are as they are permitted, because we have so many speakers, and if folks have spoken on an item, per our permanent rules, if you could read the permanent rules.
The pertinent part of Rule 14, public notice period for public comment during meetings of the commission and committee. All non-members having requested to speak will be allowed to address the commissioner or committee on any item or matter one time for no longer than 3 minutes when recognized by the chair, either prior to the reading of the first item on the agenda if the individual so chooses and notes on the appearance card. 2, during discussion of any item which the individual so chooses and notes on the appearance card. Or 3, after the conclusion of action on all agenda items. The chair may set a time limit for discussion by non-members of less than 3 minutes for each individual if circumstances require.
Thank you. And again, I'll reassert, I'd like to suspend the rules so that Clerk Sawyer can speak.
I'm entertaining the motion as well as the second. I'm also bringing this point up because there are additional 13 other public comment cards for the next item. So the longer that, when we have folks who are speaking on an item more than one time, speaking in the meeting more than one time, and we have not heard from other folks, that is the reason why I'm bringing this up. And I think Clerk Sawyer is very well aware, having sat on this dais, of those rules. There's a motion and a second. Is there any objection? Can we do that without objection? So moved. Clerk Sawyer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairwoman Avan. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, and thank you, Commissioner Thornton, for that second. First, my apologies. My understanding of the rule was that it was one time per item. So that's where my understanding came from, as you mentioned that I had sat on the dais before. I'll be really quick about this, as I do believe that my position is pretty clear with most. I appreciate the amendments that were made for the inclusion of recognizing the impact on operations that will happen once, and let's be clear, it's once, not just the National Guard, but this entire Make Memphis Safe task force, which starts all the way from the Secretary of War down to several other divisions of the federal government, as decided by President Donald Trump. This will impact not just our communities, but is also going to impact our county government operations. When asked his plans on Memphis, Donald Trump told a Black woman reporter just this past weekend, "Shut up, be quiet, you're obnoxious." So for the majority of us to believe that he is going to negotiate with us or do the things that we dream can be done in our community, things that I think are incredible, Commissioner Thornton. We do need to canvass our neighborhoods. Commissioner Caswell, we do need to make sure our elders and our youth are protected. But they are not coming to clean up. They are not coming to beautify. They are coming to occupy not just our community, but to take over our government operations. And this will, as we have discussed the budget several times this evening and over the last month, we are here for such a long time because we are trying to figure out how to continue our government operations with limited funding, while our community is unable to keep up the rate of paying fines and fees, and we are losing millions of dollars a year in revenue because of the poverty that continues in Memphis. Yes, we want our community to be safe, but homicides in 2024, there were 297. That impacted 0.05% lives of Memphians. And that's not to say that anyone deserves to die, but that means out of 600,919 Memphians, 297 were unfortunately killed. But 22% of all Memphians lived in poverty. And 36% of children in Memphis live in poverty, and 27% of Black people in Memphis live in poverty. So if the president and the National Guard and the Secretary of War and all of the other agencies that are being mentioned that want to come here and occupy and further stress the operations of a county that's holding together its budget and operations with spit and tape really cared, what they would do is be sending us exactly what we're asking for, and that is opportunity. They wouldn't be cutting federal funds to homelessness and mental health. Thank you. And thank you again, Commissioner.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the speaking audience, thank you, Madam Clerk, for sharing. Because, Madam Clerk, I was going to ask you a question about the impact you see on your office when it comes to, we heard from the sheriff, maybe an increase of about 160-some people a day that may be being arrested due to some of this engagement. Just wanted to know if you can tell us about the impact that you'll see on your office.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. I will answer very quickly. That impact is going to go across all criminal divisions. So that includes pretrial, which is mentioned in the President's executive order. That includes the Sheriff's Department, also mentioned in the executive order. And that also includes the judicial commissioners who set the bail. If we are looking at an increase of 160 additional detainees a day, my division, General Sessions Criminal, we do process bail and bonds, and currently the process, as I've shared several times, is has no modernity at all. And so because of that, we are going to be looking at an increase from the 240 people a day who are being held in intake upwards towards 300. And our dockets per day, we're looking at about 1,200 cases per day right now. And we have just begun overtime operations in the last 2 weeks so that we can process the influx of tickets and the influx of cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, to our audience, as I talk about this, live in 38128 Raleigh. Every night we hear the gunshots. Every night I'm on the phone with police in the streets talking about it. I was on the phone when the young man was shot a couple of weeks, a month or so ago. While I'm on the phone with the police, I'm on the phone with his parents on the other end, trying to not tell them where the body is at right now. This is a young man that was shot and impacted by many of the young people. When you talk about hearing from the young people, I'm in NBA. I'm at the schools talking to the kids. One side, yes, they're saying we don't want the National Guard. The other side saying, I don't feel safe. Once I leave here, I can't even come out. Parents calling me saying, I can't come, I ain't letting my child out in this neighborhood. We the most violent precinct in Shelby County. The gangs are real. The impact on our community is real. People are not feeling safe in their community is real. Madam Clerk, I hear you. When I went the other day to the victims event at Mary Young Mother's Church, and to hear from those victims, them families who lost their family member to random drive-by shootings and killings in their community, saying, when are y'all gonna solve these cases? Because it's impacting. When we say that 2% is ripple effect of families, cousins, aunties, and uncles are being impacted by that murder. But it also impacts our communities. When we talk about having to pay more money for Regional 1, if I can just a few more seconds, is that we already know it's almost $1 million per person that's killed in our community. So it's costing us. And it's costing us lives. So again, I don't support the deployment of tanks and the federal in that capacity to our community. Yet we have to do something to address the violence, because victims are real in our community, and this grief is real, that we have to shut this down, but for us to continue to be able to move forward. So thank you for Madam Clerk and speaking audience for coming to share.
All right. We will now, Madam Clerk, if you could prepare the screens for a vote.
My screen's not working. Would you put me as a no, please?
My screen's not working either, also a no.
We have Commissioner Mills as well as Commissioner Morrison as a no. Madam Clerk, if you could report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Thornton, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Morrison, and Bradford have voted no. Have 4 ayes and 5 noes.
That motion fails. Madam Clerk, please read item number 26. Parliamentarian.
So the item
The item fails. The item fails.
Item 26 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 26 is a resolution requesting that Governor Bill Lee not deploy the Tennessee National Guard to Memphis or Shelby County and instead direct state support toward strategic public safety investments, including a regional crime lab, local law enforcement staffing, neighborhood organizing, and social risk factors. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item is an add-on and amended in September 17th, 2025 committee meeting.
Okay, is there a motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Wright, could I get the committee report?
Madam Chair, I believe this came down with a favorable recommendation.
All right. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. We actually have 13 more cards on this. We have 13 cards on this item. So the first is Richard Massey.
Good evening, Commission. Richard Massey, 3615 Central Avenue. With the deployment of the National Guard to Memphis on the horizon, I think it's more important than ever to iron out the facts over fiction. It is a fact that just days before President Trump announced this, the Memphis Police Department reported decreases in every major crime category for the year 2025. It is a fact that we aren't where we want to be exactly, but those who are closest to the issues in our community are also most proximate to the solutions. It is a fact that real means-tested solutions to crime are found in fixing structural failures, such as a lack of affordable housing in Memphis, funding quality aftercare programs to keep our young people occupied, renovating MSCS school buildings, and ending permitless carry as we know it. It is a fact that historically, the National Guard has been deployed as a stopgap, a last resort to situations such as disaster response or civil unrest. It is a fact that National Guard troops are not trained to engage in civilian law enforcement or elevate civil rights or criminal procedure. In fact, these are young men and women who signed up for overseas combat missions and to respond to immediate state emergencies. So since we're putting this into context, we must understand what the true purpose of all of this is. This is the Trump administration trying to desperately score political points off the back of Memphis and position the president as a strongman. This is absolutely not and never has been the standard for troop deployment, not in LA, not in DC, and not here in Memphis. We have several things to at least consider before we roll out the red carpet for authoritarianism. First of all, are we going to allow our unhoused citizens to be criminalized simply for being unhoused? Are we going to see the bulldozing of homeless encampments and the jailing of unhoused folks take place in Memphis? Are we going to see even more targeting of our Hispanic neighbors here in Memphis, which have already looked down the barrel of more ICE raids and workplace raids and such that have already separated enough families as is? Secondly, we must realize that this is going to hurt, not help our local economy, as it has in DC, where restaurant reservations and small business sales and foot traffic have all experienced notable declines. I'm sure all of you know just how much we need that money in Shelby County and Memphis. Lastly, what kind of precedent does this set for the rest of the nation if we're allowing the National Guard to come in here for routine policing? This is a part of a nationwide effort to normalize these troop deployments. What happens when the president decides that his gerrymandering efforts and attempts to find 11,000 votes that don't exist aren't enough, and he decides to deploy the National Guard for election security purposes, to intimidate voters at polling places? Because as it stands, it doesn't seem too far out from where we are right now. And we've had a conversation about the Trump administration coordinating with Memphis. I mean, let's look at the image from a few days ago when he signed a presidential memorandum to authorize this deployment. Did you see any Memphis officials in that room with President Trump? Did you see C.J. Davis or Paul Young or Mayor Lee Harris? Did you see any black people in the room with President Trump in the Oval Office as he authorized a troop deployment to the largest majority black city in the United States? Ask yourself that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cassandra Fawn.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Fawn, 2639 Central Avenue, apartment Q4. I think the thing that this ultimately comes down to is the fact that we have heard this commission talk about, for example, crime, that constituents feel unsafe, or that there is a desire among constituents for the National Guard. For one thing, you're all politicians, each and every one of you. If your constituents come together with a patently suicidal idea like, hey, we want to go split off from Memphis and form a second Jonestown, what would you do? You would get in front of a camera and say, hey, I don't think we should form a second Jonestown. That is exactly the level of suicidality that we are talking about. And so any level of cooperation with that, any level of capitulation to that, is not only suicidal for all of your constituents, but for you as politicians, because world history is watching Memphis right now and will be watching it for the next, 100 years or however many. And so any inaction that is taken right now is going to be judged extraordinarily harshly by history. Ask any European how Nazi collaborators are viewed. Even now to this day, nearly 100 years later. And so if this commission is unwilling to take an adversarial posture with an administration that has already taken an unabashedly adversarial posture with it, then we're all dead. Then we may as well just call it quits now. So.
Our next speaker is Lucid McNudy. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
It's a long one. Lucia Benedetto McNulty.
Okay.
And my address is 3803 Given Avenue. So Donald Trump is sending troops not from just the National Guard, but also ICE, the DEA, and other agencies because he wants to create fear and undermine city leadership that doesn't look or think like him. He chose Memphis not only because we're an international shipping hub that his military equipment passes through, but also because other governors in other states wouldn't bow down to his desires. He had the power to deploy the National Guard in D.C. because he's the president and it's the capital and there's some special rules, but anywhere else, he would have to ask the governor to call them in. Just because our state's governor is a doormat doesn't mean that we as a city have to take this lying down. Violent crime is already decreasing, and Memphis has real problems, but we understand how to handle them. We can do this ourselves. Will they keep the lights on? No. Will they decrease educational disparity? No. If anything, it will get worse because ICE agents will drive truancy and keep kids afraid of going to school. Will they put food in children's mouths? No. Will they clean the air in Whitehaven and across our city because air quality is linked to crime? No, they will not clean that air. While the National Guard and other agencies have been used in the past to help communities rebuild, Donald Trump and Bill Lee have not even pretended that that is their intention in this situation. Their intention is for them to be used as law enforcement. Even if this resolution can't force the National Guard to not come, it can at least record our opposition. If they want to play an optics game, then we can do that too. Additionally, as a Memphian, I just thoroughly don't believe we need extra manpower. Last week I was running and there was a friendly pit bull that came up to me, but she clearly was not at her home. So I called the non-emergency line. Not one, not two, but 3 officers in separate cars came and helped me handle that situation. While I'm glad that they were able to help me, that shows me that if there's 3 officers for a situation where there is no violence, no crime being committed, and they're available to help me and spend like over an hour for a puppy, that means we have the manpower. We just need to use it. We don't need troops from elsewhere, and our county doesn't need to be paying for what the president wants. A president that we didn't elect, if you look at the electoral maps. Obviously, the American people did, but Memphis did not vote in that direction. I understand there are those who feel that safety is an issue in our county, and I think that nobody here is denying that that is an issue. But this is just not the solution. If folks feel like that is a solution strongly, they can come and voice that opinion. We've come here to voice that opinion, and we've seen that elders come together for what they believe in. We had a strong presence today as well on other issues within their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson. Okay. Our next speaker is Christine Fox.
Good evening, Christine Fox, 584 East Macklemore, 38106. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you this evening. I come before you today, as I did last Wednesday, to urge this body to take action to oppose the deployment of the National Guard, as well as any additional federal forces or agents to Memphis and Shelby County. We know that keeping our community safe and vibrant comes through investment and consistent, reliable support structures. It does not and will not come through the militarization of our streets or through terrorizing and suppressing communities that are already pushed to the margins, our immigrant, unhoused, impoverished, and Black and brown neighbors. In addition to asking that the County Commission take meaningful action to oppose the National Guard and any additional federal forces or agents, we ask that you work with community organizations to provide regular and daily updates, keeping the public informed regarding what actions are being taken to protect Memphians from federal overreach. We ask that you pair any resolution with a long overdue commitment to invest in mental health resources, youth programming, housing stability, and violence intervention programs. I am asking you, as people of faith, to do everything within your power to protect all of our communities, not just those the current administration deems worthy of protection. I am asking you, as neighbors, to resist the forces that ask us to normalize violence, inhumanity, and wanton cruelty. We hear throughout Hebrew scripture in the New Testament that God takes no delight in false shows of worship or praise, but longs instead for justice to roll down like water and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. We hear that God secures justice for the poor and upholds the cause of the oppressed in Psalm 140, verse 12. We are told that it is a sin to despise one's neighbor, but blessed is the one who is kind to the needy. Proverbs 14:21. Proverbs 14:31 makes it plain that whoever oppresses the poor shows contempt for their maker, but whoever is kind to the needy honors God. A sentiment echoed later in Matthew 25:40. Truly I tell you, just as you did it to one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, so you did to me. Commissioners, please hear the voices of your constituents and community members who are calling for real and tangible investment in our people, our families, our friends, and our neighborhoods. We need you to have the courage to stand up for Shelby County. We need you to hear us when we tell you, in no uncertain terms, that what we need is poverty eradication, not military occupation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amal Altarab, and my apologies if I've mispronounced your name, but if you could give us your name and address for the record.
Hey everyone, can you hear me? My name is Amal Altareb and I am at 6670 Enoch Cove, that's District 7, zip code 3812134. I'm the West Tennessee Program Manager of AMAC, American Muslim Advisory Council. I'm also on the board of MICA and today here as part of the Free 901 campaign, which you'll see people behind me. So there are constituents and a lot of people actually who do not want the National Guard or any of the federal forces for that. So just a bit about me, I'm Yemeni American, and whenever I visit Yemen, which right now is still in a civil war, it's normal to see militiamen in the streets with rifles. But I never thought that I would see them here in Memphis, Tennessee, in the United States of America. We're not at a civil war. There's no natural disaster. We don't need militiamen and women. We don't need the militias in, or with rifles and tanks in our streets. Our community and business clerks have, everyone in our Memphis community has lost a lot of people. One of my students this past spring lost her uncle to gun violence. So we all do want a solution. But the solution is not the National Guard. Because military in the streets is what fascists do, to intimidate and control people. It's not a solution. Even if Governor Lee asks them to come, we don't want them. This is very clearly overstepping and overreach of your local authority. They want to turn you, frankly, into puppets. So what directives can you put in writing to protect us, but also to ensure your own power, your authority to continue to govern Shelby County? So in addition to opposing the deployment of the National Guard, and we also oppose any additional forces, federal forces and agents. And we ask if you will provide us with regular and daily updates on the National Guard activities. And on the point of why do we oppose the federal and state forces, it's specifically because for months, state troopers and federal agents have been deporting our neighbors in unmarked cars and masks. How much worse will it become now? And what will the county do to protect our immigrant communities when they're stopped at checkpoints that are set up by federal and state forces that are working with ICE? And we know that because we know where Governor Lee will stand. And it's not just the Latinx community, but also thinking about refugees and people with temporary status. What will happen to them? Will they just fill up the jail, the new jail in Mason? Was that the point to begin with? So people are scared, and we will see it. Students will not go to school, and that's a question for you all to think about. What resources can we then provide to our students who are too scared to leave their homes? So everybody will impacted, and we definitely need funding. But we're asking you to pair the resolution with a commitment to invest in our youth, in mental health, in funding for MATA. And finally, this deployment is an occupation. And an occupation is a crime, whether it's Memphis or Palestine. So we are opposing the occupation. Please protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nehemiah Hardaway. You could state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. How y'all doing? I just want to say, first of all, thank each and every one of you for everything you all do. You all have a rough job. You got a rough job. Y'all got a lot of stuff. My name is Nehemiah Hardaway. My address is 5442 Sundale Way. I'm in District 6, the unincorporated area of Memphis, Tennessee. And I have done so much work in this city, but I want to speak to 1964, Jonesboro, Louisiana, right? The Deacons for Defense, right? This was a time in history we can point to. We can say, okay, Lyndon B. Johnson was the president. 1964. Deacons for Defense were black deacons of churches that came together to arm themselves. These were men that served in the military themselves against Korea, like my grandfather in World War II. And so these men were fighting a spiritual battle. They were fighting against the KKK at that time, right? But they also had people from different nationalities that were fighting with them, that were sacrificing their lives with them. It wasn't never about race. It was always about spiritual energy, evil. So you have to know the history, young people. You got to study that. And so as we assess history, Lyndon B. Johnson, he gave way to COINTELPRO. Nobody said anything about the evil he was doing. Right? And we had evidence. This is how we know it's spiritual. Now, I never heard anybody come up here and say the cause of poverty is we don't have two-parent homes. We don't have a father. We don't have a mother in the home working together, building economic wealth, and also building, more importantly, moral character, critical thinking, investment strategies, emotional intelligence, right? Pride. See, I was brought up on we serve with pride and humility. I graduated from Melrose High School. Our elders taught us well in Owens Mound. They taught us well. We warriors. We all know what to do. And so we go by the teaching of our elders. But I haven't heard any of this language. And we are in the streets, and we have seen death and destruction for way too long. And the culture is based around, let me create satire to get media attention. But what are you doing? You're not hitting the streets. We're in the streets every night, every day. We dealing with other people's family issues. You must cultivate a strong family dynamic with elders, grandparents. Poverty is solved by having family members that are on post. The resources for the state, the public dollars,
they're gonna run out because there's too many people that's eating off of it. So we need private dollars. Private dollars come from unifying, just like the different nationalities in Memphis are showing us that they do. They got their own commerce they set up. They got different commerce strategies set up. Different families who donate money, that's privatized money, and then they take care of themselves. We need to do that. Let's get down to business. I'm gonna holler.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alea Smith. Alea Smith. Okay, our next.
Hi, my name is Ala. The address is 477 North 5th Street. Yeah, I'm here representing the Youth Justice Action Coalition. I'm the adult advisor for the Youth Justice Action Coalition. Some of our youth are behind us. First, I just wanted to share some statistics with y'all from the National Guard deployment in DC and the arrests that were made. First, 1/4 of the cases were for unregistered firearms, whether they were used or not, just finding them unregistered or in traffic stops or what have you. 1/7 were for open alcohol containers, and 1/12 were solely for minor violations like smoking weed, fare evasion, or traffic stops. And so that made up a vast majority of the arrests the National Guard made in DC, and all of those things are low-level crimes. That's not the homicides folks are talking about. It's not the carjackings people are worried about. It's none of the stuff that our elected officials are fear-mongering us about. And judging from what the charges are and also the data, a majority of these people were young people, as in under 18. They're youth. They're our kids. A majority of arrests the National Guard is making are our youth. I don't think those are the criminals y'all are afraid to canvass the houses at. And we're in the streets every day canvassing. We're working with youth. We're working with the community. And we're not scared to walk around because we know that's not what the crime is. One of the other things that we noticed with the Tennessee Highway Patrol is where they're stationed. They've already been here for months now. I'm not seeing them at night when I'm out. I'm not seeing them on Beale. I'm not seeing them in Orange Mound at night. I'm seeing them at the highway exits during rush hour. What does that tell us? They're here. It's an attack on our working class communities. They're destabilizing our societies, removing black and brown men, the backbones of our homes, from our societies, removing our kids from our homes, destabilizing our future societies, like Commissioner Brooks was talking about. That's not going to help prevent crime in the future. That's just worsening the problem. And we've seen it time and time again. We know what's happening at 201. We know what's happening at the so-called Youth Justice and Education Center. We know about those abuses, and eyes are on Memphis because of that. The National Guard is just going to continue to fill up those spots that we know are continuing to harm our people. Youth in YJAC are in solitary confinement for days on end. They're not let out of their cells for a second, for days on end. A majority of National Guard arrests will just be putting more of our babies in there. That's not helping to stop crime. 201 Poplar is in the news because we have a higher death rate than Rikers. That is a jail. It's not even a prison. And we have a higher death rate than Rikers. What is National Guard going to do? Put more people behind those bars. Put Memphis in the spotlight even more for our deaths, for our failures. And we know, we've seen it time and time again. The last time Trump was in office, he sent our police millions of dollars for new tech, more staff and technology, which is why I also oppose this resolution, because it's supporting putting more money towards Memphis Police Department, which again, they gave us the money, and crime hasn't gone down because this is what they're targeting. They're spending all their money doing traffic stops, trying to catch unregistered firearms, trying to catch weed, open alcohol. They're not trying to catch the homicides. And I totally understand where y'all are coming from. I just recently lost one of my babies to gender-based gun violence. And that's not the people who they're catching. I want y'all to look at the stats. I don't have the number. How many police officers in Memphis have domestic violence charges? It's a lot. It's a big number, and that's not who our police officers or our National Guard is going against. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Trinity Williams.
My name is Trinity Williams, 1000 South Cooper Street, 38104. I stand here as the community engagement organizer with the Equity Alliance and a youth organizer in the city. I stand here in support of this resolution against the National Guard coming to Shelby County. We, the people of Shelby County, know what keeps us safe because we live here. That simple fact should retain local and collective community demands of community safety, community wellness, and our future as a whole as our county. We the people know what keeps us safe because we live here. But you know who doesn't live here? Governor Lee or President Trump. As citizens of this county, the safety of this county should remain in the hands of the people, not in the hands of state-sanctioned violence led by Governor Lee. It should not be in the hands of federal militarization of our streets, of our homes, and of our children led by President Donald Trump. We the people seek to end this culture of extreme violence as a resolution. This happened in 1968 with the sanitation strike, when this community, this very own community, took a stand and vocalized the need for better working conditions, fair wages, and safety in the face of the federal government. Because of that end, this historical repetition of federal censorship onto local agency needs to end. We need to pair this resolution with a commitment to invest into mental health rapid responders, youth programming, housing stability, and de-escalation of violent interventions in our city. We need to ensure to restrict the National Guard onto our public facilities, like our libraries, our parks, our public buildings, and community safe havens. In addition to not only opposing the National Guard, we ask the Commission to also oppose the deployment of any other federal agencies, forces, and troops as a means to increase surveillance on our communities. In this moment in time, we have the chance as a county to vocalize the end of this pattern of federal terrorism on marginalized communities, like the homeless, like our BIPOC youth, our working class folks. It's bigger than this cause. The National Guard is impending on us, and that is harm, that is pain, that is violence. There is no safety in that. This moment is bigger than one resolution. It's an opportunity for this commission and this community to act together and reject militarization while modeling a shared commitment to care, dignity, and safety for all of us in Shelby County. Because safety for us should be ran by us. We need to free this county, we need to free our people, and we need to free the 901. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Beatrix Weil.
I am the Reverend Beatrix Weil with Decarcerate Memphis. I am speaking in favor of this item, keep all federal agents out of Memphis. Today, our Jewish neighbors celebrate Rosh Hashanah, a fresh start. Our Hindu neighbors celebrate Navratri, the triumph of good over evil. And our Celtic neighbors celebrate the autumnal equinox, the changing of the seasons. I join an interfaith call for you to protect the most vulnerable in our county. I'm going to read from my religious tradition from the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25. Then Jesus will say to those at his left hand, "You who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not welcome me. Naked, and you did not give me clothing. Sick and in prison, and you did not visit me." Then they also will answer, "Lord, when was it that we saw you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked or sick or in prison and did not take care of you?" Then he will answer them, "Truly I tell you, just as you did not do to the least of these, you did not do to me." And these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. Bringing in these federal agents will make our homeless neighbors' lives even more difficult, hell on earth. They are the most vulnerable in our county. And whatever evil you do to the least of these is the evil you do to the Savior, who many of you believe in. I imagine that it's hard to vote when you do not have a permanent address, but I vote in the interest of the least of these, and I encourage you to be brave and to act on behalf of the least of these too. Keep all federal agents out of Memphis, for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of power, and of love, and of a sound mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zoe Dandeliner. Zoe Dandeliner?
Hi, my name is Zoe Dondelinger. I'm at 2311 Ridgeland Street, 38119. I'm here to voice my concern as a citizen of Memphis and Shelby County and as a member of Indivisible Memphis, to say, no to the National Guard coming here or federal law enforcement. And specifically what's wrong with this resolution is, putting more support and money into the law enforcement isn't going to do anything to keep Shelby County safer or, diminish crime. We've seen the National Guard disappear people in DC, and I think that Shelby County deserves better. Specifically, I want to bring up an instance in Chattanooga. In 2022, they started a housing first policy to deal with their homeless population. And, since then, they have reported massive success in keeping people off the streets and getting jobs, in turn, reducing crime. Memphis deserves actual resources that help people, like housing first policy. Law enforcement does nothing to reduce crime. They show up after a crime has been committed, fill out paperwork, and leave. And it is a gamble to rely on law enforcement to protect us when they have proven to be just as violent and disrespectful as any violent criminal, except their motives aren't to provide for themselves or their family. Their motives are a display of force and power and dominance over those at the mercy of their authority. The only way to reduce crime is to provide basic human rights to people, food, fresh water, housing, and clean air. You have to give these things to people to live so that they don't have to fight over it. Personally, as a resident of 38119, I'm able to walk around my neighborhood at night and feel safe and not have to carry around a weapon. Not because there's a whole bunch of camera surveillance in my neighborhood, which there isn't, thankfully, but, because I'm lucky enough to be in a zip code where everyone has, they're fed and happy, and, we've all been given what we need to, basically live. We don't have to fight every night. We get home and watch Netflix with our families. Let me see. Massive amounts of city and county budgets get spent on law enforcement, which takes food out of children's mouths, just for law enforcement to break the very laws that they have sworn to uphold. I ask, why have a city and county government if they break the social contract of promising to provide basic human needs? What do our tax dollars go to? Sending the National Guard to Memphis is declaring war on the very population our elected officials have sworn to represent. Law enforcement doesn't need any more funding. The people of Memphis and Shelby County need non-discriminatory social welfare programs and honor the social contract.
Thank you, Ms.
Or
Dandelinger.
prepare to be treated as tyrants. Thank you.
Last speaker, Jeff Lair.
My name is Jeff Lair, live at 3564 Kearney Avenue in Memphis 38111. Thanks for the opportunity to speak before the commission, and thanks to Commissioners Sugarman and Thornton for co-sponsoring this resolution. I believe it does make sense to direct state support to real investments in public safety, rather than politically motivated attempts by state and federal government to temporarily take over our city again in a show of military force. Real investments in public safety would look like a regional crime lab, local law enforcement staffing, neighborhood organizing, expanded access to temporary shelter and housing for the unhoused, extended hours for public spaces like community centers and libraries, free bus rides, and mental health support for those who can't afford it. Real investments in public safety would reject the militarization of our community. A mobilization we know will target Black and brown Memphians, and is also partly intended to target undocumented and mixed documented immigrant families who now live in fear and continual anxiety of sudden family separation, forced detention, and deportation without due process. Many of these immigrants have done nothing more illegal than take advantage of opportunities enabled by decades of broken immigration policy allowed by political leaders afraid to create meaningful, compassionate immigration reform, instead allowing policies that prioritize politically driven weekly quotas for detention and deportation. I'd like the commissioners to officially take a stand for neighborly love, compassion, care, and dignity for all Memphians, and pressure our state and national law and policy-making government agencies to stop using heavy-handed military approaches to solving both our public safety and immigration problems, and instead follow a path that allows for compassionate, fair solutions that prioritize real public safety and a reasonable path to citizenship for all the people who contribute to our community's success. So please vote to voice your opposition to this militarized political deployment. I forgot to mention that I'm speaking partly on behalf of Memphis Interfaith Coalition for Action and Hope's Immigration and Inclusivity Accountability Committee. I'm also speaking as a resident of the U of M area who's personally been a victim of violent crime myself. I called the police just a couple nights ago about rapid fire gunshots a few blocks from my house while I was out walking my dogs. Fortunately, that was like the only time in the last 6 months I've had to make that call versus 5 years ago when I first moved in and I was making that call once a month. So I appreciate the fact that crime has gone down in our city. I think we know how to take care of it. I think we're doing a good job with it. And I resent the fact that this administration is using military force to score political points.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a request to Governor Bill Lee not to deploy the Tennessee National Guard to Memphis or Shelby County. Again, this is a request. As you heard already, one of our commissioners already written a email to Governor Lee, and I want to just formalize it with a resolution that we do not want the National Guards deployed to Memphis and Shelby County. Despite improving crime trends, Shelby County continues to face high poverty and economic insecurity, with recent data indicating poverty rates above state and national levels and persistently elevated child poverty. I work in a school, and just like other schools, we're a Title I school. We have kids who come to school hungry, unhoused, and we expect them to learn. Now, couple that with children who are scared to come to school, who may go home to a house with a missing mother or father. Couple that with the fact that they want a good education, they want an opportunity, their parents are paying taxes. You know, people think that if you're here and you are an immigrant, even an undocumented immigrant, you are paying taxes in the billions of dollars. You have an ID number in which you're paying taxes to. And so you got to think about what not only this is doing to us locally, statewide, but even throughout the United States, because now we have more people leaving our country than coming in. That should be a concern for everybody. In Shelby County, we will also experience the same thing. People are leaving Memphis and Shelby County, not coming. Couple that with the National Guard's presence. Now, having said all of that, we already have THP officers here. We have demonstrated with the support of the state and Governor Lee that we can rectify whatever we need. We don't need the federal level to come in and police black and brown bodies and disadvantaged white people. We don't need that. What we need is, we need support in the way of housing insecurities and shoring up so that we are no longer number one as far as evictions in the country. Right now, each year for the past 2 years, we've evicted over 30,000 families, evicted. We need educational programs that support not only our children, but have wraparound services so that when these kids go home, that I'm out of time. I'll get back in.
Thank you. Commissioner Caswell.
Allow my colleague to finish, and then I'll come back after
Okay.
her.
Commissioner Sugarman.
I'll be brief, okay? And so we need resources, my whole point. We do not need heavy-handedness, which will traumatize our people. We need to stop the fear-mongering by not only elected officials, but by the media themselves. We have so much wonderful things to offer our communities. Memphis is a wonderful place. We have so much to offer people of every ethnicity, of every gender, every age. So again, we need to hold everybody accountable, because if we allow the troops to come in, what's next? Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to add that just like in the previous resolution, it was not to say that we don't want to see the need for investment in these other areas. I mean, I fought hard in budget just to see us put 4 pennies in the budget to address housing, mental health, poverty, all of these things that we talked about tonight. But it was no organized, it was no mobilized, it was no strategized among bodies to come here to fight for that to happen. We got to make that happen. I think charity starts at home first, then go abroad. If we're not making investments here, but then we saying to people outside of here that we want y'all to invest in us, we got to look in the mirror. Because if we want change in our community, we know poverty. Many of us got elected. I got elected 3 years ago. Poverty was #1 on the list. Why? Because I'm in Fraser. When we had the storm in 2017, I stayed there 7 days. We fed 6,000 people. Where was the federal, any other people coming to help in that community? Still, night and day, we in that community. It ain't too many people. If y'all, again, for those, again, appreciate all the work that Micah and other organizations are doing. But come join me on Wellings and Overton Crossing and Fraser Boulevard, where we see them carrying AK-47, where I send my daughter to work right there next to Little Caesar at Overton Crossing, Fraser Boulevard, when the man got shot right outside of that. But she go and show up the next day to go to work right there. Like, we saying fear mongering is, and maybe in some zip codes it may not be happening. 38127, 38128 is real. It's real, and we're feeling the pain of it every day. I buried many of these kids in that community. Not saying, and again, my argument is not that we need National Guard to address it, but we got some real issues that we got to start here first, making those investments into changing it. If we're in a county where we haven't had a tax increase since 2005, but we got inflation. Houses in Fraser back in 2005, remember 2008, houses were going for $1. Those same houses are $140,000 now. People can't even live in there. They can't even rent there. But guess what? We haven't made no local change in investment. We just this year took people who in this county, in the clerk's office, making $31,000 a year to $42,000 a year, barely able to pay for them to not have to work 2 jobs. So again, we want to see some change. We got to start here first to make some of those investments. It's gonna hurt some people in the pocket, but that's the only way we're gonna change the narrative, because we've been to the state year after year, feds year after year, and no investments have been sent down to change the narrative that we're seeing in Shelby County. We can wishfully ask for it and pray that it happen, but we have seen the fact that it haven't. And again, I can support the ideal, the spirit of this. In a sense, I don't want to see we have to have National Guard to come change the narrative, but we got to look in the mirror here at home if we really want to see changes come from somewhere else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. We'll now prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please report the tally. I'm sorry.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioners Mills, Wright, Morrison, and Bradford have voted no. We have 5 ayes and 4 noes.
That motion fails. That resolution fails, I'm sorry. We now move on to item, and I do just want to thank everyone for coming out to speak. I know that it's a long meeting and everyone has various opinions about this particular matter, so I do appreciate all of the folks who came out to speak tonight, whether for or against. We now will move to item number 27.
Item 27 comes from the General Government Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 27 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Assessor of Properties 2025 4-year reappraisal plan, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. This item was an add-on in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Is there a presentation?
Because of the late hour, I've passed out a summary of the proposed reappraisal plan. We're required by law, every county is required to submit a reappraisal plan to its county legislative body, and then it's approved subsequently by the State Board of Equalization. This reappraisal plan mirrors the one from the last 4 years, with the exception of we have reserved the right to do what's called indexing at the second year if the legislature passes that measure.
Mr. Bailey, I'm sorry. Could you just say your name for the
I'm
record?
sorry.
My apology. I know the hour is late.
My mind is jelly right now. Javier Bailey, I am the Chief Administrator for the Assessor of Property, and I apologize for that. But in any event, so this plan is, there are no surprises here. It's exactly the same plan from 4 years ago. We are late, just so you know, we are late turning this plan in. And due to no fault of our own, this should have been brought before you about 3 or 4 months ago. But the state, we send it up to them in order to make sure that there's nothing that jumps out that will cause them to not approve it. And they kept sending it back, and that's why we're just not getting it to you. We're trying to get on their October agenda.
And I did neglect to ask Commissioner Sugarman for a committee report. Just want to make sure that's in the record.
It was favorable.
Thank you. Commissioner Mills, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm just reading over this, and I heard a little bit of it when I watched the video of committee, so I have to ask you on the record down here.
That's okay.
Is there anything that either of my muni mayors would push back on that's changed or anything in this? This is the regular 4-year.
It's a regular
Nothing's
4-year
changed.
reappraisal plan.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed, with the exception of the comptroller last year tried to push through what we call indexing, which would put an end to this sales ratio and the loss of funds that this county and other counties had experienced, but it did not pass the legislature. So what we did was reserve the right in this plan, if it does pass, it'll still be a 4-year plan, but just to do indexing is updating the values. But it would not require a new certified tax rate. It would not require anything that the municipalities would push back on.
So it would just.
And I have sent this around to all the municipalities.
Okay, and had anybody said anything from
No.
it?
This plan-
Arlington, Millington?
No.
Specifically?
No, I get it. No, it literally mirrors the plan that we just finished.
Okay. And this indexing, when you says it just changes the value of...
No. So currently, you have to be on a 6-year plan in order to do indexing, and that is midway to, if there are any major shifts in the marketplace, to update the values. But it's not allowed currently by law if you're on a 4 or 5-year plan. And the comptroller is actually in support of changing that. So are most of the municipalities. But it did not pass the legislature last year. And we're hopeful it'll pass this year. But right now it's not the law, so that's not in here.
Okay. I just don't want to get in trouble with my mayors or aldermen.
I assure you, I'm not leaving
So I'm not
you
going to wake
down.
up tomorrow to angry text or phone calls.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I also have a question about this indexing. So once that takes place, then what changes for a homeowner?
Well, it wouldn't affect the homeowners. So here's what happens. We had initially requested a 2-year reappraisal plan. That was in 2021. It did not pass the state board. However, the state board had suggested that they may seek changing the law to allow indexing, like you do if you have a 6-year plan. Indexing is what is preferred by most people. So what would happen would be, let's say there was a major shift in property values plummeted, right? We don't want to carry those high values for 4 years when those homeowners would be entitled to a lower assessment. That's what indexing does. Same thing would happen if the values skyrocketed, which never happens, but not in a 2-year period. But what would happen though is if there's the application of the sales ratio that cost Shelby County government $30 million for the last 2 years, so $62 million in 2 years, that would at least go away. That's why it's important. But right now, it's not the law.
I'm definitely with you on the sales ratio, and I understand that piece of it. I'm curious about the homeowner. So if their property value does increase or decrease, does their tax payment
No. Is the
change?
answer. The answer is no. You mean if there's indexing?
Yes.
No. See, it wouldn't just affect. It doesn't. It wouldn't. Let me see. How do I say this? It cannot amount to a new reappraisal in 2 years. So when we have what, I'm trying not to be too technical, but we have what we call sub-use groups, and that mostly affects businesses. So let's say that in manufacturing, that industrial properties went up 10%, then we would be allowed to go in and make adjustments to equalize those such that they would properly reflect the what the market, the changes in the marketplace. And usually you can't make those changes unless it's 15% or above. If it's 15% or below, we don't touch it. Now that's generally how indexing works. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but the answer to your question, to the gist of your question is the average homeowner wouldn't be affected. And it doesn't change it doesn't raise their rates or their assessments. But it allows us to circumvent the sales ratio because we've gone in and indexed. Doesn't change their assessments, but what we would be submitting to the state would be a reflection of the changes in the marketplace. The reason we have indexing, Commissioner Wright, is because there was a lawsuit where some state assessed properties and people who have personal property assessments, which are all businesses, right? They argued that they have to go through a reappraisal every year and no one else does. So there was a settlement of that suit many years ago that caused, as an answer to that, they said, okay, well, you'll get a reduction
that reflects the change in the marketplace such that we call some equalization. Well, it never equalizes. They're just getting a tax break, and it's very expensive tax break. And so by doing indexing, we don't have indexing yet, but if it's allowed, by doing indexing, it would prevent that sales ratio, because now we can say that we've gone in and looked at the valuations and the changes in the marketplace for everybody across the board, not just personal property, people who pay personal property taxes and the business, state assessed businesses.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And it seems like there's some more questions that need to be answered. So I would like to defer this to the next committee meeting, which is October the 1st.
If I may just be
Yes,
heard on that?
yes. I think
I
that
would
there's some
suggest-
implications to that. so
Yeah, I would suggest to the commission that, I mean, certainly it's your prerogative as a legislative body, but it would push us to a point where right now, we're operating without a reappraisal plan in place. There should have been one put in place by May, and we're operating without one. So I personally spoke with the Comptroller's Office and the State Board of Equalization to ask for permission for us to continue on the prior plan while we sought your approval. And I've asked that we be put on the October agenda for the state board. I mean, you're not handcuffed to that, but it becomes troublesome if we continue operating without a plan in place.
Okay. Commissioner Mills?
Would there be harm if you asked for it to be put on the November instead of October?
I think their next meeting is December.
December then?
Yeah. I mean, we would be almost a whole year out without a reappraisal plan. If I might answer that to help everyone a little bit.
Okay. Well, my concern is it was an add-on, and I didn't know about indexing. I didn't know this was a new thing, and I'm not sure about it myself.
But before we could modify this plan to do indexing, we'd have to come back to you anyway.
Yeah, see, I don't know all that.
Well, maybe I'm not adequately explaining. Let me say this, and this may alleviate anyone's fears. What we did in this plan, there's one liner. It says, we reserve the right to engage in indexing if the state legislature passes it, okay? Now, that would be a modification of the reappraisal plan as approved by this body. So if we chose to do that, we would have to come back to this body, seek this body's approval to modify the plan you've approved, and then we'd have to present it to the state board to add that to it. So you still would have the right to approve or disapprove.
Well, let me ask, why was this an add-on and not on the agenda so we could study it before committee?
And that's a good question, because in late August, we finally got a sign-off from our representatives at the Department of Property Assessments in the Comptroller's Office. And I think I shared that with most of the commissioners. And so we quickly got this put on the agenda, the next available agenda we could get it on, so that we can go ahead and get a plan approved at the next available meeting of the state board, which is October. They don't meet every month.
They meet every other month,
Every quarter.
but they're meeting in October and December.
They're meeting in October, and they usually have a meeting in December because of that is when they approve the assessments for the state assessed properties. If my recollection is correct.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said if the state were to approve the indexing for the 4-year reappraisal, that you would come back to this body to amend the plan? How would the plan be amended at that time?
We'd ask this body to approve this county doing indexing. Let me, if it would make this matter, if it would accommodate this body, I would ask that you approve the plan without the indexing, and we'll just take it out. And if we need to come back to you, we can come back to you.
Could we amend it at that time without that language in this?
I'm sorry, ask me that again.
If the legislature were to add indexing as an option for those on a 4-year reappraisal
amend
plan, could we amend it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's
Yes,
do
sir.
that. So I'll
That's
make a
allowed.
motion to remove indexing for now.
Motion by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Vice Chair Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Okay, so moved. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 9 aye votes.
That passes.
Madam Chair, and so what I will do is I'll go back and I will extract that out, this plan, before it is sent to the state, and I will send the commission a copy so that you can, it's
Thank you.
verified.
Please make sure that's sent to the entire commission. All right, parliamentarian, if you could read item number 28.
Item 28 comes from the Legislative Affairs Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Morrison. Item 28 is a resolution by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners supporting Shelby County government's 2026 state legislative agenda and requesting the Shelby County delegation to support and members of the Tennessee General Assembly to enact legislation supporting such agenda. Sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison, this item was substituted in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Morrison, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this item came down with a favorable recommendation from committee.
Is there anything else that you'd like to elaborate on before we move?
I'll just be brief. We got to be first on the committee agenda, and you all indulged me with about 45 minutes to go through last year's report. And this is simply a beginning, a starting place for this year's legislative agenda. It deleted the one item, I think, that was satisfied in last year's agenda, and it only added one item at present, which is, and Commissioner Mills may have an amendment to this piece, but it's the 5th item, pursuing funding options at both the state and federal level for a new jail, is simply what it states. So it includes the 4 things from last year that we're still working on. Number 1 being healthcare infrastructure, Regional 1. Number 2 being education, requesting the state will ensure certain, to help us fund the unfunded mandates, and then public safety, looking for specific funding around our safe community plan, and then infrastructure, the roads are still in there. So that's it. And then, of course, this is a living document, as you all well remember, and it can be added to as the year progresses, like we did last year.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Mills, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to offer up one of the friendly amendments we discussed in committee. I'd like to offer up a friendly amendment saying, be it further resolved that the maintenance of effort established by Tennessee Code Annotated 5-9-408 for the office of county mayor in counties be appealed or amended to apply only to counties with populations over 700,000 people in the last census. And I have it in writing if you would like that, Madam Parliamentarian. Audrey's got a copy too. That's my first friendly amendment.
So
I
do
offer up.
Commissioner Mills, are there copies for everyone that could be
Yes.
passed around?
Audrey has them.
we had a motion by Commissioner Mills, we had a second by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection? And I'm sorry, let me allow folks to have a written copy in front of them to read through. Can we do that without objection?
I just have a point of order around this. Do you want to add this right now on the agenda? Do you think that the whole body needs to hear it, or, I mean, I'm not opposed, but.
It's just this, to do away with the maintenance of effort for us, for the county mayor. That's all, just so they can amend it or whatever they do at the state. Just add a little whereas paragraph to the resolution. Oh.
Audrey, can you pass to the other commissioners? They haven't seen the written.
So the way it reads, if I read it correctly, would still apply to us.
Yes, it should hit the big, probably Knox County, Shelby County. I talked to Attorney Smith. Did we name off another one it might hit?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I assume that it would, at a minimum, the big six would be the only ones that would apply, but I think there might only be 2 or 3 counties in the state that meet that population.
Okay. So, County Attorney Smith, could you explain what this amendment would do? So that it is in plain language for all of us, because we're now kind of doing this on the fly, and I know the hour is late, so could you share?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, if I'm understanding correctly, 59408 was passed, became effective May 6, 2024. In essence, the amendment is attempting to repeal 49408 or reduce its applicability to those counties in the state below a certain population threshold.
That should say repeal, not uphill.
I'm sorry, do you want to restate that?
It should say repeal. Repeal or amended, which one of the two, either or.
Where's repeal? Repealed, not appealed, okay. So there's a correction in the amendment that it should state, be it further resolved that the maintenance of effort established by TCA 5-9-408 of the office of the county mayor and counties to be repealed or amended to apply only to counties with populations over 700,000 people in the last census.
Correct.
So, Commissioner Mills, would you be opposed to us to bringing this in the next committee meeting so that all of the body has an opportunity to look at this rather than us voting on this amendment? As the legislative document is a living document that can be amended anytime, are you opposed to bringing this through committee so that it is reviewed by the body?
Okay, I mean, we discussed it in committee, and I said I would be bringing this tonight, so, and that's what I did. I mean, we cannot touch the county mayor's budget, not one penny of it, because of this law they passed.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Mills, I have a second by Commissioner Ford. Are there any objections?
I have a point of clarification.
Commissioner Wright?
To the sponsor, I think this is doing the opposite of what you're intending. Do you intend for Shelby County to have a maintenance of effort for the mayor's office? If not, I would suggest that perhaps you mean for it to apply only to counties with populations under 700,000.
Okay. Am I looking at the right one? Got two
That
here.
would exclude Shelby County if you put under that.
Okay.
residence. Or you gotta put the word not.
I will bring it to committee. I was going to try to just add it on to this one and have it written up
Yes.
properly.
So
Thank you.
let's, Commissioner Mills, if we have a motion to refer this to our defer.
So did we?
We're going to put it into committee. No, we're not. So is it deferred to?
Point of order.
Yes. Yeah, so we're going to, Commissioner Mills, I'm sorry, just a moment. Commissioner Mills, are you okay with making a motion to refer this to the committee meeting on October 1st?
If
Is
you
that
want
your
to, I'm
motion?
fine. I'm fine.
Okay, so if we're just, if you just withdraw, are you withdrawing the amendment or are you referring to committee?
I will withdraw my amendment.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Ford, did you want to be recognized?
So my question, in order for my colleague to bring this back up, no, don't rip it up. No. Okay, in order for us to, since this is a living document and we're probably gonna have amendments and whatnot, would it probably be appropriate just to send this back to the sponsor?
Thank you for the question. I'd prefer just to pass it so that we have, it's virtually the same as last year, but it's just updated to add the piece about the jail. So I'd prefer just to pass a fresh one for 2026 and then add the amendment at the next committee. That'd be my preference.
All right, so let me make sure I hear this right. You want to pass something today, but then we can entertain amendments to the adopted resolution at another time. Is that what you want to do?
That's exactly right.
Okay, I'll say this lastly. We might disagree as far as the jail is concerned, but I will state this on the record. I believe that we need to revisit House Bills 306 and 308. 307 ended up passing. I'm gonna say this because we were in Nashville. You didn't see what we saw. I'm not saying change how you feel as far as our lobbyists, but we saw stuff that blocked 306 and 308. The Senate, it went through fine, but on the House side, there were some blockers, but there were some local blockers as well. And if we, I think we need to have a conversation about what 306 and 308 entail so that we can figure out what we can agree on as far as the jail, because I'm talking about a $1.5 billion item. And just for those that don't know what the 306 entailed, this is where I think some of the flaw in the slaw was. You had representatives that thought that they were endorsing a tax increase, and that was not the case. What we were doing was asking for permission to put it on the ballot for the purposes of seeing if the voters wanted to increase temporarily their sales tax. And before anybody states that this has never happened before, and I stated this when I went to the conference that I was invited to, I stated that if we don't do it this way, MPA and IAFF with the Memphis side had to go get hundreds of thousands of signatures just to get it on the ballot, and it actually passed. So I just want to put that out there. Do we want these folks to actually have to go get signatures, or can we go another route to where the electorate will still vote regardless of the fact? And if they decide they don't want to temporarily go up on their sales tax, then the next body would have to figure out another way. I just don't want to have to go the route that they went in Memphis, but it did pass. I just wanted to put that out there. So if we can entertain that to the sponsor, I would love for that to be entertained in the conversation as well. I move for this item to go back to committee the first Wednesday that's on the agenda.
Okay, so if we're passing this, I think that
Oh,
what we were doing.
I'm sorry, you wanted to pass something, I withdraw, my apologies, that's
Okay,
what you
yeah,
wanted to
and we
do.
will entertain amendments to the resolution.
Right, I withdraw, so.
All right,
move
so
the previous
Madam
question.
Clerk, can you prepare the screen for a vote? Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 29.
Item 29 comes from the Audit Committee with Commissioner Thornton as acting chair. Item 29 is a resolution receiving and filing the fourth quarter report of the Shelby County Government for the year ending June 30, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry. This item was sent down without recommendation in September 17, 2025 committee meeting.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, can I have a committee report?
This item comes down without recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ford?
My question is, why was it sent down without a recommendation? I can't recall. Was there something in committee that was not answered? I called a question, never mind. How about that?
Okay. Ms. Tipton, why don't you go ahead and just elaborate?
Director of Administration and Finance. I think it came down with that recommendation because there were some questions, and I tried to respond to them in email, so I can follow up if you guys have any questions to that.
Okay. All right, are there any additional questions? All right, Madam Clerk, if you could prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, could you report the vote?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Mills, Ford. Thank you. Commissioners Whaley, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Now we come to the section of the agenda for announcements and statements. If you would like to be in queue, please do so now. Commissioner Thornton?
Chair, if we could, it came up in committee for the Neighborhoods Committee. Administrator Sykes Woods has a presentation that she wants to present, so they're normally the last committee on the agenda. If they could be bumped up earlier to get a better audience, then she would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, we are adjourned until Monday, October 6, 2025 at 3 p.m.